Chapters 1 and 2 of File Number 113. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. Recorded by Céline Major. 1. In the Paris evening papers of Tuesday, February 28, 1866, under the head of Local Items, the following announcement appeared. A daring robbery, committed against one of our most eminent bankers, M. André Fauvel, caused great excitement this morning throughout the neighborhood of Rue de Provence. The thieves, who were as skillful as they were bold, succeeded in making an entrance to the bank, in forcing the lock of a safe that has heretofore been considered impregnable, and in possessing themselves of the enormous sum of 350,000 francs in bank notes. The police, immediately informed of the robbery, displayed their accustomed zeal, and their efforts have been crowned with success. Already, it is said, P.B., a clerk in the bank, has been arrested, and there is every reason to hope that his accomplices will be speedily overtaken by the hand of justice. For 4 days this robbery was the town talk of Paris. Then public attention was absorbed by later and equally interesting events. An acrobat broke his leg at the circus, an actress made her debut at a small theatre, and the item of the 28th was soon forgotten. But for once the newspapers were, perhaps intentionally, wrong, or at least inaccurate in their information. The sum of 350,000 francs certainly had been stolen from M. André Fauvel's bank, but not in the manner described. A clerk had also been arrested on suspicion, but no decisive proof had been found against him. This robbery of unusual importance remained, if not inexplicable, at least unexplained. The following are the facts as they were related with scrupulous exactness at the preliminary examination. 2. The banking house of André Fauvel, No. 87 Rue de Provence, is an important establishment, and, owing to its large force of clerks, presents very much the appearance of a government department. On the ground floor are the offices, with windows opening on the street, fortified by strong iron bars sufficiently large and close together to discourage all burglarious attempts. A large glass door opens into a spacious vestibule where 3 or 4 office boys are always in waiting. On the right are the rooms to which the public is admitted, and from which a narrow passage leads to the principal cash room. The offices of the corresponding clerk, bookkeeper, and general accounts are on the left. At the farther end is a small court on which open 7 or 8 little wicket doors. These are kept closed, except on certain days when notes are due, and then they are indispensable. M. Fauvel's private office is on the first floor over the offices, and leads into his elegant private apartments. This private office communicates directly with the bank by means of a narrow staircase, which opens into the room occupied by the head cashier. This room, which in the bank goes by the name of the cash office, is proof against all attacks, no matter how skillfully planned. Indeed, it could almost withstand a regular siege, sheeted as it is like a monitor. The doors and the partition where the wicket door is cut are covered with thick sheets of iron, and a heavy grating protects the fireplace. Fastened in the wall by enormous iron clamps is a safe, a formidable and fantastic piece of furniture, calculated to fill with envy the poor devil who easily carries his fortune in a pocket-book. This safe, which is considered the masterpiece of the firm of Becquet, is 6 feet in height and 4½ in width, made entirely of wrought iron, with triple sides and divided into isolated compartments in case of fire. The safe is opened by an odd little key, which is, however, the least important part of the mechanism. 5 movable steel buttons upon which are engraved all the letters of the alphabet constitute the real power of this ingenious safe. Before inserting the key into the lock, the letters on the buttons must be in the exact position in which they were placed when the safe was locked. In M. Fauvel's bank, as everywhere, the safe was always closed with a word that was changed from time to time. This word was known only to the head of the bank and the cashier, each of whom had also a key to the safe. In a fortress like this, a person could deposit more diamonds than the Duke of Brunswick's, and sleep well assured of their safety. But one danger seemed to threaten, that of forgetting the secret word which was the open sesame of the safe. On the morning of the 28th of February, the bank clerks were all busy at their various desks, about 9:30, when a middle-aged man of dark complexion and military air, clad in deep mourning, appeared in the office adjoining the safe, and announced to the 5 or 6 employees present his desire to see the cashier. He was told that the cashier had not yet come, and his attention was called to a placard in the entry which stated that the cash room was opened at 10 o'clock. This reply seemed to disconcert and annoy the newcomer. "I expected," he said, in a tone of cool impertinence, "to find someone here ready to attend to my business. I explained the matter to Monsieur Fauvelle yesterday. I am Count Louis de Clamorant, an iron manufacturer at Oloron, and have come to draw 300,000 francs deposited in this bank by my late brother, whose heir I am. It is surprising that no direction was given about it." Neither the title of the noble manufacturer nor his explanations appeared to have the slightest effect upon the clerks. "The cashier has not yet arrived," they repeated, "and we can do nothing for you." "Then conduct me to Monsieur Fauvelle." There was a moment's hesitation, then a clerk named Cavaillon, who was writing near a window, said, "The chief is always out at this hour." "Then I will call again," replied M. de Clamorant. And he walked out as he had entered, without saying good morning or even touching his hat. "Not very polite, that customer," said little Cavaillon, "but he will soon be settled, for here comes Prosper." Prosper Berthomy, head cashier of Fauvelle's banking house, was a tall handsome man of about 30, with fair hair and large dark blue eyes, fastidiously neat, and dressed in the height of fashion. He would have been very prepossessing but for a cold, reserved, English-like manner, and a certain air of self-sufficiency which spoiled his naturally bright, open countenance. "Ah, here you are!" cried Cavaillon. "Some one has just been asking for you." "Who? An iron manufacturer, was it not?" "Exactly." "Well, he will come back again. Knowing that I would get here late this morning, I made all my arrangements yesterday." Prosper had unlocked his office door, and as he finished speaking, entered, and closed it behind him. "Good!" exclaimed one of the clerks. "There is a man who never lets anything disturb him. The chief has quarrelled with him 20 times for always coming too late, and his remonstrances have no more effect upon him than a breath of wind. And very right, too. He knows he can get anything he wants out of the chief. Besides, how could he come any sooner? A man who sits up all night and leads a fast life doesn't feel like going to work early in the morning. Did you notice how very pale he looked when he came in?" "He must have been playing heavily again. Couturier says he lost 15,000 francs at a sitting last week." "His work is none the worse done for all that," interrupted Cavaillon. "If you were in his place—" He stopped short. The cash room door suddenly opened, and the cashier appeared before them with tottering step and a wild, haggard look on his ashy face. "Robbed!" he gasped out. "I have been robbed!" Prosper's horrified expression, his hollow voice and trembling limbs betrayed such fearful suffering that the clerks jumped up from their desks and ran toward him. He almost dropped into their arms. He was sick and faint, and fell into a chair. His companions surrounded him and begged him to explain himself. "Robbed?" they said. "Where? How? By whom?" Gradually Prosper recovered himself. "All the money I had in the safe," he said, "has been stolen." "All?" "Yes, all. 3 packages, each containing 100 notes of 1,000 francs, and 1 package of 50,000. The 4 packages were wrapped in a sheet of paper and tied together." With the rapidity of lightning, the news of the robbery spread throughout the banking house, and the room was soon filled with curious listeners. "Tell us, Prosper," said young Cavaillon, "did you find the safe broke open?" "No, it is just as I left it." "Well, then, why—" "Yesterday I put 350,000 francs in the safe, and this morning they are gone." All were silent except one old clerk, who did not seem to share the general consternation. "Don't distress yourself, Monsieur Berthomy," he said. Perhaps the chief disposed of the money." The unhappy cashier started up with a look of relief. He eagerly caught at the idea. "Yes," he exclaimed, "you are right. The chief must have taken it." But after thinking a few minutes, he said in a tone of deep discouragement, "No, that is impossible. During the 5 years that I have had charge of the safe, Monsieur Fauvelle has never opened it except in my presence. Several times he has needed money, and has either waited until I came, or sent for me, rather than touch it in my absence." "Well," said Cavaillon, "before despairing, let us ascertain." But a messenger had already informed M. Fauvelle of the disaster. As Cavaillon was about to go in quest of him, he entered the room. M. André Fauvelle appeared to be a man of 50, inclined to corpulency, of medium height, with iron gray hair; and, like all hard workers, he had a slight stoop. Never did he by a single action belie the kindly expression of his face. He had a frank air, a lively, intelligent eye, and large red lips. Born in the neighborhood of Aix, he betrayed, when animated, a slight Provençal accent that gave a peculiar flavor to his genial humor. The news of the robbery had extremely agitated him, for his usually florid face was now quite pale. "What is this I hear? What has happened?" he said to the clerks, who respectfully stood aside when he entered the room. The sound of M. Fauvelle's voice inspired the cashier with the factitious energy of a great crisis. The dreaded and decisive moment had come. He arose and advanced toward his chief. "Monsieur," he began, "having, as you know, a payment to make this morning, I yesterday drew from the Bank of France 350,000 francs." "Why yesterday, monsieur?" interrupted the banker. "I think I have 100 times ordered you to wait until the day of the payment. I know it, monsieur, and I did wrong to disobey you. But the evil is done. Yesterday evening I locked the money up. It has disappeared, and yet the safe has not been broken open." "You must be mad!" exclaimed M. Fauvelle. "You are dreaming." These few words destroyed all hope, but the very horror of the situation gave Prosper, not the coolness of a matured resolution, but that sort of stupid, stolid indifference which often results from unexpected catastrophes. It was with apparent calmness that he replied: "I am not mad; neither, unfortunately, am I dreaming. I am simply telling the truth." This tranquillity at such a moment appeared to exasperate M. Fauvelle. He seized Prosper by the arm and shook him roughly. "Speak!" he cried out. "Speak! Who do you pretend to say opened the safe? Answer me!" "I cannot say. No one but you and I knew the secret word. No one but you and myself had keys." This was a formal accusation. At least all the auditors present so understood it. Yet Prosper's strange calmness never left him for an instant. He quietly released himself from M. Fauvelle's grasp, and very slowly said: "In other words, monsieur, I am the only person who could have taken this money. Unhappy wretch!" Prosper drew himself to his full height, and looking M. Fauvelle full in the face, added: "Or you?" The banker made a threatening gesture, and there is no knowing what would have happened if they had not been interrupted by loud and angry voices at the entry door. A man insisted upon entering in spite of the protestations of the errand boys, and succeeded in forcing his way in. It was Monsieur de Clameret. The clerk stood looking on, bewildered and motionless. The silence was profound, solemn. It was easy to see that some terrible question, a question of life or death, was being weighed by all these men. The iron founder did not appear to observe anything unusual. He advanced, and without lifting his hat, said in the same impertinent tone: "It is after 10 o'clock, gentlemen." No one answered, and M. de Clameret was about to continue, when, turning around, he, for the first time, saw the banker, and walking up to him, said: "Well, monsieur, I congratulate myself upon finding you in at last. I have been here once before this morning, the cashier not arrived, and you absent. You are mistaken, monsieur. I was in my office." "At any rate, I was told you were out. That gentleman over there assured me of the fact. and the iron founder pointed out Cavaillon. "However, that is of little importance," he went on to say. "I return, and this time not only the cash room is closed, but I am refused admittance to the banking house, and find myself compelled to force my way in. Be so good as to tell me whether I can have my money." M. Fauvel's flushed face turned pale with anger as he listened to this insolence, yet he controlled himself. "I would be obliged to you, monsieur, for a short delay." "I thought you told me." "Yes, yesterday. But this morning, this very instant, I find I have been robbed of 350,000 francs." M. de Clamart bowed ironically and said, "Shall I have to wait long?" "Long enough for me to send to the bank." Then turning his back on the iron founder, M. Fauvel said to his cashier, "Write and send as quickly as possible to the bank an order for 300,000 francs. Let the messenger take a carriage." Prosper remained motionless. "Do you hear me?" said the banker angrily. The cashier trembled. He seemed as if trying to shake off a terrible nightmare. "It is useless to send," he said in a measured tone. "We owe this gentleman 300,000 francs, and we have less than 100,000 in the bank." M. de Clamart evidently expected this answer, for he muttered, "Naturally." Although he only pronounced this word, his voice, his manner, his face clearly said, "This comedy is well acted, but nevertheless it is a comedy, and I don't intend to be duped by it." Alas! After Prosper's answer, and the iron founder's coarsely expressed opinion, the clerks knew not what to think. The fact was that Paris had just been startled by several financial crashes. The thirst for speculation caused the oldest and most reliable houses to totter. Men of the most unimpeachable honor had to sacrifice their pride, and to go from door to door imploring aid. Credit, that rare bird of security and peace, rested with none, but stood with upraised wings ready to fly off at the first rumor of suspicion. Therefore this idea of a comedy arranged beforehand between the banker and his cashier might readily occur to the minds of people who, if not suspicious, were at least aware of all the expedients resorted to by speculators in order to gain time, which with them often meant salvation. M. Fauvel had had too much experience not to instantly divine the impression produced by Prosper's answer. He read the most mortifying doubt on the faces around him. "Oh, don't be alarmed, monsieur," said he to M. de Clamart. "This house has other resources. Be kind enough to await my return." He left the room, went up the narrow steps leading to his study, and in a few minutes returned, holding in his hand a letter and a bundle of securities. "Here, quick, couturier," he said to one of his clerks. "Take my carriage, which is waiting at the door, and go with monsieur to Monsieur de Rothschild's. Hand him this letter and these securities. In exchange you will receive 300,000 francs, which you will hand to this gentleman." The iron founder was visibly disappointed. He seemed desirous of apologizing for his impertinence. "I assure you, monsieur, that I had no intention of giving offense. Our relations for some years have been such that I hope—" "Enough, monsieur," interrupted the banker. "I desire no apologies. In business, friendship counts for nothing. I owe you money. I am not ready to pay. You are pressing. You have a perfect right to demand what is your own. Follow my clerk. He will pay you your money." Then he turned to his clerks, who stood curiously gazing on, and said, "As for you, gentlemen, be kind enough to resume your desks." In an instant the room was cleared of every one except the clerks who belonged there, and they sat at their desks with their noses almost touching the paper before them, as if too absorbed in their work to think of anything else. Still excited by the events so rapidly succeeding each other, M. André Fauvel walked up and down the room with quick, nervous steps, occasionally uttering some low exclamation. Prosper remained leaning against the door with pale face and fixed eyes, looking as if he had lost the faculty of thinking. Finally the banker, after a long silence, stopped short before Prosper. He had determined upon the line of conduct he would pursue. "We must have an explanation," he said. Let us go into your office." The cashier mechanically obeyed without a word, and his chief followed him, taking the precaution to close the door after them. The cash room bore no evidences of a successful burglary. Everything was in perfect order. Not even a paper was misplaced. The safe was open, and on the top shelf lay several rouleaux of gold, overlooked or disdained by the thieves. M. Fauvelle, without troubling himself to examine anything, took a seat, and ordered his cashier to do the same. He had entirely recovered his equanimity, and his countenance wore its usual kind expression. "Now that we are alone, Prosper," he said, "have you nothing to tell me?" The cashier started, as if surprised at the question. "Nothing, monsieur, that I have not already told you." "What? Nothing? Do you persist in asserting a fable so absurd and ridiculous that no one can possibly believe it? It is folly. Confide in me. It is your only chance of salvation. I am your employer, it is true, but I am before and above all your friend, your best and truest friend. I cannot forget that in this very room 15 years ago you were entrusted to me by your father, and ever since that day have I had cause to congratulate myself on possessing so faithful and efficient a clerk. Yes, it is 15 years since you came to me. I was then just commencing the foundation of my fortune. You have seen it gradually grow, step by step, from almost nothing to its present height. As my wealth increased, I endeavored to better your condition. You, who, although so young, are the oldest of my clerks. At each inventory of my fortune I increased your salary." Never had Prosper heard him express himself in so feeling and paternal a manner. Prosper was silent with astonishment. "Answer," pursued M. Fauvelle. "Have I not always been like a father to you? From the first day my house has been open to you. You were treated as a member of my family. Madeleine and my sons looked upon you as a brother. But you grew weary of this peaceful life. One day a year ago you suddenly began to shun us. And since then—" The memories of the past thus evoked by the banker seemed too much for the unhappy cashier. He buried his face in his hands, and wept bitterly. "A man can confide everything to his father without fear of being harshly judged," resumed M. Fauvelle. "A father not only pardons, he forgets. Do I not know the terrible temptations that beset a young man in a city like Paris? There are some inordinate desires before which the firmest principles must give way, and which so pervert our moral sense as to render us incapable of judging between right and wrong. Speak, Prosper, speak." "What do you wish me to say?" "The truth. When an honorable man yields, in an hour of weakness, to temptation, his first step toward atonement is confession. Say to me, yes, I have been tempted, dazzled. The sight of these piles of gold turned my brain. I am young. I have passions." "I," murmured Prosper, "I—" "Poor boy!" said the banker, sadly. "Do you think I am ignorant of the life you have been leading since you left my roof a year ago? Can you not understand that your fellow clerks are jealous of you, that they do not forgive you for earning 12,000 francs a year? Never have you committed a piece of folly without my being immediately informed of it by an anonymous letter. I could tell the exact number of nights you have spent at the gaming table, and the amount of money you have squandered. Oh, envy has good eyes and a quick ear. I have great contempt for these cowardly denunciations, but was forced not only to heed them, but to make inquiries myself. It is only right that I should know what sort of a life is led by the man to whom I entrust my fortune and my honor." Prosper seemed about to protest against this last speech. "Yes, my honor," insisted M. Fauvelle, in a voice that a sense of humiliation rendered still more vibrating. "Yes, my credit might have been compromised to-day by this M. de Clamart. Do you know how much I shall lose by paying him this money? And suppose I had not had the securities which I have sacrificed, you did not know I possessed them, The banker paused, as if hoping for a confession, which, however, did not come. "Come, Prosper, have courage, be frank." "I will go upstairs. You will look again in the safe. I am sure that in your agitation you did not search thoroughly. This evening I will return, and I am confident that, during the day, you will have found, if not the 350,000 francs, at least the greater portion of it, and to-morrow neither you nor I will remember anything about this false alarm." M. Fauville had risen, and was about to leave the room, when Prosper arose and seized him by the arm. "Your generosity is useless, monsieur," he said bitterly. "Having taken nothing, I can restore nothing. I have searched carefully. The bank notes have been stolen." "But by whom, poor fool? By whom?" "By all that is sacred I swear that it was not me." The banker's face turned crimson. "Miserable wretch!" cried he. "Do you mean to say that I took the money?" Prosper bowed his head, and did not answer. "Ah, it is thus, then," said M. Fauville, unable to contain himself any longer. "And you dare " "Then between you and me, M. Prosper Berthelmy, justice shall decide. God is my witness that I have done all I could to save you. You will have yourself to thank for what follows. I have sent for the commissary of police. He must be waiting in my study. Shall I call him down?" Prosper, with the fearful resignation of a man who abandons himself, replied in a stifled voice, "Do as you will." The banker was near the door, which he opened, and after giving the cashier a last searching look, said to an office boy, "Anselme, ask the commissary of police to step down." End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3, Part 1. If there is one man in the world whom no event can move or surprise, who is always on his guard against deceptive appearances, and is capable of admitting everything and explaining everything, it certainly is a Parisian commissary of police. While the judge from his lofty place applies the code to the facts submitted to him, the commissary of police observes and watches all the odious circumstances that the law cannot reach. He is perforce the confidant of disgraceful details, domestic crimes, and tolerated vices. If when he entered upon his office he had any illusions, before the end of a year they were all dissipated. If he does not absolutely despise the human race, it is because often, side by side with abominations indulged in with impunity, he discovers sublime generosities which remain unrewarded. He sees impudent scoundrels filching public respect, and he consoles himself by thinking of the modest, obscure heroes whom he has also encountered. So often have his previsions been deceived that he has reached a state of complete skepticism. He believes in nothing, neither in evil nor in absolute good, not more in virtue than in vice. His experience has forced him to come to the sad conclusion that not men, but events, are worth considering. The commissary sent for by M. Fauville soon made his appearance. It was with a calm air, if not one of perfect indifference, that he entered the office. He was followed by a short man dressed in a full suit of black, which was slightly relieved by a crumpled collar. The banker, scarcely bowing to him, said, "Doubtless, monsieur, you have been apprised of the painful circumstance which compels me to have recourse to your assistance." "It is about robbery, I believe?" "Yes, an infamous and mysterious robbery committed in this office, from the safe you see open there, of which my cashier," he pointed to Prosper, "alone possesses the key and the word." This declaration seemed to arouse the unfortunate cashier from his dull stupor. "Excuse me, monsieur," he said to the commissary in a low tone. "My chief also has the word and the key." "Of course, that is understood." The commissary at once drew his own conclusions. Evidently these two men accused each other. From their own statements one or the other was guilty. One was the head of an important bank, the other was a simple cashier. One was the chief, the other was the clerk. But the commissary of police was too well skilled in concealing his impressions to betray his thoughts by any outward sign. Not a muscle of his face moved. But he became more grave, and alternately watched the cashier and M. Fauville, as if trying to draw some profitable conclusion from their behavior. Prosper was very pale and dejected. He had dropped into a seat, and his arms hung inert on either side of the chair. The banker, on the contrary, remained standing with flashing eyes and crimson face, expressing himself with extraordinary violence. "And the importance of the theft is immense," continued M. Fauville. "They have taken a fortune, 350,000 francs. This robbery might have had the most disastrous consequences. In times like these, the want of this sum might compromise the credit of the wealthiest banking house in Paris." "I believe so, if notes fall due." "Well, monsieur, I had this very day a heavy payment to make." "Ah, really?" There was no mistaking the commissary's tone. A suspicion, the first, had evidently entered his mind. The banker understood it. He started and said quickly, "I met the demand, but at the cost of a disagreeable sacrifice. I ought to add further that, if my orders had been obeyed, the 350,000 francs would not have been in." "How is that?" "I never desire to have large sums of money in my house overnight. My cashier had positive orders to wait always until the last moment before drawing money from the Bank of France. I above all forbade him to leave money in the safe overnight." "You hear this?" said the commissary to Prosper. "Yes, monsieur," replied the cashier. "Monsieur Fauville's statement is quite correct." After this explanation the suspicions of the commissary, instead of being strengthened, were dissipated. "Well," he said, "a robbery has been perpetrated, but by whom? Did the robber enter from without?" The banker hesitated a moment. "I think not," he said at last. "And I am certain he did not," said Prosper. The commissary expected and was prepared for those answers, but it did not suit his purpose to follow them up immediately. "However," said he, "we must make ourselves sure of it." Turning toward his companion, "Monsieur Fanferlot," he said, "go and see if you cannot discover some traces that may have escaped the attention of these gentlemen." Monsieur Fanferlot, nicknamed the Squirrel, was indebted to his prodigious agility for this title, of which he was not a little proud. Slim and insignificant in appearance he might be, in spite of his iron muscles, be taken for a bailiff's under clerk, as he walked along buttoned up to the chin in his thin black overcoat. He had one of those faces that impress us disagreeably, an odiously turned up nose, thin lips, and little restless black eyes. Fanferlot, who had been on the police force for 5 years, burned to distinguish himself, to make for himself a name. He was ambitious. Alas, he was unsuccessful, lacking opportunity or genius. Already, before the commissary spoke to him, he had ferreted everywhere; studied the doors, sounded the partitions, examined the wicket, and stirred up the ashes in the fireplace. "I cannot imagine," said he, "how a stranger could have effected an entrance here." He walked around the office. "Is this door closed at night?" he inquired. "It is always locked." "And who keeps the key?" "The office boy to whom I always give it in charge before leaving the bank," said Prosper. "This boy," said M. Fauville, "sleeps in the outer room on a sofa bedstead, which he unfolds at night and folds up in the morning." "Is he here now?" inquired the commissary. "Yes, monsieur," answered the banker. He opened the door and called, "Anselme!" This boy was the favorite servant of M. Fauville, and had lived with him for 10 years. He knew that he would not be suspected, but the idea of being connected in any way with a robbery is terrible, and he entered the room trembling like a leaf. "Did you sleep in the next room last night?" asked the commissary. "Yes, monsieur, as usual." "At what hour did you go to bed?" "About 10:30. I had spent the evening at a café near by with Monsieur's valet." "Did you hear noise during the night?" "Not a sound. And still I sleep so lightly that if Monsieur comes down to the cash room when I am asleep, I am instantly awakened by the sound of his footsteps." "Monsieur Fauvelle often comes to the cash room at night, does he?" "No, monsieur. Very seldom." "Did he come last night?" "No, monsieur. I am very certain he did not, for I was kept awake nearly all night by the strong coffee I had drunk with the valet." "That will do. You can retire," said the commissary. When Anselme had left the room, Fanferlot resumed his search. He opened the door of the private staircase. "Where do these stairs lead to?" he asked. "To my private office," replied M. Fauvelle. "Is not that the room whither I was conducted when I first came?" inquired the commissary. "The same." "I would like to see it," said Fanferlot, "and examine the entrances to it." "Nothing is more easy," said M. Fauvelle, eagerly. "Follow me, gentlemen, and you come too, Prosper." M. Fauvelle's private office consisted of two rooms, the waiting room, sumptuously furnished and beautifully decorated, and the study, where he transacted business. The furniture in this room was composed of a large office desk, several leather covered chairs, and on either side of the fireplace a secretary and a bookshelf. These two rooms had only 3 doors. One opened on the private stairway, another into the banker's bedroom, and the third into the main vestibule. It was through this last door that the banker's clients and visitors were admitted. M. Fanferlot examined the study at a glance. He seemed puzzled, like a man who had flattered himself with the hope of discovering some indication and had found nothing. "Let us see the adjoining room," he said. He passed into the waiting room, followed by the banker and the commissary of police. Prosper remained alone in the study. Despite the disordered state of his mind, he could not but perceive that his situation was momentarily becoming more serious. He had demanded and accepted the contest with his chief. The struggle had commenced, and now it no longer depended upon his own will to arrest the consequences of his action. They were about to engage in a bitter conflict, utilizing all weapons, until one of the two should succumb, the loss of honor being the cost of defeat. In the eyes of justice, who would be the innocent man? Alas! The unfortunate cashier saw only too clearly that the chances were terribly unequal, and was overwhelmed with the sense of his own inferiority. Never had he thought that his chief would carry out his threats; for in a contest of this nature, M. Fauvelle would have as much to risk as his cashier, and more to lose. He was sitting near the fireplace, absorbed in the most gloomy forebodings, when the banker's chamber door suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl appeared upon the threshold. She was tall and slender. A loose morning gown, confined at the waist by a simple black ribbon, betrayed to advantage the graceful elegance of her figure. Her black eyes were large and soft, her complexion had the creamy pallor of a white camellia, and her beautiful dark hair, carelessly held together by a tortoise-shell comb, fell in a profusion of soft curls upon her exquisite neck. She was Madeleine, M. Fauvelle's niece, of whom he had spoken not long before. Seeing Prosper in the study, where probably she expected to find her uncle alone, she could not refrain from an exclamation of surprise. "Ah!" Prosper started up as if he had received an electric shock. His eyes, a moment before so dull and heavy, now sparkled with joy as if he had caught a glimpse of a messenger of hope. "Madeleine!" he gasped. "Madeleine!" The young girl was blushing crimson. She seemed about to hastily retreat, and stepped back; but Prosper having advanced toward her, she was overcome by a sentiment stronger than her will, and extended her hand, which he seized and pressed with much agitation. They stood thus, face to face, but with averted looks, as if they dared not let their eyes meet for fear of betraying their feelings. Having much to say, and not knowing how to begin, they stood silent. Finally Madeleine murmured, in a scarcely audible voice, "You, Prosper, you!" These words broke the spell. The cashier dropped the white hand which he held, and answered bitterly: "Yes, this is Prosper, the companion of your childhood, suspected, accused of the most disgraceful theft. Prosper, whom your uncle has just delivered up to justice, and who before the day is over will be arrested and thrown into prison." Madeleine, with a terrified gesture, cried in a tone of anguish: "Good heavens, Prosper, what are you saying?" "What, mademoiselle, do you not know what has happened? Have not your aunt and cousins told you?" "They have told me nothing. I have scarcely seen my cousins this morning, and my aunt is so ill that I felt uneasy and came to tell uncle. But for heaven's sake speak! Tell me the cause of your distress." Prosper hesitated. Perhaps it occurred to him to open his heart to Madeleine, of revealing to her his most secret thoughts. A remembrance of the past chilled his confidence. He sadly shook his head, and replied: "Thanks, mademoiselle, for this proof of interest, the last, doubtless, that I shall ever receive from you; but allow me, by being silent, to spare you distress, and myself the mortification of blushing before you." Madeleine interrupted him imperiously: "I insist upon knowing." "Alas, mademoiselle," answered Prosper, "you will only too soon learn my misfortune and disgrace. Then, yes, then you will applaud yourself for what you have done." She became more urgent. Instead of commanding, she entreated; but Prosper was inflexible. "Your uncle is in the adjoining room, mademoiselle, with the commissary of police and a detective. They will soon return. I entreat you to retire, that they may not find you here." As he spoke, he gently pushed her through the door, and closed it upon her. It was time, for the next moment the commissary and M. Fauvelle entered. They had visited the main entrance and waiting room, and had heard nothing of what had passed in the study. But Fanferlot had heard for them. This excellent bloodhound had not lost sight of the cashier. He said to himself: "Now that my young gentleman believes himself to be alone, his face will betray him. I shall detect a smile or a wink that will enlighten me." Leaving M. Fauvelle and the commissary to pursue their investigations, he posted himself to watch. He saw the door open and Madeleine appear on the threshold. He lost not a single word or gesture of the rapid scene which had passed. It mattered little that every word of this scene was an enigma. M. Fanferlot was skilful enough to complete the sentences he did not understand. As yet he only had a suspicion, but a mere suspicion is better than nothing; it is a point to start from. So prompt was he in building a plan upon the slightest incident that he thought he saw in the past of these people, who were utter strangers to him, glimpses of a domestic drama. If the commissary of police is a skeptic, the detective has faith; he believes in evil. "I understand the case now," said he to himself. "This man loves the young lady, who is really very pretty, and as he is quite handsome, I suppose his love is reciprocated. This love affair vexes the banker, who, not knowing how to get rid of the importunate lover by fair means, has to resort to foul, and plans this imaginary robbery, which is very ingenious." Thus, to M. Fanferlot's mind, the banker had simply robbed himself, and the innocent cashier was the victim of an odious machination. But this conviction was at present of little service to Prosper. Fanferlot, the ambitious man who had determined to obtain renown in his profession, decided to keep his conjectures to himself. "I will let the others go their way, and I'll go mine," he said. "When, by dint of close watching and patient investigation, I shall have collected proof sufficient to ensure certain conviction, I will unmask the scoundrel." He was radiant. He had at last found the crime, so long looked for, which would make him celebrated. Nothing was wanting, neither the odious circumstances, nor the mystery, nor even the romantic and sentimental element represented by Prosper and Madeleine. Success seemed difficult, almost impossible, but Fanferlot the squirrel had great confidence in his own genius for investigation. Meanwhile, the search upstairs completed, M. Fauvelle and the commissary returned to the room where Prosper was waiting for them. The commissary, who had seemed so calm when he first came, now looked grave and perplexed. The moment for taking a decisive part had come, yet it was evident that he hesitated. "You see, gentlemen," he began, "our search has only confirmed our first suspicion." Monsieur Fauvelle and Prosper bowed assentingly. "And what do you think, Monsieur Fanferlot?" continued the commissary. Fanferlot did not answer. Occupied in studying the safe lock, he manifested signs of a lively surprise. Evidently he had just made an important discovery. Monsieur Fauvelle, Prosper, and the commissary rose and surrounded him. "Have you discovered any trace?" said the banker eagerly. Fanferlot turned around with a vexed air. He reproached himself for not having concealed his impressions. "Oh," said he carelessly, "I have discovered nothing of importance." "But we should like to know," said Prosper. "I have merely convinced myself that this safe has been recently opened or shut, I know not which, with great violence and haste." "Why so?" asked the commissary, becoming attentive. "Look, monsieur, at this scratch near the lock." The commissary stooped down and carefully examined the safe. He saw a light scratch several inches long that had removed the outer coat of varnish. "I see the scratch," said he, "but what does that prove?" "Oh, nothing at all," said Fanferlot. "I just now told you it was of no importance." Fanferlot said this, but it was not his real opinion. This scratch, undeniably fresh, had for him a signification that escaped the others. He said to himself, "This confirms my suspicions. If the cashier had stolen millions, there was no occasion for his being in a hurry, whereas the banker, creeping down in the dead of night with cat-like footsteps, for fear of awakening the boy in the ante-room, in order to rifle his own money safe, had every reason to tremble, to hurry, to hastily withdraw the key which, slipping along the lock, scratched off the varnish." Resolved to unravel by himself the tangled thread of this mystery, the detective determined to keep his conjectures to himself. For the same reason he was silent as to the interview which he had overheard between Madeleine and Prosper. He hastened to withdraw attention from the scratch upon the lock. "To conclude," he said, addressing the commissary, "I am convinced that no one outside of the bank could have obtained access to this room. The safe, moreover, is intact. No suspicious pressure has been used on the movable buttons. I can assert that the lock has not been tampered with by burglars' tools or false keys. Those who opened the safe knew the word and possessed the key." This formal affirmation of a man whom he knew to be skillful ended the hesitation of the commissary. "That being the case," he replied, "I must request a few moments' conversation with Monsieur Fauvelle." "I am at your service," said the banker. Prosper foresaw the result of this conversation. He quietly placed his hat on the table, to show that he had no intention of attempting to escape, and passed into the adjoining room. Fanferlot also went out, but not before the commissary had made him a sign, and received one in return. This sign signified, "You are responsible for this man." The detective needed no admonition to make him keep a strict watch. His suspicions were too vague, his desire for success was too ardent for him to lose sight of Prosper an instant. Closely following the cashier, he seated himself in a dark corner of the room, and, pretending to be sleepy, he fixed himself in a comfortable position for taking a nap, gaped until his jawbone seemed about to be dislocated, then closed his eyes and kept perfectly quiet. Prosper took a seat at the desk of an absent clerk. The others were burning to know the result of the investigation. Their eyes shone with curiosity, but they dared not ask a question. Unable to refrain himself any longer, little Cavaillon, Prosper's defender, ventured to say, "Well, who stole the money?" Prosper shrugged his shoulders. "Nobody knows," he replied. Was this conscious innocence or hardened recklessness? The clerks observed with bewildered surprise that Prosper had resumed his usual manner, that sort of icy haughtiness that kept people at a distance, and made him so unpopular in the bank. Save the death-like pallor of his face and the dark circles around his swollen eyes, he bore no traces of the pitiable agitation he had exhibited a short time before. Never would a stranger entering the room have supposed that this young man, idly lounging in a chair and toying with a pencil, was resting under an accusation of robbery and was about to be arrested. He soon stopped playing with the pencil, and drew toward him a sheet of paper upon which he hastily wrote a few lines. "Aha!" thought Fanferlot the squirrel, whose hearing and sight were wonderfully good in spite of his profound sleep. "Eh! He makes his little confidential communication on paper, I see. Now we will discover something positive." His note written, Prosper folded it carefully into the smallest possible size, and after furtively glancing toward the detective, who remained motionless in his corner, threw it across the desk to little Cavaillon with this one word: "Gypsy." All this was so quickly and skilfully done that Fanferlot was confounded, and began to feel a little uneasy. "The devil take him!" said he to himself. "For a suffering innocent, this young dandy has more pluck and nerve than many of my oldest customers. This, however, shows the result of education." Yes, innocent or guilty, Prosper must have been endowed with great self-control and power of dissimulation to affect this presence of mind at a time when his honor, his future happiness, all that he held dear in life were at stake. And he was only 30 years old. Either from natural deference, or from the hope of gaining some ray of light by a private conversation, the commissary determined to speak to the banker before acting decisively. "There is not a shadow of doubt, monsieur," he said, as soon as they were alone. "This young man has robbed you. It would be a gross neglect of duty if I did not secure his person. The law will decide whether he shall be released or sent to prison." This declaration seemed to distress the banker. He sank into a chair and murmured, "Poor Prosper!" Seeing the astonished look of his listener, he added, "Until to day, monsieur, I have always had the most implicit faith in his honesty, and would have unhesitatingly confided my fortune to his keeping. Almost on my knees I have besought and implored him to confess that in a moment of desperation he had taken the money, promising him pardon and forgetfulness. But I could not move him. I have loved him, and even now, in spite of the trouble and humiliation that he is bringing upon me, I cannot bring myself to feel harshly toward him." The commissary looked as if he did not understand. "What do you mean by humiliation, monsieur?" "What?" said M. Fauvelle, excitedly. "Is not justice the same for all? Because I am the head of a bank, and he only a clerk, does it follow that my word is more to be relied upon than his? Why could I not have robbed myself? Such things have been done. They shall ask me for facts, and I shall be compelled to expose the exact situation of my house, explain my affairs, disclose the secret and method of my operations. It is true, monsieur, that you will be called upon for some explanation, but your well-known integrity. Alas! He was honest too. His integrity has never been doubted. Who would have been suspected this morning if I had not been able to instantly produce 100,000 crowns? Who would be suspected if I could not prove that my assets exceed my liabilities by more than 3 millions? To a strictly honorable man, the thought, the possibility of suspicion tarnishing his fair name is cruel suffering. The banker suffered, and the commissary of police saw it and felt for him. "Be calm, monsieur," said he. "Before the end of a week justice will have collected sufficient proof to establish the guilt of this unfortunate man, whom we may now recall." Prosper entered with Fanferlot, whom they had much trouble to awaken, and with the most stolid indifference listened to the announcement of his arrest. In response he calmly said, "I swear that I am innocent." M. Fauvelle, much more disturbed and excited than his cashier, made a last attempt. "It is not too late yet, poor boy," he said. "For heaven's sake, reflect." Prosper did not appear to hear him. He drew from his pocket a small key which he laid on the table, and said, "Here is the key of your safe, monsieur. I hope, for my sake, that you will some day be convinced of my innocence, and I hope, for your sake, that the conviction will not come too late." Then, as every one was silent, he resumed: "Before leaving, I hand over to you the books, papers, and accounts necessary for my successor. I must at the same time inform you that, without speaking of the stolen 350,000 francs, I leave a deficit in cash." A deficit! This ominous word from the lips of a cashier fell like a bombshell upon the ears of Prosper's hearers. His declaration was interpreted in divers ways. "A deficit," thought the commissary. "How, after this, can his guilt be doubted? Before stealing the whole contents of the safe, he has kept his hand in by occasional small thefts." "A deficit!" said the detective to himself. "Now, no doubt, the very innocence of this poor devil gives his conduct an appearance of great depravity. Were he guilty, he would have replaced the first money by a portion of the second." The grave importance of Prosper's statement was considerably diminished by the explanation he proceeded to make. "There is a deficit of 3,500 francs on my cash account, which has been disposed of in the following manner: 2,000 taken by myself in advance on my salary, 1,500 advanced to several of my fellow clerks. This is the last day of the month. To-morrow the salaries will be paid, consequently—" The commissary interrupted him. "Were you authorized to draw money whenever you wished to advance the clerk's pay?" "No, but I knew that M. Fauvelle would not have refused me permission to oblige my friends in the bank. What I did is done everywhere. I have simply followed my predecessor's example." The banker made a sign of assent. "As regards that spent by myself," continued the cashier, "I had a sort of right to it, all of my savings being deposited in this bank, about 15,000 francs." "That is true," said M. Fauvelle. "M. Berthomy has at least that amount on deposit." This last question settled, the commissary's errand was over, and his report might now be made. He announced his intention of leaving, and ordered the cashier to prepare to follow him. Usually this moment when stern reality stares us in the face, when our individuality is lost and we feel that we are being deprived of our liberty, this moment is terrible. At this fatal command, "Follow me," which brings before our eyes the yawning prison gates, the most hardened sinner feels his courage fail, and abjectly begs for mercy. But Prosper lost none of that studied phlegm, which the commissary of police secretly pronounced consummate impudence. Slowly, with as much careless ease as if going to breakfast with a friend, he smoothed his hair, drew on his overcoat and gloves, and said politely, "I am ready to accompany you, monsieur." The commissary folded up his pocket book, and bowed to M. Fauvelle, saying to Prosper, "Come." They left the room, and with a distressed face, and eyes filled with tears that he could not restrain, the banker stood watching their retreating forms. "Good Heaven!" he exclaimed. "Gladly would I give twice that sum to regain my old confidence in poor Prosper, and be able to keep him with me." The quick-eared Fanferlot overheard these words, and, prompt to suspicion, and ever disposed to impute to others the deep astuteness peculiar to himself, was convinced they had been uttered for his benefit. He had remained behind the others, under pretext of looking for an imaginary umbrella, and, as he reluctantly departed, said he would call in again to see if it had been found. It was Fanferlot's task to escort Prosper to prison, but, as they were about starting, he asked the commissary to leave him at liberty to pursue another course, a request which his superior granted. Fanferlot had resolved to obtain possession of Prosper's note, which he knew to be in Cavaillon's pocket. To obtain this written proof, which must be an important one, appeared the easiest thing in the world. He had simply to arrest Cavaillon, frighten him, demand the letter, and, if necessary, take it by force. But to what would this disturbance lead? To nothing, unless it were an incomplete and doubtful result. Fanferlot was convinced that the note was intended not for the young clerk, but for a third person. If exasperated, Cavaillon might refuse to divulge who this person was, who after all might not bear the name "gypsy" given by the cashier. And even if he did answer his questions, would he not lie? After mature reflection, Fanferlot decided that it would be superfluous to ask for a secret when it could be surprised. To quietly follow Cavaillon, and keep close watch on him until he caught him in the very act of handing over the letter, was but play for the detective. This method of proceeding, moreover, was much more in keeping with the character of Fanferlot, who, being naturally soft and stealthy, deemed it due to his profession to avoid all disturbance or anything resembling violence. Fanferlot's plan was settled when he reached the vestibule. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3, Part 2. He began talking with an office boy, and after a few apparently idle questions, had discovered that Fauvelle Bank had no outlet on the Rue de la Victoire, and that consequently all the clerks were obliged to pass in and out through the main entrance on the Rue de Provence. From this moment the task he had undertaken no longer presented a shadow of difficulty. He rapidly crossed the street and took up his position under a gateway. His post of observation was admirably chosen. Not only could he see everyone who entered and came out of the bank, but also commanded a view of all the windows, and by standing on tiptoe could look through the grating and see Cavaillon bending over his desk. Fanferlot waited a long time, but did not wax impatient, for he had often had to remain on watch entire days and nights at a time, with much less important objects in view than the present one. Besides, his mind was busily occupied in estimating the value of his discoveries, weighing his chances, and, like Perrette, with her pot of milk, building the foundation of his fortune upon present success. Finally, about 1 o'clock, he saw Cavaillon rise from his desk, change his coat, and take down his hat. "Very good," he exclaimed. "My man is coming out. I must keep my eyes open." The next moment Cavaillon appeared at the door of the bank; but before stepping on the pavement he looked up and down the street in an undecided manner. "Can he suspect anything?" thought Fanferlot. No, the young clerk suspected nothing. Only having a commission to execute, and fearing his absence would be observed, he was debating with himself which would be the shortest road for him to take. He soon decided, entered the Faubourg Montmartre, and walked up the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette so rapidly, utterly regardless of the grumbling passers-by whom he elbowed out of his way, that Fanferlot found it difficult to keep him in sight. Reaching the Rue Chaptal, Cavaillon suddenly stopped and entered the house numbered 39. He had scarcely taken 3 steps in the narrow corridor when he felt a touch on his shoulder, and turning abruptly found himself face to face with Fanferlot. He recognized him at once, and turning very pale he shrank back and looked around for means of escape. But the detective, anticipating the attempt, barred the passageway. Cavaillon saw that he was fairly caught. "What do you want with me?" he asked in a voice tremulous with fright. Fanferlot was distinguished among his confrères for his exquisite suavity and unequalled urbanity. Even with his prisoners he was the perfection of courtesy, and never was known to handcuff a man without first obsequiously apologizing for being compelled to do so. "You will be kind enough, my dear monsieur," he said, "to excuse the great liberty I take, but I really am under the necessity of asking you for a little information." "Information? From me, monsieur?" "From you, my dear monsieur, from Monsieur Eugène Cavaillon." "But I do not know you." "Ah, yes. You remember seeing me this morning. It is only about a trifling matter, and you will overwhelm me with obligations if you will do me the honor to accept my arm and step outside for a moment." What could Cavaillon do? He took Fanferlot's arm and went out with him. The Rue Chaptal is not one of those noisy thoroughfares where foot passengers are in perpetual danger of being run over by numberless vehicles dashing to and fro. There were but 2 or 3 shops, and from the corner of Rue Fontaine, occupied by an apothecary, to the entrance of the Rue Léonie, extended a high gloomy wall, broken here and there by a small window which lighted the carpenters' shops behind. It was one of those streets where you could talk at your ease without having to step from the sidewalk every moment. So Fanferlot and Cavaillon were in no danger of being disturbed by passers-by. "What I wished to say is, my dear monsieur," began the detective, "that Monsieur Prosper Berthomy threw you a note this morning." Cavaillon vaguely foresaw that he was to be questioned about this note, and instantly put himself on his guard. "You are mistaken," he said, blushing to his ears. "Excuse me, monsieur, for presuming to contradict you, but I am quite certain of what I say." "I assure you that Prosper never gave me anything." "Pray, monsieur, do not persist in a denial. You will compel me to prove that 4 clerks saw him throw you a note written in pencil and closely folded." Cavaillon saw the folly of further contradicting a man so well informed, so he changed his tactics and said: "It is true Prosper gave me a note this morning. But it was intended for me alone, and after reading it I tore it up and threw the pieces in the fire." This might be the truth. Fanferlot feared so, but how could he assure himself of the fact? He remembered that the most palpable tricks often succeed the best, and trusting to his star, he said at hazard: "Permit me to observe that this statement is not correct. The note was entrusted to you to give to Gypsy." A despairing gesture from Cavaillon apprised the detective that he was not mistaken. He breathed again. "I swear to you, monsieur," began the young man. "Do not swear, monsieur," interrupted Fanferlot. "All the oaths in the world would be useless. You not only preserved the note, but you came to this house for the purpose of giving it to Gypsy, and it is in your pocket now." "No, monsieur, no." Fanferlot paid no attention to this denial, but continued in his gentlest tone: "And I am sure you will be kind enough to give it to me. Believe me, nothing but the most absolute necessity." "Never!" exclaimed Cavaillon; and, believing the moment favorable, he suddenly attempted to jerk his arm from under Fanferlot's and escape. But his efforts were vain. The detective's strength was equal to his suavity. "Don't hurt yourself, young man," he said, "but take my advice, and quietly give up the letter." "I have not got it." "Very well. See, you reduce me to painful extremities. If you persist in being so obstinate, I shall call 2 policemen, who will take you by each arm, and escort you to the commissary of police; and once there, I shall be under the painful necessity of searching your pockets, whether you will or not." Cavaillon was devoted to Prosper, and willing to make any sacrifice on his behalf; but he clearly saw that it was worse than useless to struggle any longer, as he would have no time to destroy the note. To deliver it under force was no betrayal, but he cursed his powerlessness, and almost wept with rage. "I am in your power," he said, and then suddenly drew from his pocket book the unlucky note, and gave it to the detective. Fanferlot trembled with pleasure as he unfolded the paper; yet, faithful to his habits of fastidious politeness, before reading it, he bowed to Cavaillon and said: "You will permit me, will you not, monsieur?" Then he read as follows: "Dear Nina, if you love me, follow my instructions instantly, without a moment's hesitation, without asking any questions. On the receipt of this note, take everything you have in the house, absolutely everything, and establish yourself in furnished rooms at the other end of Paris. Do not appear in public, but conceal yourself as much as possible. My life may depend on your obedience. I am accused of an immense robbery, and am about to be arrested. Take with you 500 francs, which you will find in the secretary. Leave your address with Cavaillon, who will explain what I have not time to tell. Be hopeful, whatever happens. Good bye. Prosper." Had Cavaillon been less bewildered, he would have seen blank disappointment depicted on the detective's face after the perusal of the note. Fanferlot had cherished the hope that he was about to possess a very important document, which would clearly prove the guilt or innocence of Prosper, whereas he had only seized a love letter written by a man who was evidently more anxious about the welfare of the woman he loved than about his own. Vainly did he puzzle over the letter, hoping to discover some hidden meaning. Twist the words as he would, they proved nothing for or against the writer. The 2 words, "absolutely everything," were underscored, it is true, but they could be interpreted in so many ways. The detective, however, determined not to drop the matter here. "This Madame Nina Gypsy is doubtless a friend of Monsieur Prosper Berthomy?" She is his particular friend." "Ah, I understand. And she lives here, at number 39? "You know it well enough, as you saw me go in there." "I suspected it to be the house, monsieur. Now tell me whether the apartments she occupies are rented in her name." "No, Prosper rents them." "Exactly. And on which floor, if you please?" "On the first." During this colloquy Fanferlot had folded up the note and slipped it into his pocket. "A thousand thanks, monsieur, for the information, and in return I will relieve you of the trouble of executing your commission." "Monsieur?" "Yes, with your permission, I will myself take this note to Madame Nina Gypsy." Cavaillon began to remonstrate, but Fanferlot cut him short by saying: "I will also venture to give you a piece of advice. Return quietly to your business, and have nothing more to do with this affair." "But Prosper is a good friend of mine, and has saved me from ruin more than once." "Only the more reason for your keeping quiet. You cannot be of the slightest assistance to him, and I can tell you that you may be of great injury. As you are known to be his devoted friend, of course your absence at this time will be remarked upon. Any steps that you take in this matter will receive the worst interpretation." "Prosper is innocent, I am sure." Fanferlot was of the same opinion, but he had no idea of betraying his private thoughts. And yet for the success of his investigations it was necessary to impress the importance of prudence and discretion upon the young man. He would have told him to keep silent concerning what had passed between them, but he dared not. "What you say may be true," he said. "I hope it is, for the sake of Monsieur Berthelmy, and on your own account, too. For if he is guilty, you will certainly be very much annoyed, and perhaps suspected of complicity, as you are well known to be intimate with him." Cavaillon was overcome. "Now you had best take my advice, monsieur, and return to your business, and good morning, monsieur." The poor fellow obeyed. Slowly, and with swelling heart, he returned to the Rue Notre Dame de Lorette. He asked himself how he could serve Prosper, warn Madame Gypsy, and above all have his revenge upon this odious detective who had just made him suffer cruel humiliation. He had no sooner turned the corner of the street than Fanferlot entered number 39, gave his name to the porter as Prosper Berthelmy, went upstairs, and knocked at the first door he came to. It was opened by a youthful footman dressed in the most fanciful livery. "Is Madame Gypsy at home?" The groom hesitated. Seeing this, Fanferlot showed his note, and said: "Monsieur Prosper told me to hand this note to Madame, and wait for an answer. Walk in, and I will let Madame know you are here." The name of Prosper produced its effect. Fanferlot was ushered into a little room, furnished in blue and gold silk damask. Heavy curtains darkened the windows and hung in front of the doors. The floor was covered with a blue velvet carpet. "Our cashier was certainly well lodged," murmured the detective. But he had no time to pursue his inventory. One of the door curtains was pushed aside, and Madame Nina Gypsy stood before him. Madame Gypsy was quite young, small and graceful, with a brown or rather gold-colored quadroon complexion, with the hands and feet of a child. Long curling silk lashes softened the piercing brilliancy of her large black eyes. Her lips were full, and her teeth were very white. She had not yet made her toilette, but wore a velvet dressing wrapper which did not conceal the lace ruffles beneath. But she had already been under the hands of a hairdresser. Her hair was curled and frizzed high on her forehead, and confined by narrow bands of red velvet. Her back hair was rolled in an immense coil and held by a beautiful gold comb. She was ravishing. Her beauty was so startling that the dazzled detective was speechless with admiration. "Well," he said to himself, as he remembered the noble severe beauty of Madeleine, whom he had seen a few hours previous, "our young gentleman certainly has good taste. Very good taste. Two perfect beauties." While he thus reflected, perfectly bewildered and wondering how he could begin the conversation, Madame Gypsy eyed him with the most disdainful surprise. She was waiting for the shabby little man in a threadbare coat and greasy hat to explain his presence in her dainty parlor. She had many creditors, and was recalling them, and wondering which one had dared send this man to wipe his dusty boots on her velvet carpets, After scrutinizing him from head to foot with undisguised contempt, she said haughtily, "What do you want?" Any one but Fanferlot would have been offended at her insolent manner; but he only noticed it to gain some notion of the young woman's disposition. "She is bad-tempered," he thought, "and is uneducated." While he was speculating upon her merits, Madame Nina impatiently tapped her little foot, and waited for an answer. Finally she said, "Why don't you speak? What do you want here?" "I am charged, my dear madame," he answered in his softest tone, "by Monsieur Berthomy to give you this note." "From Prosper? You know him, then?" "I have that honour, madame. Indeed, I may be so bold as to claim him as a friend." "Monsieur! You, a friend of Prosper!" exclaimed Madame Gipsy in a scornful tone, as if her pride were wounded. Fanferlot did not condescend to notice this offensive exclamation. He was ambitious, and contempt failed to irritate him. "I said a friend of his, madame, and there are few people who would have the courage to claim friendship for him now." Madame Gipsy was struck by the words and manner of Fanferlot. "I never could guess riddles," she said tartly. "Will you be kind enough to explain what you mean?" The detective slowly drew Prosper's note from his pocket, and, with a bow, presented it to Madame Gipsy. "Read, madame," he said. She certainly anticipated no misfortune. Although her sight was excellent, she stopped to fasten a tiny gold eyeglass on her nose, then carelessly opened the note. At a glance she read its contents. She turned very red, then very pale. She trembled as if with a nervous chill. Her limbs seemed to give way, and she tottered so that Fanferlot, thinking she was about to fall, extended his arms to catch her. Useless precaution. Madame Gipsy was one of those women whose inert listlessness conceals indomitable energy; fragile-looking creatures whose powers of endurance and resistance are unlimited, cat-like in their soft grace and delicacy, especially cat-like in their nerves and muscles of steel. The dizziness caused by the shock she had received quickly passed off. She tottered, but did not fall, and stood up looking stronger than ever. Seizing the wrist of the detective, she held it as if her delicate little hand were a vice, and cried out: "Explain yourself! What does all this mean? Do you know anything about the contents of this note?" Although Fanferlot betrayed courage in daily contending with the most dangerous rascals, he was positively terrified by Madame Gipsy. "Alas!" he murmured. "Prosper is to be arrested, accused of being a thief." "Yes, madame, he is accused of taking 350,000 francs from the bank safe." "It is false, infamous, absurd!" she cried. She had dropped Fanferlot's hand, and her fury, like that of a spoiled child, found vent in violent actions. She tore her web-like handkerchief and the magnificent lace on her gown to shreds. "Prosper steal!" she cried. "What a stupid idea! Why should he steal? Is he not rich?" "Monsieur Berthomy is not rich, madame. He has nothing but his salary." This answer seemed to confound Madame Gipsy. "But," she insisted, "I have always seen him have plenty of money. Not rich, then—" She dared not finish; but her eye met Fanferlot's, and they understood each other. Madame Nina's look meant, "He committed this robbery in order to gratify my extravagant whims." Fanferlot's glance answered, "Very likely, madame." A few minutes' reflection convinced Nina that her first impression was the correct one. Doubt fled after hovering for an instant over her agitated mind. "No," she cried, "I regret to say that Prosper would never have stolen 1 cent for me. One can understand a man robbing a bank to obtain means of bestowing pleasure and luxury upon the woman he loves; but Prosper does not love me. He never has loved me." "Oh, fair lady!" protested the gallant and insinuating Fanferlot, "you surely cannot mean what you say." Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she sadly shook her head and said, "I mean exactly what I say. It is only too true. He is ready to gratify my every wish, you may say. What does that prove? Nothing. I am too well convinced that he does not love me. I know what love is. Once I was beloved by an affectionate, true hearted man. and my own sufferings of the last year make me know how miserable I must have made him by my cold return. Alas! We must suffer ourselves before we can feel for others. No, I am nothing to Prosper. He would not care if—" "But then, madame, why—" "Ah, yes," interrupted Nina. "Why? You will be very wise if you can answer me. For a year have I vainly sought an answer to this question, so sad to me. I, a woman, cannot answer it, and I defy you to do so. You cannot discover the thoughts of a man so thoroughly master of himself that never is a single thought passing in his mind to be detected upon his countenance. I have watched him as only woman can watch the man upon whom her fate depends, but it has always been in vain. He is kind and indulgent, but he does not betray himself, never will he commit himself. Ignorant people call him weak, yielding. I tell you that fair-haired man is a rod of iron painted like a reed." Carried away by the violence of her feelings, Madame Nina betrayed her inmost thoughts. She was without distrust, never suspecting that the stranger listening to her was other than a friend of Prosper. As for Fanferlot, he congratulated himself upon his success. No one but a woman could have drawn him so excellent a portrait. In a moment of excitement she had given him the most valuable information. He now knew the nature of the man with whom he had to deal, which in an investigation like that he was pursuing is the principal point. "You know that Mr. Berthelmy gambles," he ventured to say, "and gambling is apt to lead a man—" Madame Gypsy shrugged her shoulders, and interrupted him. "Yes, he plays," she said, "but he is not a gambler. I have seen him lose and gain large sums without betraying the slightest agitation. He plays as he drinks, as he sups, as he falls in love; without passion, without enthusiasm, without pleasure. Sometimes he frightens me. He seems to drag about a body without a soul. Ah, I am not happy. Never have I been able to overcome his indifference, an indifference so great, so reckless, that I often think it must be despair. Nothing will convince me that he has not some terrible secret, some great misfortune weighing upon his mind, and making life a burden." "Then he has never spoken to you of his past?" "Why should he tell me? Did you not hear me? I tell you he does not love me." Madame Nina was overcome by thoughts of the past, and tears silently coursed down her cheeks. But her despair was only momentary. She started up, and her eyes sparkling with generous resolution, she cried out, "But I love him, and I will save him. I will see his chief, the miserable wretch who dares to accuse him. I will haunt the judges, and I will prove that he is innocent. Come, monsieur, let us start, and I promise you that before sunset he shall be free, or I shall be in prison with him." Madame Gypsy's project was certainly laudable, and prompted by the noblest sentiments, but unfortunately it was impracticable. Moreover, it would be going counter to the plans of the detective. Although he had resolved to reserve to himself all the difficulties as well as the benefits of this inquiry, Fanferlot saw clearly that he could not conceal the existence of Madame Nina from the judge of instruction. She would necessarily be brought into the case and sought for. But he did not wish her to take any steps of her own accord. He proposed to have her appear when and how he judged proper, so that he might gain for himself the merit of having discovered her. His first step was to endeavor to calm the young woman's excitement. He thought it easy to prove to her that the least interference in favor of Prosper would be a piece of folly. "What will you gain by acting thus, my dear madame?" he asked. "Nothing. I can assure you that you have not the least chance of success. Remember that you will seriously compromise yourself. Who knows if you will not be suspected as Monsieur Berthelmy's accomplice?" But this alarming perspective, which had frightened Cavaillon into foolishly giving up a letter which he might so easily have retained, only stimulated Gypsy's enthusiasm. Man calculates, while woman follows the inspirations of her heart. Our most devoted friend, if a man, hesitates and draws back; if a woman, rushes undauntedly forward, regardless of the danger. "What matters the risk?" she exclaimed. "I don't believe any danger exists; but if it does, so much the better. It will be all the more to my credit. I am sure Prosper is innocent, but if he should be guilty, I wish to share the punishment which awaits him." Madame Gipsy's persistence was becoming alarming. She hastily drew around her a cashmere shawl, and, putting on her hat, declared that she was ready to walk from one end of Paris to the other, in search of the Judge. "Come, monsieur," she said with feverish impatience. "Are you not coming with me?" Fanferlot was perplexed. Happily, he always had several strings to his bow. Personal considerations having no hold upon this impulsive nature, he resolved to appeal to her interest in Prosper. "I am at your command, fair lady," he said. "Let us go if you desire it. Only permit me, while there is yet time, to say that we are very probably going to do great injury to M. Berthellemot." "In what way, if you please?" "Because we are taking a step that he expressly forbade in his letter. We are surprising him, giving him no warning." Nina scornfully tossed her head, and replied: "There are some people who must be saved without warning, and against their will. I know Prosper. He is just the man to let himself be murdered without a struggle, without speaking a word, to give himself up through sheer recklessness and despair." "Excuse me, madame," interrupted the detective. "M. Berthellemot has by no means the appearance of a man who has given up in despair. On the contrary, I think he has already laid his plan of defence. By showing yourself, when he advised you to remain in concealment, you will be very likely to make vain his most careful precautions." Madame Gipsy was silently weighing the value of Fanferlot's objections. Finally she said: "I cannot remain here inactive, without attempting to contribute in some way to his safety. Can you not understand that this floor burns my feet?" Evidently, if she was not absolutely convinced, her resolution was shaken. Fanferlot saw that he was gaining ground, and this certainty making him more at ease, gave weight to his eloquence. "You have it in your power, madame," he said, "to render a great service to the man you love." "In what way, monsieur? In what way?" "Obey him, my child," said Fanferlot, in a paternal manner. Madame Gipsy evidently expected very different advice. "Obey?" she murmured. "Obey?" "It is your duty," said Fanferlot, with grave dignity. "It is your sacred duty." She still hesitated, and he took from the table Prosper's note, which she had laid there, then continued: "What! M. Berthellemot, at the most trying moment, when he is about to be arrested, stops to point out your line of conduct, and you would render vain this wise precaution? What does he say to you? Let us read over this note, which is like the testament of his liberty. He says, 'If you love me, I entreat you obey,' and you hesitate to obey. Then you do not love him. Can you not understand, unhappy child, that M. Berthellemot has his reasons, terrible imperious reasons, for your remaining in obscurity for the present?" Fanferlot understood these reasons the moment he put his foot in the sumptuous apartment of the Rue Chaptal; and if he did not expose them now, it was because he kept them as a good general keeps his reserve for the purpose of deciding the victory. Madame Gipsy was intelligent enough to divine these reasons. "Reasons for my hiding? Prosper wishes, then, to keep every one in ignorance of our intimacy." She remained thoughtful for a moment, then a ray of light seemed to cross her mind, and she cried: "Oh, I understand now! Fool that I was for not seeing it before! My presence here, where I have been for a year, would be an overwhelming charge against him. An inventory of my possessions would be taken, of my dresses, my laces, my jewels; and my luxury would be brought against him as a crime. He would be asked to tell where he obtained so much money to lavish all these elegancies on me." The detective bowed and said: "That is true, madame." "Then I must fly, monsieur, at once. Who knows that the police are not already warned, and may appear at any moment?" "Oh," said Fanferlot, with easy assurance, "you have plenty of time. The police are not so very prompt." "No matter." And leaving the detective alone in the parlour, Madame Nina hastily ran into her bedroom, and calling her maid, her cook, and her little footman, ordered them to empty her bureau and chests of their contents, and assisted them to stuff her best clothing and jewels into her trunks. Suddenly she rushed back to Fanferlot, and said: Everything will be ready to start in a few minutes. But where am I to go?" "Did not Monsieur Berthomy say, my dear lady, to the other end of Paris? To a hotel, or furnished apartments." "But I don't know where to find any." Fanferlot seemed to be reflecting, but he had great difficulty in concealing his delight at a sudden idea that flashed upon him. His little black eyes fairly danced with joy. "I know of a hotel," he said at last, "but it might not suit you. It is not elegantly furnished like this room." "Would I be comfortable there?" "Upon my recommendation you would be treated like a queen, and above all concealed." "Where is it?" "On the other side of the river, Quai St. Michel, the Archangel, kept by Madame Alexandre." Madame Nina was never long making up her mind. "Here are pen and paper. Write your recommendation." He rapidly wrote, and handed her the letter. "With these 3 lines, madame, you can make Madame Alexandre do anything you wish." "Very good. Now, how am I to let Cavaillon know my address? It was he who should have brought me Prosper's letter." "He was unable to come, madame," interrupted the detective, "but I will give him your address." Madame Gipsy was about to send for a carriage, but Fanferlot said he was in a hurry, and would send her one. He seemed to be in luck that day, for a cab was passing the door, and he hailed it. "Wait here," he said to the driver, after telling him that he was a detective, "for a little brunette who is coming down with some trunks. If she tells you to drive her to Quai St. Michel, crack your whip. If she gives you another address, get down from your seat and arrange your harness. I will keep in sight." He stepped across the street and stood in the door of a wine store. He had not long to wait. In a few minutes the loud cracking of a whip apprised him that Madame Nina had started for the Archangel. "Ha, ha!" said he, gaily. "I hold her, at any rate." CHAPter 4 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. At the same hour that Madame Nina Gipsy was seeking refuge at the Archangel, so highly recommended by Fanferlot the squirrel, Prosper Berthomy was being entered on the jailer's book at the police office. Since the moment he had resumed his habitual composure, he had not faltered. Vainly did the people around him watch for a suspicious expression, or any sign of giving way under the danger of his situation. His face was like marble. One would have supposed him insensible to the horrors of his condition, had not his heavy breathing and the beads of perspiration standing on his brow betrayed the intense agony he was suffering. At the police office, where he had to wait 2 hours while the commissary went to receive orders from higher authorities, he entered into conversation with the 2 bailiffs who had charge of him. At 12 o'clock he said he was hungry, and sent to a restaurant near by for his breakfast, which he ate with a good appetite. He also drank nearly a bottle of wine. While he was thus occupied, several clerks from the Prefecture, who have to transact business daily with the commissary of police, curiously watched him. They all formed the same opinion, and admiringly said to each other, "Well, he is made of strong material, he is." "Yes, my dandy looks too lamb-like to be left to his own devices. He ought to have a strong escort." When he was told that a coach was waiting for him at the door, he at once got up; but before going out he requested permission to light a cigar, which was granted. A flower girl stood just by the door with her stand filled with all varieties of flowers. He stopped and bought a bunch of violets. The girl, seeing that he was arrested, said, by way of thanks, "Good luck to you, my poor gentleman." He appeared touched by this mark of interest, and replied, "Thanks, my good woman, but 'tis a long time since I have had any." It was magnificent weather, a bright spring morning. As the coach went along Rue Montmartre, Prosper kept his head out of the window, at the same time smilingly complaining of being imprisoned on such a lovely day, when everything outside was so sunny and pleasant. "It is singular," he said. "I have never felt so great a desire to take a walk." One of the bailiffs, a large, jovial, red-faced man, received this remark with a hearty burst of laughter, and said, "I understand." To the court clerk, while he was going through the formalities of the commitment, Prosper replied with haughty brevity to the indispensable questions asked of him. But when he was ordered to empty his pockets on the table, and they began to search him, his eyes flashed with indignation, and a single tear dropped upon his flushed cheek. In an instant he had recovered his stony calmness, and stood up motionless, with his arms raised in the air, so that the rough creatures about him could more conveniently ransack him from head to foot, to assure themselves that he had no suspicious object hid under his clothes. The search would have, perhaps, been carried to the most ignominious lengths, but for the intervention of a middle-aged man of rather distinguished appearance, who wore a white cravat and gold spectacles, and was sitting quite at home by the fire. He started with some surprise, and seemed much agitated when he saw Prosper brought in by the bailiffs. He stepped forward, and seemed about to speak to him, then suddenly changed his mind and sat down again. In spite of his own troubles, Prosper could not help seeing that this man kept his eyes fastened upon him. Did he know him? Vainly did he try to recollect having met him before. This man, treated with all the deference due to a chief, was no less a personage than Monsieur Lecoq, a celebrated member of the detective corps. When the men who were searching Prosper were about to take off his boots, saying that a knife might be concealed in them, Monsieur Lecoq waved them aside with an air of authority, and said, "You have done enough." He was obeyed. All the formalities being ended, the unfortunate cashier was taken to a narrow cell. The heavily barred door was swung to and locked upon him. He breathed freely. At last he was alone. Yes, he believed himself to be alone. He was ignorant that a prison is made of glass, that the accused is like a miserable insect under the microscope of an entomologist. He knew not that the walls have stretched ears and watchful eyes. He was so sure of being alone that he at once gave vent to his suppressed feelings, and dropping his mask of impassibility, burst into a flood of tears. His long restrained anger now flashed out like a smouldering fire. In a paroxysm of rage he uttered imprecations and curses. He dashed himself against the prison walls like a wild beast in a cage. Prosper Berthommy was not the man he appeared to be. This haughty, correct gentleman had ardent passions and a fiery temperament. One day, when he was about 24 years of age, he had become suddenly fired by ambition. While all of his desires were repressed, imprisoned in his low estate, like an athlete in a straitjacket, seeing around him all these rich people with whom money assumed the place of the wand in the fairy tale, he envied their lot. He studied the beginnings of these financial princes, and found that at the starting point they possessed far less than himself. How then had they succeeded? By force of energy, industry, and assurance. He determined to imitate and excel them. From this day, with a force of will much less rare than we think, he imposed silence upon his instincts. He reformed not his morals, but his manners; and so strictly did he conform to the rules of decorum, that he was regarded as a model of propriety by those who knew him and had faith in his character; and his capabilities and ambition inspired the prophecy that he would be successful in attaining eminence and wealth. And the end of all was this: imprisoned for robbery, that is, ruined. For he did not attempt to deceive himself. He knew that, guilty or innocent, a man once suspected is ineffaceably branded as the shoulder of a galley slave. Therefore, what was the use of struggling? What benefit was a triumph which could not wash out the stain? When the jailer brought him his supper, he found him lying on his pallet, with his face buried in the pillow, weeping bitterly. Ah, he was not hungry now. Now that he was alone, he fed upon his own bitter thoughts. He sank from a state of frenzy into one of stupefying despair, and vainly did he endeavor to clear his confused mind, and account for the dark cloud gathering about him. No loophole for escape did he discover. The night was long and terrible, and for the first time he had nothing to count the hours by, as they slowly dragged on, but the measured tread of the patrol who came to relieve the sentinels. He was wretched. At dawn he dropped into a sleep, a heavy, oppressive sleep, which was more wearisome than refreshing, from which he was startled by the rough voice of the jailer. "Come, monsieur," he said. It is time for you to appear before the judge of instruction." He jumped up at once, and without stopping to repair his disordered toilette, said, "Come on, quick." The constable remarked as they walked along, "You are very fortunate in having your case brought before an honest man." He was right. Endowed with remarkable penetration, firm, unbiased, equally free from false pity and excessive severity, M. Patrigent possessed in an eminent degree all the qualities necessary for the delicate and difficult office of judge of instruction. Perhaps he was wanting in the feverish activity which is sometimes necessary for coming to a quick and just decision; but he possessed unwearying patience which nothing could discourage. He would cheerfully devote years to the examination of a case. He was even now engaged on a case of Belgian bank notes, of which he did not collect all the threads and solve the mystery until after 4 years' investigation. Thus it was always to his office that they brought the endless lawsuits, half-finished inquests, and tangled cases. This was the man before whom they were taking Prosper, and they were taking him by a difficult road. He was escorted along a corridor, through a room full of policemen, down a narrow flight of steps, across a kind of cellar, and then up a steep staircase which seemed to have no terminus. Finally he reached a long narrow gallery upon which opened many doors bearing different numbers. The custodian of the unhappy cashier stopped before one of these doors and said, "Here we are. Here your fate will be decided." At this remark, uttered in a tone of deep commiseration, Prosper could not refrain from shuddering. It was only too true that on the other side of this door was a man upon whose decision his freedom depended. Summoning all his courage, he turned the door knob, and was about to enter when the constable stopped him. "Don't be in such haste," he said. "You must sit down here and wait till your turn comes. Then you will be called." The wretched man obeyed, and his keeper took a seat beside him. Nothing is more terrible and lugubrious than this gallery of the judges of instruction. Stretching the whole length of the wall is a wooden bench blackened by constant use. This bench has for the last 10 years been daily occupied by all the murderers, thieves, and suspicious characters of the Department of the Seine. Sooner or later, fatally, as filth rushes to a sewer, does crime reach this gallery, this dreadful gallery with one door opening on the galleys, the other on the scaffold. This place was vulgarly and pithily denominated by a certain magistrate as the great public wash-house of all the dirty linen in Paris. When Prosper reached the gallery it was full of people. The bench was almost entirely occupied. Beside him, so close as to touch his shoulder, sat a man with a sinister countenance dressed in rags. Before each door, which belonged to a judge of instruction, stood groups of witnesses talking in an undertone. Policemen were constantly coming and going with prisoners. Sometimes, above the noise of their heavy boots tramping along the flagstones, could be heard a woman's stifled sob, and looking around you would see some poor mother or wife, with her face buried in her handkerchief, weeping bitterly. At short intervals a door would open and shut, and a bailiff called out a name or a number. This stifling atmosphere and the sight of so much misery made the cashier ill and faint. He was feeling as if another 5 minutes' stay among these wretched creatures would make him deathly sick, when a little old man, dressed in black, wearing the insignia of his office, a steel chain, cried out, "Prosper Berthomy!" The unhappy man arose, and, without knowing how, found himself in the office of the judge of instruction. For a moment he was blinded. He had come out of a dark room, and the one in which he now found himself had a window directly opposite the door, so that a flood of light fell suddenly upon him. This office, like all those on the gallery, was of a very ordinary appearance, small and dingy. The wall was covered with cheap dark green paper, and on the floor was a hideous brown carpet, very much worn. Opposite the door was a large desk filled with bundles of law papers, behind which was seated the judge, facing those who entered, so that his face remained in the shade, while that of the prisoner or witness whom he questioned was in a glare of light. At the right, before a little table, sat a clerk writing, the indispensable auxiliary of the judge. But Prosper observed none of these details. His whole attention was concentrated upon the arbiter of his fate, and as he closely examined his face, he was convinced that the jailer was right in calling him an honorable man. Mr. Patrician's homely face, with its irregular outline and short red whiskers, lit up by a pair of bright, intelligent eyes and a kindly expression, was calculated to impress one favorably at first sight. "Take a seat," he said to Prosper. This little attention was gratefully welcomed by the prisoner, for he had expected to be treated with harsh contempt. He looked upon it as a good sign, and his mind felt a slight of relief. Monsieur Patrician turned toward the clerk and said, "We will begin now, Sigaud. Pay attention. What is your name?" he then asked, looking at Prosper. "Auguste Prosper Berthomy." "How old are you?" "I shall be 30 the 5th of next May." "What is your profession?" "I am, that is, I was, cashier in Monsieur André Fauvel's bank." The judge stopped to consult a little memorandum lying on his desk. Prosper, who followed attentively his every movement, began to be hopeful, saying to himself that never would a man so unprejudiced have the cruelty to send him to prison again. After finding what he looked for, Monsieur Patrician resumed the examination. "Where do you live?" he asked. "At number 39, Rue Chaptal, for the last 4 years. Before that time I lived at number 7, Boulevard des Batignolles." "Where were you born?" "At Beaucaire, in the Department of the Gard." "Are your parents living?" "My mother died 2 years ago. My father is still living." "Does he live in Paris?" "No, monsieur. He lives at Beaucaire with my sister, who married one of the engineers of the Southern Canal." It was in broken tones that Prosper answered these last questions. There are moments in the life of a man when home memories encourage and console him. There are also moments when he would be thankful to be without a single tie, and bitterly regrets that he is not alone in the world. Monsieur Patrician observed the prisoner's emotion when he spoke of his parents. "What is your father's calling?" he continued. "He was formerly superintendent of bridges and canals. Then he was employed on the Southern Canal with my brother-in-law. Now he has retired from business." There was a moment's silence. The judge had turned his chair around, so that although his head was apparently averted, he had a good view of the working of Prosper's face. "Well," he said abruptly, "you are accused of having robbed Monsieur Fauvel of 350,000 francs." During the last 24 hours the wretched young man had had time to familiarize himself with the terrible idea of this accusation; and yet, uttered as it was in this formal, brief tone, it seemed to strike him with a horror which rendered him incapable of opening his lips. "What have you to answer?" asked the judge. "That I am innocent, monsieur. I swear that I am innocent." "I hope you are," said Monsieur Patrician. "And you may count upon me to assist you to the extent of my ability in proving your innocence. You must have defense, some facts to state, have you not?" "Ah, monsieur, what can I say, when I cannot understand this dreadful business myself? I can only refer you to my past life." The judge interrupted him. "Let us be specific. The robbery was committed under circumstances that prevent suspicion from falling upon any one but Monsieur Fauvel and yourself. Do you suspect any one else?" "No, monsieur." "To declare yourself innocent, therefore, the guilty party must be Monsieur Fauvel." Prosper remained silent. "Have you," persisted the judge, "any cause for believing that Monsieur Fauvel robbed himself?" The prisoner preserved a rigid silence. "I see, monsieur," said the judge, "that you need time for reflection. Listen to the reading of your examination, and after signing it you will return to prison." The unhappy man was overcome. The last ray of hope was gone. He heard nothing of what Sigaud read, and he signed the paper without looking at it. He tottered as he left the judge's office, so that the keeper was forced to support him. "I fear your case looks dark, monsieur," said the man. "But don't be disheartened. Keep up your courage." Courage? Prosper had not a spark of it when he returned to his cell; but his heart was filled with anger and resentment. He had determined that he would defend himself before the judge, that he would prove his innocence, and he had not had time to do so. He reproached himself bitterly for having trusted to the judge's benevolent face. "What a farce!" he angrily exclaimed, "to call that an examination!" It was not really an examination, but a mere formality. In summoning Prosper, M. Patrigent obeyed Article 93 of the Criminal Code, which says, "Every suspected person under arrest must be examined within 24 hours." But it is not in 24 hours, especially in a case like this, with no evidence or material proof, that a judge can collect the materials for an examination. To triumph over the obstinate defense of a prisoner who shuts himself up in absolute denial as if in a fortress, valid proofs are needed. These weapons M. Patrigent was busily preparing. If Prosper had remained a little longer in the gallery, he would have seen the same bailiff who had called him come out of the judge's office and cry out, "Number 3." The witness who was awaiting his turn, and answered the call for Number 3, was M. Fauville. The banker was no longer the same man. Yesterday he was kind and affable in his manner. Now, as he entered the judge's room, he seemed irritated. Reflection, which usually brings calmness and a desire to pardon, brought him anger and a thirst for vengeance. The inevitable questions which commence with every examination had scarcely been addressed to him before his impetuous temper gained the mastery, and he burst forth in invectives against Prosper. M. Patrigent was obliged to impose silence upon him, reminding him of what was due to himself, no matter what wrongs he had suffered at the hands of his clerk. Although he had very slightly examined Prosper, the judge was now scrupulously attentive and particular in having every question answered. Prosper's examination had been a mere formality, the stating and proving a fact. Now it related to collecting the attendant circumstances and most trifling particulars, so as to group them together and reach a just conclusion. "Let us proceed in order," said the judge, "and pray confine yourself to answering my questions. Did you ever suspect your cashier of being dishonest?" "Certainly not." "Yet there were reasons which should have made me hesitate to trust him with my funds." "What reasons?" "Monsieur Berthommy played cards. I have known of his spending whole nights at the gaming table and losing immense sums of money. He was intimate with an unprincipled set. Once he was mixed up with one of my clients, Monsieur de Clamorant, in a scandalous gambling affair, which took place at the house of some disreputable woman, and wound up by being tried before the police court." For some minutes the banker continued to revile Prosper. "You must confess, monsieur," interrupted the judge, "that you were very imprudent, if not culpable, to have entrusted your safe to such a man." "Ah, monsieur, Prosper was not always thus. Until the past year he was a model of goodness. He lived in my house as one of my family. He spent all of his evenings with us, and was the bosom friend of my eldest son, Lucien. One day he suddenly left us, and never came to the house again. Yet I had every reason to believe him attached to my niece, Madeleine." M. Patrigent had a peculiar manner of contracting his brows when he thought he had discovered some new proof. He now did this, and said, "Might not this admiration for the young lady have been the cause of M. Berthommy's estrangement?" "How so?" said the banker, with surprise. "I was willing to bestow Madeleine upon him, and, to be frank, was astonished that he did not ask for her hand. My niece would be a good match for any man, and he should have considered himself fortunate to obtain her. She is beautiful, and her dowry will be 500,000. "Then you can see no motive for your cashier's conduct?" "It is impossible for me to account for it. I have, however, always supposed that Prosper was led astray by a young man whom he met at my house about this time, Monsieur Raoul de Lagorce." "Ah! And who is this young man?" "A relative of my wife. A very attractive, intelligent young man, somewhat wild, but rich enough to pay for his follies." The judge wrote the name Lagorce at the bottom of an already long list on his memorandum. "Now," he said, "we are coming to the point. You are sure that the theft was not committed by any one in your house?" "Quite sure, monsieur." "You always kept your key?" I generally carried it about my person, and whenever I left it at home I put it in the secretary drawer in my chamber." "Where was it in the evening of the robbery?" "In my secretary." "But then—" "Excuse me for interrupting you," said M. Fauvelle, "and permit me to tell you that, to a safe like mine, the key is of no importance. In the first place, one is obliged to know the word upon which the 5 movable buttons turn. With the word one can open it without the key, but without the word—" "And you never told this word to any one?" "To no one, monsieur, and sometimes I would have been puzzled to know with what word the safe had been closed. Prosper would change it when he chose, and if he had not informed me of the change would have to come and open it for me." "Had you forgotten it on the day of the theft?" "No. The word had been changed the day before, and its peculiarity struck me." "What was it?" "Gypsy. Gypsy," said the banker, spelling the name. Monsieur Patrigent wrote down this name. "One more question, monsieur. Were you at home the evening before the robbery?" "No. I dined and spent the evening with a friend. When I returned home, about 1 o'clock, my wife had retired, and I went to bed immediately." "And you were ignorant of the amount of money in the safe?" "Absolutely. In conformity with my positive orders, I could only suppose that a small sum had been left there overnight. I stated this fact to the commissary in M. Berthommy's presence, and he acknowledged it to be the case." "Perfectly correct, monsieur. The commissary's report proves it." M. Patrigent was for a time silent. To him everything depended upon this one fact, that the banker was unaware of the 350,000 francs being in the safe, and Prosper had disobeyed orders by placing them there overnight. Hence the conclusion was very easily drawn. Seeing that his examination was over, the banker thought he would relieve his mind of what was weighing upon it. "I believe myself above suspicion, monsieur," he began, "and yet I can never rest easy until Berthommy's guilt has been clearly proved. Calumny prefers attacking a successful man. I may be calumniated. 350,000 francs is a fortune capable of tempting even a rich man. I would be obliged if you would have the condition of my banking house examined. This examination will prove that I could have no interest in robbing my own safe. The prosperous condition of my affairs—" "That is sufficient, monsieur." M. Patrigent was well informed of the high standing of the banker, and he knew almost as much of his affairs as did M. Fauvelle himself. He asked him to sign his testimony, and then escorted him to the door of his office, a rare favor on his part. When M. Fauvelle had left the room, Sigaud indulged in a remark. "This seems to be a very cloudy case," he said. "If the cashier is shrewd and firm it will be difficult to convict him." "Perhaps it will," said the judge. "But let us hear the other witnesses before deciding." The person who answered to the call for No. 4 was Lucien, M. Fauvelle's eldest son. He was a tall, handsome young man of 22. To the judge's questions he replied that he was very fond of Prosper, was once very intimate with him, and had always regarded him as a strictly honorable man, incapable of doing anything unbecoming a gentleman. He declared that he could not imagine what fatal circumstances could have induced Prosper to commit a theft. He knew he played cards, but not to the extent that was reported. He had never known him to indulge in expenses beyond his means. In regard to his cousin Madeleine, he replied: "I always thought that Prosper was in love with Madeleine, and until yesterday I was certain he would marry her, knowing that my father would not oppose the marriage. I have always attributed the discontinuance of Prosper's visits to a quarrel with my cousin, but supposed they would end by becoming reconciled." This information, more than that of M. Fauvelle, threw light upon Prosper's past life, but did not apparently reveal any evidence which could be used in the present state of affairs. Lucien signed his deposition and withdrew. Cavaillon's turn for examination came next. The poor fellow was in a pitiable state of mind when he appeared before the judge. Having, as a great secret, confided to a friend his adventure with the detective, and being jeered at for his cowardice in giving up the note, he felt great remorse and passed the night in reproaching himself for having ruined Prosper. He endeavored to repair, as well as he could, what he called his treason. He did not exactly accuse M. Fauvelle, but he courageously declared that he was the cashier's friend, and that he was sure of his innocence as he was of his own. Unfortunately, besides his having no proofs to strengthen his assertions, these were deprived of any value by his violent professions of friendship for the accused. After Cavaillon, 6 or 8 clerks of the Fauvelle Bank successively defiled in the judge's office, but their depositions were nearly all insignificant. One of them, however, stated a fact which the judge carefully noted. He said he knew that Prosper had speculated on the Bourse through the medium of M. Raoul de Lagorce, and had gained immense sums. 5 o'clock struck before the list of witnesses summoned for the day was exhausted. But the task of M. Patrigent was not yet finished. He rang for his bailiff, who instantly appeared, and said to him, "Go at once and bring Fanferlot here." It was some time before the detective answered the summons. Having met a colleague on the gallery, he thought it his duty to treat him to a drink, and the bailiff had found it necessary to bring him from the little inn at the corner. "How is it that you keep people waiting?" said the judge, when he entered bowing and scraping. Fanferlot bowed more profoundly still. Despite his smiling face, he was very uneasy. To prosecute the Berthomy case alone, it required a double play that might be discovered at any moment. To manage at once the cause of justice and his own ambition, he ran great risks, the least of which was the losing his place. "I have had a great deal to do," he said, to excuse himself, "and have not wasted any time." And he began to give a detailed account of his movements. He was embarrassed, for he spoke with all sorts of restrictions, picking out what was to be said, and avoiding what was to be left unsaid. Thus he gave the history of Cavaillon's letter, which he handed to the judge; but he did not breathe a word of Madeleine. On the other hand, he gave biographical details, very minute indeed, of Prosper and Madame Gipsy, which he had collected from various quarters during the day. As he progressed, the conviction of M. Patrigent was strengthened. "This young man is evidently guilty," he said. Fanferlot did not reply. His opinion was different, but he was delighted that the judge was on the wrong track, thinking that his own glory would thereby be the greater when he discovered the real culprit. True, this grand discovery was as far off as it had ever been, but Fanferlot was hopeful. After hearing all he had to tell, the judge dismissed Fanferlot, telling him to return the next day. "Above all," he said as Fanferlot left the room, "do not lose sight of the girl Gipsy. She must know where the money is, and can put us on the right track." Fanferlot smiled cunningly. "You may rest easy about that, monsieur. The lady is in good hands." Left to himself, although the evening was far advanced, M. Patrigent continued to busy himself with the case, and to arrange that the rest of the depositions should be made. This case had actually taken possession of his mind. It was at the same time puzzling and attractive. It seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of mystery, and he determined to penetrate and dispel it. The next morning he was in his office much earlier than usual. On this day he examined Madame Gipsy, recalled Cavaillon, and sent again for M. Fauvelle. For several days he displayed the same activity. Of all the witnesses summoned, only 2 failed to appear. One was the office boy sent by Prosper to bring the money from the City Bank. He was ill from a fall. The other was M. Raoul de Lagorce. But their absence did not prevent the file of papers relating to Prosper's case from daily increasing, and on the ensuing Monday, 5 days after the robbery, M. Patrigent thought he held in his hands enough moral proof to crush the accused. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of file number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. While his whole past was the object of the most minute investigations, Prosper was in prison in a secret cell. The 2 first days had not appeared very long. He had requested and been granted some sheets of paper, numbered, which he was obliged to account for, and he wrote with a sort of rage plans of defense and a narrative of justification. The third day he began to be uneasy at not seeing anyone except the condemned prisoners who were employed to serve those confined in secret cells, and the jailer who brought him his food. "Am I not to be examined again?" he would ask. "Your turn is coming," the jailer invariably answered. Time passed, and the wretched man, tortured by the sufferings of solitary confinement, which quickly breaks the spirit, sank into the depths of despair. "Am I to stay here forever?" he moaned. No, he was not forgotten, for on Monday morning at 1 o'clock, an hour when the jailer never came, he heard the heavy bolt of his cell pushed back. He ran toward the door. But the sight of a gray-headed man standing on the sill rooted him to the spot. "Father!" he gasped. "Father!" "Your father, yes." Prosper's astonishment at seeing his father was instantly succeeded by a feeling of great joy. A father is the one friend upon whom we can always rely. In the hour of need, when all else fails, we remember this man upon whose knees we sat when children, and who soothed our sorrows; and although he can in no way assist us, his presence alone comforts and strengthens. Without reflecting, Prosper, impelled by tender feeling, was about to throw himself on his father's bosom. Monsieur Berthommy harshly repulsed him. "Do not approach me!" he exclaimed. He then advanced into the cell and closed the door. The father and son were alone together, Prosper heartbroken, crushed, Monsieur Berthommy angry, almost threatening. Cast off by this last friend, by his father, the miserable young man seemed to be stupefied with pain and disappointment. "You too!" he bitterly cried. You believe me guilty? Oh, father!" "Spare yourself this shameful comedy," interrupted Monsieur Berthommy. "I know all." "But I am innocent, father. I swear it by the sacred memory of my mother." "Unhappy wretch!" cried Monsieur Berthommy. "Do not blaspheme." He seemed overcome by tender thoughts of the past, and in a weak, broken voice he added, "Your mother is dead, Prosper, and little did I think that the day would come when I could thank God for having taken her from me. Your crime would have killed her, would have broken her heart." After a painful silence, Prosper said, "You overwhelm me, father, and at the moment when I need all my courage, when I am the victim of an odious plot." "Victim!" cried Monsieur Berthommy. "Victim! Dare you utter your insinuations against the honorable man who has taken care of you, loaded you with benefits, and had ensured you a brilliant future? It is enough for you to have robbed him. Do not calumniate him." "For pity's sake, father, let me speak." "I suppose you would deny your benefactor's kindness. Yet you were at one time so sure of his affection, that you wrote me to hold myself in readiness to come to Paris and ask Monsieur Fauville for the hand of his niece. Was that a lie, too?" "No," said Prosper in a choked voice. "No." "That was a year ago. You then loved Mademoiselle Madeleine. At least you wrote to me that you—" "Father, I love her now more than ever. I have never ceased to love her." Monsieur Berthommy made a gesture of contemptuous pity. "Indeed!" he cried. "And the thought of the pure, innocent girl whom you loved did not prevent your entering upon a path of sin? You loved her. How dared you, then, without blushing, approach her presence after associating with the shameless creatures with whom you were so intimate? For heaven's sake, let me explain by what fatality Madeleine—" "Enough, monsieur, enough! I told you that I know everything. I saw Monsieur Fauville yesterday. This morning I saw the judge, and 'tis to his kindness that I am indebted for this interview. Do you know what mortification I suffered before being allowed to see you? I was searched, and made to empty all of my pockets on suspicion of bringing you arms." Prosper ceased to justify himself, but in a helpless, hopeless way, dropped down upon a seat. "I have seen your apartments, and at once recognized the proofs of your crime. I saw silk curtains hanging before every window and door, and the walls covered with pictures. In my father's house the walls were whitewashed, and there was but one armchair in the whole house, and that was my mother's. Our luxury was our honesty. You are the first member of our family who has possessed Aubusson carpets, though, to be sure, you are the first thief of our blood." At this last insult, Prosper's face flushed crimson, but he remained silent and immovable. "But luxury is necessary now," continued M. Berthemy, becoming more excited and angry as he went on. "Luxury must be had at any price. You must have the insolent opulence and display of an upstart without being an upstart. You must support worthless women who wear satin slippers lined with swan's down, like those I saw in your rooms, and keep servants in livery. And you steal. And bankers no longer trust their safe keys with anybody, and every day honest families are disgraced by the discovery of some new piece of villainy." M. Berthemy suddenly stopped. He saw that his son was not in a condition to hear any more reproaches. "But I will say no more," he said. "I came here not to reproach, but to, if possible, save the honor of our name, to prevent it from being published in the papers among the names of thieves and murderers. Stand up and listen to me." At the imperious tone of his father, Prosper arose. So many successive blows had reduced him to a state of torpor. "First of all," began M. Berthemy, "how much have you remaining of the stolen 350,000 francs?" "Once more, father," replied the unfortunate man in a tone of hopeless resignation, "once more I swear I am innocent." "So I supposed you would say. Then our family will have to repair the injury you have done, M. Fauvelle." "What do you mean?" "The day he heard of your crime, your brother-in-law brought me your sister's dowry, 70,000 francs. I succeeded in collecting 140,000 francs more. This makes 210,000 francs, which I have brought with me to give to M. Fauvelle." This threat aroused Prosper from his torpor. "You shall do nothing of the kind," he cried, with unrestrained indignation. "I will do so before the sun goes down this day. M. Fauvelle will grant me time to pay the rest. My pension is 1,500 francs. I can live upon 500, and am strong enough to go to work again, and your brother-in-law—" M. Berthemy stopped short, frightened at the expression of his son's face. His features were contracted with such furious rage that he was scarcely recognizable, and his eyes glared like a maniac's. "You dare not disgrace me thus!" he cried. "You have no right to do it. You are free to disbelieve me yourself, but you have no right for taking a step that would be a confession of guilt and ruin me forever. Who and what convinces you of my guilt? When cold justice hesitates, you, my father, hesitate not, but more pitiless than the law, condemn me unheard. I only do my duty." "Which means that I stand on the edge of a precipice and you push me over. Do you call that your duty? What, between strangers who accuse me, and myself who swear that I am innocent, you do not hesitate? Why? Is it because I am your son? Our honor is at stake, it is true; but that is only the more reason why you should sustain me and assist me to defend myself." Prosper's earnest, truthful manner was enough to unsettle the firmest convictions, and make doubt penetrate the most stubborn mind. "Yet," said M. Berthemy in a hesitating tone, "everything seems to accuse you." "Ah, father, you do not know that I was suddenly banished from Madeleine's presence, that I was compelled to avoid her. I became desperate and tried to forget my sorrow in dissipation. I sought oblivion, and found shame and disgust. Oh, Madeleine, Madeleine!" He was overcome with emotion, but in a few minutes he started up with renewed violence in his voice and manner. "Everything is against me," he exclaimed, "but no matter. I will justify myself or perish in the attempt. Human justice is liable to error. Although innocent, I may be convicted. So be it. I will undergo my penalty. But people are not kept galley slaves forever." "What do you mean?" "I mean, father, that I am now another man. My life henceforth has an object, vengeance. I am the victim of a vile plot. As long as I have a drop of blood in my veins I will seek its author, and I will certainly find him, and then bitterly shall he expiate all of my cruel suffering. The blow came from the house of Fauvelle, and I will live to prove it. Take care. Your anger makes you say things that you will repent hereafter. Yes, I see. You are going to descant upon the probity of M. André Fauvelle. You will tell me that all the virtues have taken refuge in the bosom of this patriarchal family. What do you know about it? Would this be the first instance in which the most shameful secrets are concealed beneath the fairest appearances? Why did Madeleine suddenly forbid me to think of her? Why has she exiled me, when she suffers as much from our separation as I myself, when she still loves me? For she does love me. I am sure of it. I have proofs of it. The jailer came to say that the time allotted to M. Berthellemot had expired, and that he must leave the cell. 1,000 conflicting emotions seemed to rend the old man's heart. Suppose Prosper was telling the truth? How great would be his remorse if he had added to his already great weight of sorrow and trouble! And who would prove that he was not sincere? The voice of his son, of whom he had always been so proud, had aroused all his paternal affection, so violently repressed. Ah, were he guilty, and guilty of a worse crime, still he was his son, his only son. His countenance lost its severity, and his eyes filled with tears. He had resolved to leave as he had entered, stern and angry. He had not the cruel courage. His heart was breaking. He opened his arms and pressed Prosper to his heart. "Oh, my son," he murmured, "God grant you have spoken the truth." Prosper was triumphant. He had almost convinced his father of his innocence. But he had not time to rejoice over this victory. The cell door again opened, and the jailer's gruff voice once more called out, "It is time for you to appear before the court." He instantly obeyed the order. But his step was no longer unsteady as a few days previous. A complete change had taken place within him. He walked with a firm step, head erect, and the fire of resolution in his eye. He knew the way now, and he walked a little ahead of the constable who escorted him. As he was passing through the room full of policemen, he met the man with gold spectacles who had watched him so intently the day he was searched. "Courage, Monsieur Prosper Berthellemot," he said. "If you are innocent, there are those who will help you." Prosper started with surprise, and was about to reply when the man disappeared. "Who is that gentleman?" he asked of the policeman. "Is it possible that you don't know him?" replied the policeman with surprise. "Why, it is Monsieur Lecoq, of the police service." "You say his name is Lecoq?" "You might as well say Monsieur," said the offended policeman. "It would not burn your mouth. Monsieur Lecoq is a man who knows everything that he wants to know, without its ever being told to him. If you had had him instead of that smooth-tongued imbecile Fanverlot, your case would have been settled long ago. Nobody is allowed to waste time when he has command. But he seems to be a friend of yours." "I never saw him until the first day I came here." "You can't swear to that, because no one can boast of knowing the real face of Monsieur Lecoq. It is one thing to day and another to morrow. Sometimes he is a dark man, sometimes a fair one, sometimes quite young, and then an octogenarian. Why, not seldom he even deceives me. I begin to talk to a stranger, puff! The first thing I know it is Monsieur Lecoq. Anybody on the face of the earth might be he. If I were told that you were he, I should say, it is very likely. Ah! He can convert himself into any shape and form he chooses. He is a wonderful man." The constable would have continued for ever his praises of Monsieur Lecoq, had not the sight of the judge's door put an end to them. This time Prosper was not kept waiting on the wooden bench. The judge, on the contrary, was waiting for him. M. Patrigent, who was a profound observer of human nature, had contrived the interview between M. Berthellemot and his son. He was sure that between the father, a man of such stubborn honour, and the son accused of theft, an affecting scene would take place, and this scene would completely unman Prosper and make him confess. He determined to send for him as soon as the interview was over, while all his nerves were vibrating with terrible emotions. He would tell the truth to relieve his troubled, despairing mind. His surprise was great to see the cashier's bearing, resolute without obstinacy, firm and assured without defiance. "Well," he said, "have you reflected?" "Not being guilty, monsieur, I had nothing to reflect upon." "Ah! I see the prison has not been a good counsellor. You forget that sincerity and repentance are the first things necessary to obtain the indulgence of the law." "I crave no indulgence, monsieur." Monsieur Patrigent looked vexed, and said, "What would you say if I told you what had become of the 350,000 francs?" Prosper shook his head sadly. "If it were known, monsieur, I would not be here, but at liberty." This device had often been used by the judge, and generally succeeded; but with a man so thoroughly master of himself there was small chance of success. It had been used at a venture, and failed. "Then you persist in accusing M. Fauvelle?" "Him or some one else." "Excuse me. No one else, since he alone knew the word. Had he any interest in robbing himself?" "I can think of none." "Well, now I will tell you what interest you had in robbing him." M. Patrigent spoke as a man who was convinced of the facts he was about to state, but his assurance was all assumed. He had relied upon crushing at a blow a despairing wretched man, and was nonplussed by seeing him appear so determined upon resistance. "Will you be good enough to tell me," he said in a vexed tone, "how much you have spent during the last year?" Prosper did not find it necessary to stop to reflect and calculate. "Yes, monsieur," he answered, unhesitatingly. "Circumstances made it necessary for me to preserve the greatest order in my wild career. I spent about 50,000 francs." "Where did you obtain them?" "In the first place, 12,000 francs were left to me by my mother. I received from M. Fauvelle 14,000 francs as my salary and share of the profits. By speculating in stocks I gained 8,000 francs. The rest I borrowed, and intend repaying out of the 15,000 francs which I have deposited in M. Fauvelle's bank." The account was clear, exact, and could be easily proved. It must be a true one. "Who lent you the money?" "Monsieur Raoul de Lagorce." This witness had left Paris the day of the robbery, and could not be found. So, for the time being, M. Patrigent was compelled to rely upon Prosper's word. "Well," he said, "I will not press this point. But tell me why, in spite of the formal order of M. Fauvelle, you drew the money from the Bank of France the night before, instead of waiting till the morning of the payment." "Because M. de Clamart had informed me that it would be agreeable, necessary even, for him to have his money early in the morning. He will testify to that fact if you summon him, and I knew that I should reach my office late." "Then M. de Clamart is a friend of yours?" "By no means. I have always felt repelled by him; but he is the intimate friend of M. Lagorce." While Sigaud was writing down these answers, M. Patrigent was racking his brain to imagine what could have occurred between M. Berthellemot and his son to cause this transformation in Prosper. "One more thing," said the judge. "How did you spend the evening, the night before the crime?" "When I left my office at 5 o'clock, I took the St. Germain train, and went to Vézinay, M. de Lagorce's country seat, to carry him 1,500 francs which he had asked for, and, not finding him at home, I left it with his servant." "Did he tell you that M. de Lagorce was going away?" "No, monsieur. I did not know that he had left Paris." "Where did you go when you left Vézinay?" "I returned to Paris, and dined at a restaurant with a friend." "And then?" Prosper hesitated. "You are silent," said M. Patrigent. "Then I will tell you how you employed your time. You returned to your rooms in the Rue Chaptal, dressed yourself, and attended a soirée given by one of those women who style themselves dramatic artistes, and who are a disgrace to the stage, who receive 100 crowns a year, and yet keep their carriages at Mademoiselle Wilson's." "You are right, monsieur." "There is heavy playing at Wilson's?" "Sometimes." "You are in the habit of visiting places of this sort?" Were you not connected in some way with a scandalous adventure which took place at the house of a woman named Crescenzi? I was summoned to testify, having witnessed a theft. Gambling generally leads to stealing. And did you not play baccarat at Wilson's, and lose 1,800 francs? Excuse me, monsieur, only 1,100. Very well. In the morning you paid a note of 1,000 francs. Yes, monsieur. Moreover, there remained in your desk 500 francs, and you had 400 in your purse when you were arrested. So that altogether, in 24 hours, 4,500 francs. Prosper was not discountenanced, but stupefied. Not being aware of the powerful means of investigation possessed by the law, he wondered how in so short a time the judge could have obtained such accurate information. "Your statement is correct, monsieur," he said. "Where did all this money come from? The evening before you had so little that you were obliged to defer the payment of a small bill." "The day to which you allude I sold through an agent some bonds I had, about 3,000 francs. Besides, I took from the safe 2,000 francs in advance on my salary." The prisoner had given clear answers to all the questions put to him, and M. Patrichat thought he would attack him from a new point. "You say you have no wish to conceal any of your actions. Then why did you write this note to one of your companions?" Here he held up the mysterious note. This time the blow struck. Prosper's eyes dropped before the inquiring look of the judge. "I thought," he stammered, "I wished—" "You wished to screen this woman?" "Yes, monsieur, I did. I knew that a man in my condition, accused of a robbery, has every fault, every weakness he has ever indulged in charged against him as a great crime." "Which means that you knew that the presence of a woman at your house would tell very much against you, and that justice would not excuse this scandalous defiance of public morality. A man who respects himself so little as to associate with a worthless woman does not elevate her to his standard, but he descends to her base level. Monsieur! I suppose you know who the woman is, whom you permit to bear the honest name borne by your mother. Madame Gypsy was a governess when I first knew her. She was born at Oporto, and came to France with a Portuguese family. Her name is not Gypsy. She has never been a governess, and she is not a Portuguese." Prosper began to protest against this statement, but M. Patrichat shrugged his shoulders, and began looking over a large file of papers on his desk. "Ah, here it is," he said. "Listen. Palmyre Choquareille, born at Paris in 1840, daughter of James Choquareille, undertaker's assistant, and of Caroline Piedlon, his wife." Prosper looked vexed and impatient. He did not know that the judge was reading him this report to convince him that nothing can escape the police. "Palmyre Choquareille," he continued, "at 12 years of age was apprenticed to a shoemaker, and remained with him until she was 16. Traces of her for 1 year are lost. At the age of 17 she is hired as a servant by a grocer on the Rue Saint Denis, named Dombat, and remains there 3 months. She lives out during this same year, 1857, at 8 different places. In 1858 she entered the store of a fan merchant in Choiseul Alley." As he read, the judge watched Prosper's face to observe the effect of these revelations. Toward the close of 1858 she was employed as a servant by Madame Yunez, and accompanied her to Lisbon. How long she remained in Lisbon, and what she did while she remained there, is not reported. But in 1861 she returned to Paris, and was sentenced to 3 months' imprisonment for assault and battery. "Ah, she returned from Portugal with the name of Nina Gypsy." "But I assure you, monsieur—" Prosper began. "Yes, I understand. This history is less romantic, doubtless, than the one related to you. But then it has the merit of being true. We lose sight of Palmyre Choquareille, called Gypsy, upon her release from prison, but we meet her again 6 months later, having made the acquaintance of a traveling agent named Caldas, who became infatuated with her beauty, and furnished her a house near the Bastille. She assumed his name for some time, then she deserted him to devote herself to you. Did you ever hear of this Caldas?" Never, monsieur. This foolish man so deeply loved this creature that her desertion drove him almost insane from grief. He was a very resolute man, and publicly swore that he would kill his rival if ever he found him. The current report afterward was that he committed suicide. He certainly sold the furniture of the house occupied by Choquaret, and suddenly disappeared. All the efforts made to discover him proved fruitless." The judge stopped a moment as if to give Prosper time for reflection, and then slowly said: "And this is the woman whom you made your companion, the woman for whom you robbed the bank?" Once more M. Patrigent was on the wrong track, owing to Fanferlot's incomplete information. He had hoped that Prosper would betray himself by uttering some passionate retort when thus wounded to the quick; but he remained impassible. Of all the judge said to him his mind dwelt upon only one word, Caledas, the name of the poor traveling agent who had killed himself. "At any rate," insisted M. Patrigent, "you will confess that this girl has caused your ruin." "I cannot confess that, monsieur, for it is not true." "Yet she is the occasion of your extravagance. Listen." The judge here drew a bill from the file of papers. "During December you paid her dressmaker, Van Clopen, for 2 walking dresses, 900 francs; 1 evening dress, 700 francs; 1 domino, trimmed with lace, 400 francs. I spent this money cheerfully, but nevertheless I was not especially attached to her." M. Patrigent shrugged his shoulders. "You cannot deny the evidence," said he. "I suppose you will also say that it was not for this girl's sake you ceased spending your evenings at M. Fauvel's?" "I swear that she was not the cause of my ceasing to visit M. Fauvel's family." "Then why did you cease suddenly your attentions to a young lady whom you confidently expected to marry, and whose hand you had written to your father to demand for you?" "I had reasons which I cannot reveal," answered Prosper with emotion. The judge breathed freely. At last he had discovered a vulnerable point in the prisoner's armor. "Did Mademoiselle Madeleine banish you?" Prosper was silent, and seemed agitated. "Speak," said M. Patrigent. "I must tell you that this circumstance is one of the most important in your case. Whatever the cost may be, on this subject I am compelled to keep silence." "Beware of what you do. Justice will not be satisfied with scruples of conscience." M. Patrigent waited for an answer. None came. "You persist in your obstinacy, do you? Well, we will go on to the next question. You have, during the last year, spent 50,000 francs. Your resources are at an end, and your credit is exhausted. To continue your mode of life was impossible. What did you intend to do?" "I had no settled plan. I thought it might last as long as it would, and then "And then you would draw from the safe." "Ah, monsieur, if I were guilty I should not be here. I should never have been such a fool as to return to the bank. I should have fled." M. Patrigent could not restrain a smile of satisfaction, and exclaimed: "Exactly the argument I expected you to use. You showed your shrewdness precisely by staying to face the storm, instead of flying the country. Several recent suits have taught dishonest cashiers that flight abroad is dangerous. Railways travel fast, but telegrams travel faster. A French thief can be arrested in London within 48 hours after his description has been telegraphed. Even America is no longer a refuge. You remained prudently and wisely, saying to yourself, 'I will manage to avoid suspicion, and even if I am found out, I shall be free again after 3 or 5 years' seclusion, with a large fortune to enjoy.' Many people would sacrifice 5 years of their lives for 350,000 francs." "But, monsieur, had I calculated in the manner you describe, I should not have been content with 350,000 francs. I should have waited for an opportunity to steal 500,000. I often have that sum in charge." "Oh, it is not always convenient to wait." Prosper was buried in deep thought for some minutes. "Monsieur," he finally said, "there is one detail I forgot to mention before, and it may be of importance." "Explain, if you please." The office messenger whom I sent to the Bank of France for the money must have seen me tie up the bundle and put it away in the safe. At any rate, he knows that I left the bank before he did. Very well, the man shall be examined. Now you can return to your cell, and once more I advise you to consider the consequences of your persistent denial." M. Patrigent thus abruptly dismissed Prosper because he wished to immediately act upon this last piece of information. "Sigaud," said he, as soon as Prosper had left the room, "is not this Antonin the man who was excused from testifying because he sent a doctor's certificate declaring him too ill to appear?" "It is, monsieur." "Where does he live?" "Fanferlot says he was so ill that he was taken to the hospital, the Dubois Hospital." "Very well. I am going to examine him to day, this very hour. Take your pen and paper, and send for a carriage." It was some distance from the Palais de Justice to the Dubois Hospital; but the cabman, urged by the promise of a large fee, made his sorry jades fly as if they were blooded horses. Would Antonin be able to answer any questions? The physician in charge of the hospital said that although the man suffered horribly from a broken knee, his mind was perfectly clear. "That being the case, monsieur," said the judge, "I wish to examine him, and desire that no one be admitted while he makes his deposition." "Oh, you will not be intruded upon, monsieur. His room contains 4 beds, but they are just now unoccupied." When Antonin saw the judge enter, followed by a little weazened man in black, with a portfolio under his arm, he at once knew what he had come for. "Ah," he said, "monsieur comes to see me about Monsieur Berthommy's case?" "Precisely." Monsieur Patrigent remained standing by the sick bed while Sigaud arranged his papers on a little table. In answer to the usual questions, the messenger swore that he was named Antonin Poche, was 40 years old, born at Cadojac, Gironde, and was unmarried. "Now," said the judge, "are you well enough to clearly answer any questions I may put?" "Certainly, monsieur." "Did you, on the 27th of February, go to the Bank of France for the 350,000 francs that were stolen?" "Yes, monsieur." "At what hour did you return with the money?" "It must have been 5 o'clock when I got back." "Do you remember what Monsieur Berthommy did when you handed him the notes?" "Now do not be in a hurry. Think before you answer." "Let me see. First he counted the notes and made them into 4 packages. Then he put them in the safe. And then, it seems to me, and then he locked the safe. And yes, I am not mistaken, he went out." He uttered these last words so quickly that, forgetting his knee, he half started up, but with a cry of pain sank back in bed. "Are you sure of what you say?" asked the judge. M. Patrigent's solemn tone seemed to frighten Antonin. "Sure," he replied with marked hesitation. "I would bet my head on it, yet I am not sure." It was impossible for him to be more decided in his answers. He had been frightened. He already imagined himself in difficulty, and for a trifle would have retracted everything. But the effect was already produced, and when they retired, M. Patrigent said to Sigaud, "This is a very important piece of evidence." Chapter 6, Part 1 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6, Part 1. The Archangel Hotel, Madame Gipsy's asylum, was the most elegant building on the Quai St. Michel. A person who pays her fortnight's board in advance is treated with consideration at this hotel. Madame Alexandre, who had been a handsome woman, was now stout, laced till she could scarcely breathe, always overdressed, and fond of wearing a number of flashy gold chains around her fat neck. She had bright eyes and white teeth, but, alas, a red nose. Of all her weaknesses, and heaven knows she has indulged in every variety, only one remained: she loved a good dinner washed down with plenty of good wine. She also loved her husband; and about the time M. Patrigent was leaving the hospital, she began to be worried that her "little man" had not returned to dinner. She was about to sit down without him, when the hotel boy cried out, "Here is monsieur!" and Fanferlot appeared in person. 3 years before, Fanferlot had kept a little office of secret intelligence. Madame Alexandre was a trader without a license in perfumery and toilet articles, and, finding it necessary to watch some of her suspicious customers, engaged Fanferlot's services. This was the origin of their acquaintance. If they went through the marriage ceremony for the good of the mayoralty and the church, it was because they imagined it would, like a baptism, wash out the sins of the past. Upon this momentous day, Fanferlot gave up his secret intelligence office, and entered the police, where he had already been occasionally employed, and Madame Alexandre retired from trade. Uniting their savings, they hired and furnished the Archangel, which they were now carrying on prosperously well, esteemed by their neighbors, who were ignorant of Fanferlot's connection with the police force. "Why, how late you are, my little man!" she exclaimed, as she dropped her knife and fork and rushed forward to embrace him. He received her caresses with an air of abstraction. "My back is broken," he said. "I have been the whole day playing billiards with Évariste, Monsieur Fauvel's valet, and allowed him to win as often as he wished, a man who does not know what the pool is. I became acquainted with him yesterday, and now I am his best friend. If I wish to enter Monsieur Fauvel's service in Antonin's place, I can rely upon Monsieur Évariste's good word." "What, you be an office messenger? You?" "Of course I would. How else am I to get an opportunity of studying my characters, if I am not on the spot to watch them all the time?" "Then the valet gave you no news?" "He gave me none that I could make use of, and yet I turned him inside out like a glove. This banker is a remarkable man. You don't often meet with one of his sort nowadays. Évariste says he has not a single vice, not even a little defect by which his valet could gain 10 sous. He neither smokes, drinks, nor plays. In fact, he is a saint. He is worth millions, and lives as respectably and quietly as a grocer. He is devoted to his wife, adores his children, is lavishly hospitable, and seldom goes into society." "Then his wife is young?" "She must be about 50. Madame Alexandre reflected a minute, then asked: "Did you inquire about the other members of the family?" "Certainly. The younger son is in the army. The elder son, Lucien, lives with his parents, and is as proper as a young lady, so good, indeed, that he is stupid." "And what about the niece?" "Évariste could tell me nothing about her." Madame Alexandre shrugged her fat shoulders. "If you have discovered nothing, it is because there is nothing to be discovered. Still, do you know what I would do if I were you? Tell me." "I would consult Monsieur Lecoq." Fanferlot jumped up as if he had been shot. "Now that's pretty advice. Do you want me to lose my place? Monsieur Lecoq does not suspect that I have anything to do with the case, except to obey his orders." "Nobody told you to let him know you were investigating it on your own account. You can consult him with an air of indifference, as if you were not at all interested, and after you have got his opinion you can take advantage of it." The detective weighed his wife's words, and then said: "Perhaps you are right. Yet Monsieur Lecoq is so devilishly shrewd that he might see through me." "Shrewd!" echoed Madame Alexandre. "Shrewd! All of you at the police office say that so often that he has gained his reputation by it. You are just as sharp as he is." "Well, we will see. I will think the matter over. But in the meantime, what does the girl say?" The girl was Madame Nina Gypsy. In taking up her abode at the Archangel, the poor girl thought she was following good advice, and as Fanferlot had never appeared in her presence since, she was still under the impression that she had obeyed a friend of Prosper's. When she received her summons from Monsieur Patrigent, she admired the wonderful skill of the police in discovering her hiding place; for she had established herself at the hotel under a false, or rather her true name, Palmyre Chocareille. Artfully questioned by her inquisitive landlady, she had, without any mistrust, confided her history to her. Thus Fanferlot was able to impress the judge with the idea of his being a skillful detective, when he pretended to have discovered all this information from a variety of sources. "She is still up stairs," answered Madame Alexandre. "She suspects nothing. But to keep her in her present ignorance becomes daily more difficult. I don't know what the judge told her, but she came home quite beside herself with anger. She wanted to go and make a fuss at Monsieur Fauvel's. Then she wrote a letter which she told Jean to post for her, but I kept it to show you." "What?" interrupted Fanferlot. "You have a letter, and did not tell me before? Perhaps it contains the clue to the mystery. Give it to me, quick." Obeying her husband, Madame Alexandre opened a little cupboard and took out a letter which she handed to him. "Here, take it," she said, "and be satisfied." Considering that she used to be a chambermaid, Palmyre Choquaret, since becoming Madame Gipsy, wrote a good letter. It bore the following address written in a free flowing hand: "For Monsieur L. de Clameret, Forge Master, Hôtel du Louvre. To be handed to Monsieur Raoul de Lagorce, in great haste." "Oh, ho!" said Fanferlot, accompanying his exclamation with a little whistle, as was his habit when he thought he had made a grand discovery. "Oh, ho!" "Do you intend to open it?" questioned Madame Alexandre. "A little bit," said Fanferlot, as he dexterously opened the envelope. Madame Alexandre leaned over her husband's shoulder, and they both read the following letter: "Monsieur Raoul, Prosper is in prison, accused of a robbery which he never committed. I wrote to you 3 days ago." "What?" interrupted Fanferlot. "This silly girl wrote, and I never saw the letter?" "But, little man, she must have posted it herself the day she went to the Palais de Justice." "Very likely," said Fanferlot, propitiated. He continued reading: "I wrote to you 3 days ago and have no reply. Who will help Prosper if his best friends desert him? If you don't answer this letter, I shall consider myself released from a certain promise, and without scruple will tell Prosper of the conversation I overheard between you and Monsieur de Clameret. But I can count on you, can I not? I shall expect you at the Archangel day after to morrow, between 12 and 4. Nina Gipsy." The letter read, Fanferlot at once proceeded to copy it. "Well," said Madame Alexandre, "what do you think?" Fanferlot was delicately resealing the letter when the door of the hotel office was abruptly opened, and the boy twice whispered, "Psst, psst." Fanferlot rapidly disappeared into a dark closet. He had barely time to close the door before Madame Gipsy entered the room. The poor girl was sadly changed. She was pale and hollow cheeked, and her eyes were red with weeping. On seeing her, Madame Alexandre could not conceal her surprise. "Why, my child, you are not going out?" "I am obliged to do so, madame, and I come to ask you to tell any one that may call during my absence to wait until I return." "But where in the world are you going at this hour, sick as you are?" For a moment Madame Gipsy hesitated. "Oh," she said, "you are so kind that I am tempted to confide in you. Read this note which a messenger just now brought to me." "What!" cried Madame Alexandre, perfectly aghast. "A messenger enter my house and go up to your room? Is there anything surprising in that?" Oh, no, nothing surprising." And in a tone loud enough to be heard in the closet she read the note: "A friend of Prosper, who can neither receive you nor present himself at your house, is very anxious to speak to you. Be in the stage office opposite the St. Jacques Tower to night at 9 precisely, and the writer will approach and tell you what he has to say. I have appointed this public place for the rendezvous so as to relieve your mind of all fear." "And you are going to this rendezvous?" "Certainly, madame." "But it is imprudent, foolish. It is a snare to entrap you." "It makes no difference," interrupted Gipsy. "I am so unfortunate already that I have nothing more to dread. Any change would be a relief." And without waiting to hear any more, she went out. The door had scarcely closed upon Madame Gipsy before Fanferlot bounced out of the closet. The mild detective was white with rage and swore violently. "What is the meaning of this?" he cried. "Am I to stand by and have people walking over the Archangel as if it were a public street?" Madame Alexandre stood trembling and dared not speak. "Was ever such impudence heard of before?" he continued. "A messenger comes into my house and goes upstairs without being seen by anybody. I will look into this. And the idea of you, Madame Alexandre, you, a sensible woman, being idiotic enough to persuade that little viper not to keep the appointment! But, my dear, had you not sense enough to know that I would follow her, and discover what she is attempting to conceal? Come, make haste and help me, so that she won't recognize me." In a few minutes Fanferlot was completely disguised by a thick beard, a wig, and one of those long linen blouses worn by dishonest workmen, who go about seeking labour and at the same time hoping they may not find any. "Have you your handcuffs?" asked the solicitous Madame Alexandre. "Yes, yes. Make haste and put that letter to Monsieur de Clamorant in the post office, and keep good watch." And without waiting for his wife's reply, who cried out, "Good luck!" Fanferlot darted into the street. Madame Gipsy had 10 minutes' start of him, but he ran up the street he knew she must have taken, and overtook her near the Change Bridge. She was walking with the uncertain gait of a person who, impatient to be at a rendezvous, has started too soon, and is obliged to occupy the intervening time. She would walk very rapidly, then retrace her footsteps, and proceed slowly. On Châtelet Place she strolled up and down several times, read the theatre bills, and finally took a seat on a bench. 1 minute before 9:15 she entered the stage office and sat down. A moment after Fanferlot entered; but as he feared that Madame Gipsy might recognize him in spite of his heavy beard, he took a seat at the opposite end of the room in a dark corner. "Singular place for a conversation," he thought as he watched the young woman. "Who in the world could have made this appointment in a stage office? Judging from her evident curiosity and uneasiness, I could swear she has not the faintest idea for whom she is waiting." Meanwhile the office was gradually filling with people. Every minute a man would shriek out the destination of an omnibus which had just arrived, and the bewildered passengers would rush in to get tickets, and inquire when the omnibus would leave. As each newcomer entered, Gipsy would tremble, and Fanferlot would say, "This is he." Finally, as the Hôtel de Ville clock was striking 9, a man entered, and without going to the ticket window walked directly up to Gipsy, bowed, and took a seat beside her. He was a medium-sized man, rather stout, with a crimson face and fiery red whiskers. His dress was that of a well-to-do merchant, and there was nothing in his manner or appearance to excite attention. Fanferlot watched him eagerly. "Well, my friend," he said to himself, "in future I shall recognize you no matter where we meet, and this very evening I will find out who you are." Despite his intent listening, he could not hear a word spoken by the stranger or Gipsy. All he could do was to judge by their pantomime and countenances what the subject of their conversation might be. When the stout man bowed and spoke to her, the girl looked so surprised that it was evident she had never seen him before. When he sat down by her and said a few words, she jumped up with a frightened look as if seeking to escape. A single word and look made her resume her seat. Then, as the stout man went on talking, Gipsy's attitude betrayed great apprehension. She positively refused to do something, then suddenly she seemed to consent when he stated a good reason for her so doing. At one moment she appeared ready to weep, and the next her pretty face was illumined by a bright smile. Finally she shook hands with him, as if she was confirming a promise. "What can all that mean?" said Fanferlot to himself, as he sat in his dark corner biting his nails. "What an idiot I am to have stationed myself so far off." He was thinking how he could manage to approach nearer without arousing their suspicions, when the fat man arose, offered his arm to Madame Gipsy, who accepted it without hesitation, and together they walked toward the door. They were so engrossed with each other that Fanferlot thought he could, without risk, follow them; and it was well he did, for the crowd was dense outside, and he would soon have lost them. Reaching the door, he saw the stout man and Gipsy cross the pavement, approach a hackney coach, and enter it. "Very good," muttered Fanferlot. "I've got them now. There is no use of hurrying any more." While the coachman was gathering up his reins, Fanferlot prepared his legs, and when the coach started, he followed in a brisk trot, determined upon following it to the end of the earth. The cab went up the Boulevard Sebastopol. It went pretty fast; but it was not for nothing that Fanferlot had won the name of Squirrel. With his elbows glued to his sides and holding his breath, he ran on. By the time he had reached the Boulevard Saint Denis he began to get breathless, and stiff from a pain in his side. The cabman abruptly turned into the Rue Faubourg Saint Martin. But Fanferlot, who at 8 years of age had been familiar with every street in Paris, was not to be baffled. He was a man of resources. He seized the springs of the coach, raised himself up by the strength of his wrists, and hung on behind, with his legs resting on the axle-tree of the back wheels. He was not quite comfortable, but then he no longer ran the risk of being distanced. "Now," he chuckled behind his false beard, "you may drive as fast as you please, Monsieur Cabby." The man whipped up his horses and drove furiously along the hilly street of the Faubourg Saint Martin. Finally the cab stopped in front of a wine store, and the driver jumped down from his seat and went in. The detective also left his uncomfortable post, and, crouching in a doorway, waited for Gypsy and her companion to get out, with the intention of following closely upon their heels. 5 minutes passed, and still there were no signs of them. "What can they be doing all this time?" grumbled the detective. With great precautions he approached the cab and peeped in. Oh, cruel deception! It was empty. Fanferlot felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of ice water over him. He remained rooted to the spot, with his mouth stretched, the picture of blank bewilderment. He soon recovered his wits sufficiently to burst forth in a volley of oaths, loud enough to rattle all the window-panes in the neighborhood. "Tricked!" he said. "Fooled! Ah, but won't I make them pay for this!" In a moment his quick mind had run over the gamut of possibilities, probable and improbable. "Evidently," he muttered, "this fellow and Gypsy entered one door and got out of the other. The trick is simple enough. If they resorted to it, 'tis because they feared being watched. If they feared being watched, they have uneasy consciences. Therefore—" He suddenly interrupted his monologue, as the idea struck him that he had better attempt to find out something from the driver. Unfortunately the driver was in a very surly mood, and not only refused to answer, but shook his whip in so threatening a manner that Fanferlot deemed it prudent to beat a retreat. "Oh, Lord!" he muttered. "Perhaps he and the driver are one and the same." But what could he do now, at this time of night? He could not imagine. He walked dejectedly back to the quay, and it was 11:30 when he reached his own door. "Has the little fool returned?" he inquired of Madame Alexandre the instant she opened the door for him. "No, but here are 2 large bundles which have come for her." Fanferlot hastily opened the bundles. They contained 3 calico dresses, some coarse shoes, and some linen caps. "Well," said the detective in a vexed tone, "now she is going to disguise herself. Upon my word, I'm getting puzzled. What can she be up to?" When Fanferlot was sulkily walking down the Faubourg Saint Martin, he had fully made up his mind that he would not tell his wife of his discomfiture. But once at home, confronted with a new fact of a nature to negative all his conjectures, his vanity disappeared. He confessed everything, his hopes so nearly realized, his strange mischance, and his suspicions. They talked the matter over, and finally decided that they would not go to bed until Madame Gypsy, from whom Madame Alexandre was determined to obtain an explanation of what had happened, returned. At 1:00 the worthy couple were about giving over all hope of her reappearance, when they heard the bell ring. Fanferlot instantly slipped into the closet, and Madame Alexandre remained in the office to receive Gypsy. "Here you are at last, my dear child!" she cried. "Oh, I have been so uneasy, so afraid lest some misfortune had happened." "Thanks for your kind interest, madame. Has a bundle been sent here for me?" Poor Gypsy's appearance had strikingly changed. She was very sad, but not as before dejected. To her melancholy of the last few days had succeeded a firm and generous resolution, which was betrayed in her sparkling eyes and resolute step. "Yes, 2 bundles came for you. Here they are. I suppose you saw Monsieur Berthommy's friend?" "Yes, madame, and his advice has so changed my plans that I regret to say I must leave you to morrow." "Going away to morrow? Then something must have happened." "Oh, nothing that would interest you, madame." After lighting her candle at the gas burner, Madame Gipsy said "Good night" in a very significant way, and left the room. "And what do you think of that, Madame Alexandre?" questioned Fanferlot, emerging from his hiding place. "It is incredible. This girl writes to Monsieur de Clamarant to meet her here, and then does not wait for him. She evidently mistrusts us. She knows who I am. Then this friend of the cashier must have told her. Nobody knows who told her. I shall end by believing that I am among a gang of thieves. They think I am on their track, and are trying to escape me. I should not be at all surprised if this little rogue has the money herself, and intends to run off with it to-morrow." "That is not my opinion. But listen to me. You had better take my advice and consult Monsieur Lecoq." Fanferlot meditated a while, then exclaimed: "Very well. I will see him just for your satisfaction, because I know that, if I have discovered nothing, neither has he. But if he undertakes to be domineering it won't do, for if he shows his insolence to me, I will make him know his place." Notwithstanding this brave speech, the detective passed an uneasy night, and at 6 o'clock the next morning he was up. It was necessary to rise very early if he wished to catch Monsieur Lecoq at home, and, refreshed by a cup of strong coffee, he directed his steps toward the dwelling of the celebrated detective. Fanferlot the squirrel certainly was not afraid of his patron, as he called him; for he started out with his nose in the air and his hat cocked on one side. But by the time he reached the Rue Montmartre, where Monsieur Lecoq lived, his courage had vanished. He pulled his hat over his eyes and hung his head, as if looking for relief among the paving stones. He slowly ascended the steps, pausing several times, and looking around as if he would like to fly. Finally he reached the 3rd floor, and stood before a door decorated with the arms of the famous detective, a cock, the symbol of vigilance, and his heart failed him so that he had scarcely the courage to ring the bell. The door was opened by Janouille, Monsieur Lecoq's old servant, who had very much the manner and appearance of a grenadier. She was as faithful to her master as a watchdog, and always stood ready to attack anyone who did not treat him with the august respect which she considered his due. "Well, Monsieur Fanferlot," she said, "you come in time for once in your life. Your patron wants to see you." Upon this announcement Fanferlot was seized with a violent desire to retreat. By what chance could Lecoq want anything of him? While he thus hesitated, Janouille seized him by the arm and pulled him in, saying: "Do you want to take root there? Come along, your patron is waiting for you." In the middle of a large room, curiously furnished, half library and half green room, was seated at a desk the same person with gold spectacles, who had said to Prosper at the police office, "Have courage." This was Monsieur Lecoq in his official character. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. 6, Part 2. Upon Fanferlot's entrance, as he advanced respectfully, bowing till his backbone was a perfect curve, Monsieur Lecoq laid down his pen, and said, looking sharply at him: "Ah, here you are, young man. Well, it seems that you haven't made much progress in the Berthomy case." "Why," murmured Fanferlot, "you know—" "I know that you have muddled everything until you can't see your way out, so that you are ready to give up." "But, Monsieur Lecoq, it was not I." Monsieur Lecoq arose and walked up and down the room. Suddenly he confronted Fanferlot, and said, in a tone of scornful irony: "What would you think, Master Squirrel, of a man who abuses the confidence of those who employ him, who reveals just enough to lead the prosecution on the wrong scent, who sacrifices to his own foolish vanity the cause of justice and the liberty of an unfortunate man?" Fanferlot started back with a frightened look. "I should say," he stammered, "I should say—" "You would say this man ought to be punished, and dismissed from his employment. And you are right. The less a profession is honored, the more honorable should those be who belong to it. And yet you have been false to yours. Ah, Master Fanferlot, we are ambitious, and we try to make the police force serve our own views. We let justice stray her way, and we go ours. One must be a more cunning bloodhound than you are, my friend, to be able to hunt without a huntsman. You are too self-reliant by half." "But, patron, I swear—" "Silence! Do you pretend to say that you did your duty, and told all to the judge of instruction? Whilst others were informing against the cashier, you undertook to inform against the banker. You watched his movements. You became intimate with his valet." Was Monsieur Lecoq really angry, or pretending to be? Fanferlot, who knew him well, was puzzled to know whether all this indignation was real. "If you were only skilful," he continued. "But no. You wish to be master, and you are not fit to be a journeyman." "You are right, patron," said Fanferlot piteously, for he saw that it was useless for him to deny anything. "But how could I go about an affair like this, where there was not even a trace or sign to start from?" Monsieur Lecoq shrugged his shoulders. "You are an ass. Why, don't you know that on the very day you were sent for with the commissary to verify the robbery, you held, I do not say certainly, but very probably held, in your great stupid hands the means of knowing which key had been used when the money was stolen?" "How? What?" "You want to know, do you? I will tell you. Do you remember the scratch you discovered on the safe door? You were so struck by it that you exclaimed directly you saw it. You carefully examined it, and were convinced that it was a fresh scratch, only a few hours old. You thought, and rightly too, that this scratch was made at the time of the theft. Now, with what was it made? Evidently with a key. That being the case, you should have asked for the keys both of the banker and the cashier. One of them would have had some particles of the hard green paint sticking to it." Fanferlot listened with open mouth to this explanation. At the last words he violently slapped his forehead with his hand, and cried out, "Imbécile! Imbécile!" "You have rightly named yourself," said Monsieur Lecoq. "Imbécile! This proof stares you right in the face, and you don't see it. This scratch is the sole and only clue to work the case upon, and you must go and lose the traces of it. If I find the guilty party, it will be by means of this scratch, and I am determined that I will find him." At a distance the squirrel very bravely abused and defied Monsieur Lecoq, but in his presence he yielded to the influence which this extraordinary man exercised upon all who approached him. This exact information, these minute details of all his secret movements, and even thoughts, so upset his mind that he could not think where and how Monsieur Lecoq had obtained them. Finally he said humbly, "You must have been looking up this case, patron." "Probably I have. But I am not infallible, and may have overlooked some important evidence. Take a seat, and tell me all you know." Monsieur Lecoq was not the man to be hoodwinked, so Fanferlot told the exact truth, a rare thing for him to do. However, as he reached the end of his statement, a feeling of mortified vanity prevented his telling how he had been fooled by Gypsy and the stout man. Unfortunately for poor Fanferlot, Monsieur Lecoq was always fully informed on every subject in which he interested himself. "It seems to me, Master Squirrel, that you have forgotten something. How far did you follow the empty coach?" Fanferlot blushed and hung his head like a guilty schoolboy. "Oh, patron!" he cried, "and you know about that too? How could you have?" But a sudden idea flashed across his brain. He stopped short, bounded off his chair, and cried, "Oh, I know now! You were the large gentleman with red whiskers." His surprise gave so singular an expression to his face that Monsieur Lecoq could not restrain a smile. "Then it was you," continued the bewildered detective. "You were the large gentleman at whom I stared, so as to impress his appearance upon my mind, and I never recognized you. Patron, you would make a superb actor, if you would go on the stage; but I was disguised too, very well disguised." Very poorly disguised. It is only just to you that I should let you know what a failure it was, Fanferlot. Do you think that a heavy beard and a blouse are a sufficient transformation? The eye is the thing to be changed. The eye. The art lies in being able to change the eye. That is the secret." This theory of disguise explained why the lynx-eyed Lecoq never appeared at the police office without his gold spectacles. "Then, patron," said Fanferlot, clinging to his idea, "you have been more successful than Madame Alexandre. You have made the little girl confess. You know why she leaves the Archangel, why she does not wait for Monsieur de Clameret, and why she bought calico dresses. She is following my advice." "That being the case," said the detective dejectedly, "there is nothing left for me to do but to acknowledge myself an ass." "No, Squirrel," said Monsieur Lecoq, kindly, "you are not an ass. You merely did wrong in undertaking a task beyond your capacity. Have you progressed one step since you started in this affair? No. That shows that, although you are incomparable as a lieutenant, you do not possess the qualities of a general. I am going to present you with an aphorism. Remember it, and let it be your guide in the future. A man can shine in the second rank who would be totally eclipsed in the first." Never had Fanferlot seen his patron so talkative and good-natured. Finding his deceit discovered, he had expected to be overwhelmed with a storm of anger, whereas he had escaped with a little shower that had cooled his brain. Lecoq's anger disappeared like one of those heavy clouds which threaten in the horizon for a moment, and then are suddenly swept away by a gust of wind. But this unexpected affability made Fanferlot feel uneasy. He was afraid that something might be concealed beneath it. "Do you know who the thief is, patron?" "I know no more than you do, Fanferlot, and you seem to have made up your mind, whereas I am still undecided. You declare the cashier to be innocent, and the banker guilty. I don't know whether you are right or wrong. I started after you, and have only reached the preliminaries of my search. I am certain of but one thing, and that is, that a scratch was on the safe door. That scratch is my starting point." As he spoke, Monsieur Lecoq took from his desk and unrolled an immense sheet of drawing paper. On this paper was photographed the door of Monsieur Fauvel's safe. The impression of every detail was perfect. There were the 5 movable buttons with the engraved letters, and the narrow projecting brass lock. The scratch was indicated with great exactness. "Now," said Monsieur Lecoq, "here is our scratch. It runs from top to bottom, starting from the hole of the lock, diagonally, and observe, from left to right. That is to say, it terminates on the side next to the private staircase leading to the banker's apartments. Although very deep at the keyhole, it ends off in a scarcely perceptible mark." "Yes, patron, I see all that." "Naturally, you thought that this scratch was made by the person who took the money. Let us see if you were right. I have here a little iron box painted with green varnish like Monsieur Fauvel's safe. Here it is. Take a key, and try to scratch it." "The deuce take it," he said after several attempts. "This paint is awfully hard to move." "Very hard, my friend, and yet that on the safe is still harder and thicker. So you see the scratch you discovered could not have been made by the trembling hand of a thief letting the key slip." "Sapristi!" exclaimed Fanferlot, stupefied. "I never should have thought of that. It certainly required great force to make the deep scratch on the safe." "Yes, but how was that force employed? I have been racking my brain for 3 days, and only yesterday did I come to a conclusion. Let us examine together, and see if our conjectures present enough chances of probability to establish a starting point." M. Lecoq abandoned the photograph, and walking to the door communicating with his bedroom, took the key from the lock, and holding it in his hand, said: "Come here, Fanferlot, and stand by my side. There, very well. Now, suppose that I want to open this door, and you don't want me to open it. When you see me about to insert the key, what would be your first impulse?" To put my hands on your arm, and draw it toward me, so as to prevent your introducing the key." "Precisely so. Now let us try it. Go on." Fanferlot obeyed; and the key held by M. Lecoq, pulled aside from the lock, slipped along the door, and traced upon it a diagonal scratch from top to bottom, the exact reproduction of the one in the photograph. "Oh! oh! oh!" exclaimed Fanferlot in 3 different tones of admiration, as he stood gazing in reverie at the door. "Do you begin to understand now?" asked M. Lecoq. "Understand, patron? Why, a child could understand it now. Ah, what a man you are! I see the scene as if I had been present. 2 persons were present at the robbery. One wished to take the money, the other wished to prevent its being taken. That is clear, that is certain." Accustomed to triumphs of this sort, M. Lecoq was much amused at Fanferlot's enthusiasm. "There you go off, half primed again," he said, good humouredly. "You regard as sure proof a circumstance which may be accidental, and at the most only probable." "No, patron, no. A man like you could not be mistaken. Doubt no longer exists." "That being the case, what deductions would you draw from our discovery?" "In the first place, it proves that I am correct in thinking the cashier innocent." "How so?" "Because, at perfect liberty to open the safe whenever he wished to do so, it is not likely that he would have brought a witness when he intended to commit the theft." "Well reasoned, Fanferlot. But, on this supposition, the banker would be equally innocent. Reflect a little." Fanferlot reflected, and all of his animation vanished. "You are right," he said in a despairing tone. "What can be done now?" "Look for the 3rd rogue, or rather the real rogue, the one who opened the safe and stole the notes, and who is still at large while others are suspected." "Impossible, patron, impossible. Don't you know that M. Fauvelle and his cashier had keys, and they only? And they always kept these keys in their pockets." "On the evening of the robbery the banker left his key in the secretary." "Yes, but the key alone was not sufficient to open the safe. The word must also be known." M. Lecoq shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "What was the word?" he asked. "Gypsy. Which is the name of the cashier's grisette. Now keep your eyes open. The day you find a man sufficiently intimate with Prosper to be aware of all the circumstances connected with this name, and at the same time on a footing with the Fauvelle family which would give him the privilege of entering M. Fauvelle's chamber, then, and not until then, will you discover the guilty party. On that day the problem will be solved." Self-sufficient and vain, like all famous men, M. Lecoq had never had a pupil, and never wished to have one. He worked alone, because he hated assistance, wishing to share neither the pleasures of success nor the pain of defeat. Thus Fanferlot, who knew his patron's character, was surprised to hear him giving advice who heretofore had only given orders. He was so puzzled that in spite of his preoccupation he could not help betraying his surprise. "Patron," he ventured to say, "you seem to take a great interest in this affair. You have so deeply studied it." M. Lecoq started nervously, and replied, frowning: "You are too curious, Master Squirrel. Be careful that you do not go too far. Do you understand?" Fanferlot began to apologize. "That will do," interrupted M. Lecoq. "If I choose to lend you a helping hand, it is because it suits my fancy to do so. It pleases me to be the head, and let you be the hand. Unassisted, with your preconceived ideas, you never would have found the culprit. If we two together don't find him, my name is not Lecoq." "We shall certainly succeed if you interest yourself in the case." "Yes, I am interested in it, and during the last 4 days I have discovered many important facts. But listen to me. I have reasons for not appearing in this affair. No matter what happens, I forbid your mentioning my name. If we succeed, all the success must be attributed to you. And above all, don't try to find out what I choose to keep from you. Be satisfied with what explanations I give you. Now be careful." These conditions seemed quite to suit Fanferlot. "I will obey your instructions, and be discreet." "I shall rely upon you. Now, to begin, you must carry this photograph to the judge of instruction. I know Monsieur Patrigent is much perplexed about this case. Explain to him, as if it were your own discovery, what I have just shown you. Repeat for his benefit the scene we have acted, and I am convinced that this evidence will determine him to release the cashier. Prosper must be at liberty before I can commence my operations." "Of course, patron, but must I let him know that I suspect any one besides the banker or cashier?" "Certainly. Justice must not be kept in ignorance of your intention of following up this affair. Monsieur Patrigent will tell you to watch Prosper. You will reply that you will not lose sight of him. I myself will answer for his being in safe keeping. Suppose he asks me about Gypsy?" Monsieur Lecoq hesitated for a moment. "Tell him," he finally said, "that you persuaded her, in the interest of Prosper, to live in a house where she can watch some one whom you suspect." Fanferlot was joyously picking up his hat to go, when Monsieur Lecoq checked him by waving his hand, and said, "I have not finished. Do you know how to drive a carriage and manage horses?" "Why, patron, can you ask this of a man who used to be a rider in the Bouthor circus?" "Very well. As soon as the judge dismisses you, return home immediately, make yourself a wig and the complete dress of a valet, and having dressed yourself, take this letter to the agency on Delorme Street." "But, patron—" "There must be no but, my friend. The agent will send you to Monsieur de Clameret, who is looking for a valet, his man having left him yesterday." "Excuse me if I venture to suggest that you are making a mistake. This Clameret is not the cashier's friend." "Why do you always interrupt me?" said Monsieur Lecoq imperiously. "Do what I tell you, and don't disturb your mind about the rest. Clameret is not a friend of Prosper's, I know; but he is the friend and protector of Raoul de la Gorse." "Why so?" "Whence the intimacy of these two men of such different ages? That is what I must find out. I must also find out who this forge master is who lives in Paris, and never goes to attend to his furnaces. A jolly fellow who takes it into his head to live at l'Hôtel du Louvre, in the midst of a tumultuous, ever changing crowd, is a fellow difficult to watch. Through you I will have an eye upon him. He has a carriage, you are to drive it, and you will soon be able to give me an account of his manner of life, and of the sort of people with whom he associates." "You shall be obeyed, patron." "Another thing. Monsieur de Clameret is irritable and suspicious. You will be presented to him under the name of Joseph Dubois. He will demand your certificate of good character. Here are 3, which state that you have lived with the Marquis de Sairmeuse and the Count de Comarin, and that you have just left the Baron de Wortschen, who went to Germany the other day. Now keep your eyes open, be careful of your dress and manners. Be polite, but not excessively so. And above all things don't be obsequious. It might arouse suspicion." "I understand, patron. Where shall I report to you?" "I will call on you every day. Until I tell you differently, don't step foot in this house. You might be followed. If anything important should happen, send a note to your wife, and she will inform me. Go, and be prudent." The door closed on Fanferlot as Monsieur Lecoq passed into his bedroom. In the twinkling of an eye he had divested himself of the appearance of a police officer. He took off his stiff cravat and gold spectacles, and removed the close wig from his thick black hair. The official Lecoq had disappeared, leaving in his place the genuine Lecoq, whom nobody knew, a handsome young man with a bold, determined manner and brilliant, piercing eyes. But he only remained himself for an instant. Seated before a dressing table, covered with more cosmetics, paints, perfumes, false hair, and other unmentionable shams, than are to be found on the toilette tables of our modern belles, he began to undo the work of nature, and make himself a new face. He worked slowly, handling his brushes with great care; but in an hour he had accomplished one of his daily masterpieces. When he had finished, he was no longer Lecoq. He was the large gentleman with red whiskers whom Fanferlot had failed to recognize. "Well," he said, casting a last look in the mirror, "I have forgotten nothing. I have left nothing to chance. All my plans are fixed, and I shall make some progress to day, provided the squirrel does not waste time." But Fanferlot was too happy to waste a minute. He did not run, he flew toward the Palais de Justice. At last he was now able to convince some one that he, Fanferlot, was a man of wonderful perspicacity. As to acknowledging that he was about to obtain a triumph with the ideas of another man, he never thought of it. It is generally in perfect good faith that the jackdaw struts in the peacock's feathers. His hopes were not deceived. If the judge was not absolutely and fully convinced, he admired the ingenuity and shrewdness of the whole proceeding, and complimented the proud jackdaw upon his brilliancy. "This decides me," he said as he dismissed Fanferlot. "I will make out a favorable report to day, and it is highly probable that the accused will be released to morrow." He began at once to write out one of these terrible decisions of "not proven," which restores liberty but not honor for the accused man; which says that he is not guilty, but does not say he is innocent. Whereas there do not exist sufficient charges against the accused, Prosper Berthomy, in pursuance of Article 128 of the Criminal Code, we hereby declare that we find no grounds for prosecution against the aforesaid prisoner at this present time, and we order that he shall be released from the prison where he is confined, and set at liberty by the jailer, etc. "Well," he said to the clerk, "here is another one of those crimes which justice cannot clear up. The mystery remains to be solved. This is another file to be stowed away among the archives of the Record Office." And with his own hand he wrote on the cover of the bundle of papers relating to Prosper's case the number of the package, file number 113. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of file number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Prosper had been languishing in his private cell for 9 days, when on Thursday morning the jailer came to inform him of the judge's decision. He was conducted before the officer who had searched him when he was arrested, and the contents of his pocket, his watch, penknife, and several little pieces of jewelry were restored to him. Then he was told to sign a large sheet of paper, which he did. He was next led across a dark passage, and almost pushed through a door which was abruptly shut upon him. He found himself on the quay. He was alone. He was free. Free? Justice had confessed her inability to convict him of the crime of which he was accused. Free! He could walk about, he could breathe the pure air, but every door would be closed against him. Only acquittal after due trial would restore him to his former position among men. A decision of not proven had left him covered with suspicion. The torments inflicted by public opinion are more fearful than those suffered in a prison cell. At the moment of his restoration to liberty, Prosper so cruelly suffered from the horror of his situation that he could not repress a cry of rage and despair. "I am innocent! God knows I am innocent!" he cried out. But of what use was his anger? 2 strangers who were passing stopped to look at him, and said pityingly, "He is crazy." The Seine was at his feet. A thought of suicide crossed his mind. "No," he said, "no, I have not even the right to kill myself. No, I will not die until I have vindicated my innocence." Often day and night had Prosper repeated these words as he walked his cell. With a heart filled with a bitter, determined thirst for vengeance, which gives a man the force and patience to destroy or wear out all obstacles in his way, he would say, "Oh, why am I not at liberty? I am helpless, caged up. But let me once be free." Now he was free, and for the first time he saw the difficulties of the task before him. For each crime justice requires a criminal. He could not establish his own innocence without producing the guilty man. How find the thief so as to hand him over to the law? Discouraged, but not despondent, he turned in the direction of his apartments. He was beset by 1,000 anxieties. What had taken place during the 9 days that he had been cut off from all intercourse with his friends? No news of them had reached him. He had heard no more of what was going on in the outside world than if his secret cell had been a grave. He slowly walked along the streets with his eyes cast down, dreading to meet some familiar face. He who had always been so haughty would now be pointed at with the finger of scorn. He would be greeted with cold looks and averted faces. Men would refuse to shake hands with him. He would be shunned by honest people who have no patience with a thief. Still, if he could count on only one true friend. Yes, he was sure of one. But what friend would believe him when his father, who should have been the last to suspect him, had refused to believe him? In the midst of his sufferings, when he felt almost overwhelmed by the sense of his wretched, lonely condition, he thought of Nina Gypsy. He had never loved the poor girl. Indeed, at times he almost hated her. But now he felt a longing to see her. He wished to be with her, because he knew that she loved him, and that nothing would make her believe him guilty. Because he knew that a woman remains true and firm in her faith, and is always faithful in the hour of adversity, although she sometimes fails in prosperity. On entering the Rue Chaptal, Prosper saw his own door, but hesitated to enter it. He suffered from the timidity which an honest man always feels when he knows he is viewed with suspicion. He dreaded meeting any one whom he knew, yet he could not remain in the street. He entered. When the porter saw him, he uttered an exclamation of glad surprise, and said, "Ah, here you are at last, monsieur. I told everyone you would come out as white as snow, and when I read in the papers that you were arrested for robbery, I said, 'My third-floor lodger a thief!' Never would I believe such a thing, never." The congratulations of this ignorant man were sincere, and offered from pure kindness of heart; but they impressed Prosper painfully, and he cut them short by abruptly asking, "Madame, of course, has left. Can you tell me where she has gone?" "Dear me, no, monsieur. The day of your arrest she sent for a hack, got into it with her trunks, and disappeared. And no one has seen or heard of her since." This was another blow to the unhappy cashier. "And where are my servants?" "Gone, monsieur. Your father paid and discharged them." "I suppose you have my keys?" "No, monsieur. When your father left here this morning at 8 o'clock, he told me that a friend of his would take charge of your rooms until you should return. Of course you know who he is, a stout gentleman with red whiskers." Prosper was stupefied. What could be the meaning of one of his father's friends being in his rooms? He did not, however, betray his surprise, but quietly said, "Yes, I know who it is." He quickly ran up the stairs and knocked at his door. It was opened by his father's friend. He had been accurately described by the porter. A fat man with a red face, sensual lips, brilliant eyes, and of rather coarse manners, stood bowing to Prosper, who had never seen him before. "Delighted to make your acquaintance, monsieur," said he to Prosper. He seemed to be perfectly at home. On the table lay a book, which he had taken from the bookcase, and he appeared ready to do the honors of the house. "I must say, monsieur," began Prosper, "that you are surprised to find me here. So I suppose. Your father intended introducing me to you, but he was compelled to return to Beaucaire this morning, and let me add that he departed thoroughly convinced, as I myself am, that you never took a cent from Monsieur Fauvelle." At this unexpected good news Prosper's face lit up with pleasure. "Here is a letter from your father, which I hope will serve as an introduction between us." Prosper opened the letter, and as he read his eyes grew brighter, and a slight color returned to his pale face. When he had finished he held out his hand to the large gentleman, and said, "My father, monsieur, tells me you are his best friend. He advises me to have absolute confidence in you, and follow your counsel." "Exactly. This morning your father said to me, 'Verduret,' that is my name, 'Verduret, my son is in great trouble, he must be helped out.' I replied, 'I am ready, and here I am to help you.' Now the ice is broken, is it not? Then let us go to work at once. What do you intend to do?" This question revived Prosper's slumbering rage. His eyes flashed. "What do I intend to do?" he said angrily. "What should I do but seek the villain who has ruined me?" "So I supposed. But have you any hopes of success?" "None. Yet I shall succeed, because when a man devotes his whole life to the accomplishment of an object, he is certain to achieve it." "Well said, Monsieur Prosper. And to be frank, I fully expected that this would be your purpose. I have therefore already begun to think and act for you. I have a plan. In the first place, you will sell this furniture, and disappear from the neighborhood." "Disappear!" cried Prosper, indignantly. "Disappear! Why, monsieur, do you not see that such a step would be a confession of guilt, would authorize the world to say that I am hiding so as to enjoy undisturbed the stolen fortune?" "Well, what then?" said the man with the red whiskers. "Did you not say just now, the sacrifice of your life is made? The skilful swimmer thrown into the river by malefactors is careful not to rise to the surface immediately. On the contrary, he plunges beneath and remains there as long as his breath holds out. He comes up again at a great distance, and lands out of sight. Then, when he is supposed to be dead, lost forever to the sight of man, he rises up and has his vengeance. You have an enemy. Some petty imprudence will betray him. But while he sees you standing by on the watch he will be on his guard." It was with a sort of amazed submission that Prosper listened to this man, who, though a friend of his father, was an utter stranger to himself. He submitted unconsciously to the ascendancy of a nature so much more energetic and forcible than his own. In his helpless condition he was grateful for friendly assistance, and said, "I will follow your advice, monsieur." "I was sure you would, my dear friend. Let us reflect upon the course you should pursue. And remember that you will need every cent of the proceeds of the sale. Have you any ready money? No, but you must have some. Knowing that you would need it at once, I brought an upholsterer here, and he will give 12,000 francs for everything, excepting the pictures." The cashier could not refrain from shrugging his shoulders, which M. Verduret observed. "Well," said he, "it is rather hard, I admit, but it is a necessity. Now listen. You are the invalid, and I am the doctor charged to cure you. If I cut to the quick, you will have to endure it. It is the only way to save you." "Cut away, then, monsieur," answered Prosper. "Well, we will hurry, for time passes. You have a friend, Monsieur de la Gosse?" "Raoul?" "Yes, monsieur. He is an intimate friend." "Now tell me, who is this fellow?" The term fellow seemed to offend Prosper. "Monsieur de la Gosse, monsieur," he said haughtily, "is Monsieur Fauvel's nephew. He is a wealthy young man, handsome, intelligent, cultivated, and the best friend I have." "Hum!" said M. Verduret. "I shall be delighted to make the acquaintance of one adorned by so many charming qualities. I must let you know that I wrote him a note in your name asking him to come here, and he sent word that he would be here directly." "What! Do you suppose—" "Oh, I suppose nothing. Only I must see this young man. Also, I have arranged and will submit to you a little plan of conversation." A ring at the front door interrupted M. Verduret. "Sacre bleu! Adieu to my plan. Here he is. Where can I hide so as to hear and see?" "There, in my bedroom. Leave the door open and the curtain down." A second ring was heard. "Now remember, Prosper," said M. Verduret in a warning tone, "not one word to this man about your plans or about me. Pretend to be discouraged, helpless, and undecided what to do." And he disappeared behind the curtain as Prosper ran to open the door. Prosper's portrait of Monsieur de Lagos had not been an exaggerated one. So handsome a face and manly a figure could belong only to a noble character. Although Raoul said he was 24, he appeared to be not more than 20. He had a superb figure, well knit and supple, a beautiful white brow, shaded by soft, chestnut curly hair, soft blue eyes which beamed with frankness. His first impulse was to throw himself into Prosper's arms. "My poor dear friend," he said, "my poor Prosper!" But beneath these affectionate demonstrations there was a certain constraint which, if it escaped the cashier, was noticed by M. Verdurin. "Your letter, my dear Prosper," said Raoul, "made me almost ill, I was so frightened by it. I asked myself if you could have lost your mind. Then I left everything, to fly to your assistance. And here I am." Prosper did not seem to hear him. He was preoccupied about the letter he had not written. What were its contents? Who was this stranger whose assistance he had accepted? "You must not feel discouraged," continued M. de Lagos. "You are young enough to commence life anew. Your friends are still left to you. I have come to say to you, rely upon me. I am rich. Half of my fortune is at your disposal." This generous offer, made at a moment like this with such frank simplicity, deeply touched Prosper. "Thanks, Raoul," he said with emotion. "Thank you. But, unfortunately, all the money in the world would be of no use now." "Why so? What are you going to do? Do you propose to remain in Paris?" "I know not, Raoul. I have made no plans yet. My mind is too confused for me to think." "I will tell you what to do," replied Raoul, quickly. "You must start afresh. Until this mysterious robbery is explained you must keep away from Paris. It will never do for you to remain here. And suppose it never should be explained? Only the more reason for your remaining in oblivion. I have been talking about you to Clamerant. If I were in Prosper's place," he said, "I would turn everything into money, and embark for America. There I would make a fortune, and return to crush with my millions those who have suspected me." This advice offended Prosper's pride, but he said nothing. He was thinking of what the stranger had said to him. "I will think it over," he finally forced himself to say. "I will see. I would like to know what M. Fauvelle says." "My uncle? I suppose you know that I have declined the offer he made me to enter his banking house, and we have almost quarrelled. I have not set foot in his house for over a month. But I hear of him occasionally." "Through whom?" "Through your friend, Cavaillon. My uncle, they say, is more distressed by this affair than you are. He does not attend to his business, and wanders about as if he had lost every friend on earth." "And Madame Fauvelle and " Prosper hesitated. "And Mademoiselle Madeleine, how are they?" "Oh," said Raoul, lightly, "my aunt is as pious as ever. She has mass said for the benefit of the sinner. As to my handsome icy cousin, she cannot bring herself down to common matters, because she is entirely absorbed in preparing for the fancy ball to be given day after to morrow by Messieurs Jean Didier. She has discovered, so one of her friends told me, a wonderful dressmaker, a stranger who has suddenly appeared from no one knows where, who is making a costume of Catherine de Medicis' maid of honor, and it is to be a marvel of beauty." Excessive suffering brings with it a sort of dull insensibility and stupor, and Prosper thought that there was nothing left to be inflicted upon him, and had reached that state of impassibility from which he never expected to be aroused, when this last remark of M. de Lagos made him cry out with pain, "Madeleine! Oh, Madeleine!" M. de Lagos, pretending not to have heard him, rose from his chair, and said, "I must leave you now, my dear Prosper. On Saturday I will see these ladies at the ball, and will bring you news of them. Now do have courage, and remember that, whatever happens, you have a friend in me." Raoul shook Prosper's hand, closed the door after him, and hurried up the street, leaving Prosper standing immovable and overcome by disappointment. He was aroused from his gloomy reverie by hearing the red-whiskered man say in a bantering tone, "So these are your friends?" "Yes," said Prosper, with bitterness. "You heard him offer me half of his fortune." Monsieur Verdurin shrugged his shoulders with an air of compassion. "That was very stingy on his part," he said. "Why did he not offer the whole? Offers cost nothing, although I have no doubt that this sweet youth would cheerfully give 10,000 francs to put the ocean between you and him." "Monsieur! What reason?" "Who knows? Perhaps for the same reason that he had not set foot in his uncle's house for a month." "But that is the truth, monsieur. I am sure of it." "Naturally," said Monsieur Verdurin, with a provoking smile. "But," he continued with a serious air, "we have devoted enough time to this Adonis. Now be good enough to change your dress, and we will go and call on Monsieur Fauvelle." This proposal seemed to stir up all of Prosper's anger. "Never!" he exclaimed with excitement. "No, never will I voluntarily set eyes on that wretch." This resistance did not surprise Monsieur Verdurin. "I can understand your feelings toward him," said he, "but at the same time I hope you will change your mind. For the same reason that I wish to see Monsieur de la Gosse do I wish to see Monsieur Fauvelle. It is necessary, you understand. Are you so very weak that you cannot put a constraint upon yourself for 5 minutes? I shall introduce myself as one of your relatives, and you need not open your lips." "If it is positively necessary," said Prosper. "If " "It is necessary. So come on. You must have confidence. Put on a brave face. Hurry and fix yourself up a little. It is getting late, and I am hungry. We will breakfast on our way there." Prosper had hardly passed into his bedroom when the bell rang again. Monsieur Verdurin opened the door. It was the porter, who handed him a thick letter and said: "This letter was left this morning for Monsieur Berthomy. I was so flustered when he came that I forgot to hand it to him. It is a very odd looking letter, is it not, monsieur?" It was indeed a most peculiar missive. The address was not written, but formed of printed letters, carefully cut from a book and pasted on the envelope. "Oh, ho! What is this?" cried Monsieur Verdurin. Then, turning toward the porter, he said, "Wait." He went into the next room and closed the door behind him. There he found Prosper anxious to know what was going on. "Here is a letter for you," said Monsieur Verdurin. He at once tore open the envelope. Some bank notes dropped out. He counted them. There were 10. Prosper's face turned purple. "What does this mean?" he asked. "We will read the letter and find out," replied Verdurin. The letter, like the address, was composed of printed words cut out and pasted on a sheet of paper. It was short but explicit. "My dear Prosper, a friend who knows the horror of your situation sends you this succor. There is one heart, be assured, that shares your sufferings. Go away. Leave France. You are young. The future is before you. Go, and may this money bring you happiness." As Monsieur Verdurin read the note, Prosper's rage increased. He was angry and perplexed, for he could not explain the rapidly succeeding events which were so calculated to mystify his already confused brain. "Everybody wishes me to go away," he cried. "Then there must be a conspiracy against me." Monsieur Verdurin smiled with satisfaction. "At last you begin to open your eyes. You begin to understand. Yes, there are people who hate you because of the wrong they have done you. There are people to whom your presence in Paris is a constant danger, and who will not feel safe till they are rid of you." "But who are these people, monsieur? Tell me who dares send this money?" "If I knew, my dear Prosper, my task would be at an end, for then I would know who committed the robbery. But we will continue our searches. I have finally procured evidence which will sooner or later become convincing proof. I have heretofore only made deductions more or less probable. I now possess knowledge which proves that I was not mistaken. I walked in darkness. Now I have a light to guide me." As Prosper listened to Monsieur Verdurin's reassuring words, he felt hope arising in his breast. "Now," said Monsieur Verdurin, we must take advantage of this evidence gained by the imprudence of our enemies without delay. We will begin with the porter." He opened the door and called out, "I say, my good man, step here a moment." The porter entered, looking very much surprised at the authority exercised over his lodger by this stranger. "Who gave you this letter?" said M. Verdurin. "A messenger, who said he was paid for bringing it." "Do you know him?" "I know him well. He is the errand runner who keeps his cart at the corner of the Rue Pigalle. Go and bring him here." After the porter had gone, M. Verdurin drew from his pocket his diary, and compared a page of it with the notes which he had spread over the table. "These notes were not sent by the thief," he said, after an attentive examination of them. "Do you think so, monsieur?" "I am certain of it. That is, unless the thief is endowed with extraordinary penetration and forethought. One thing is certain. These 10,000 francs are not part of the 350,000 which were stolen from the safe." "Yet," said Prosper, who could not account for this certainty on the part of his protector, "yet " "There is no yet about it. I have the numbers of all the stolen notes." "What, when even I did not have them?" "But the bank did, fortunately. When we undertake an affair we must anticipate everything, and forget nothing. It is a poor excuse for a man to say, 'I did not think of it,' when he commits some oversight. I thought of the bank." If, in the beginning, Prosper had felt some repugnance about confiding in his father's friend, the feeling had now disappeared. He understood that alone, scarcely master of himself, governed only by the inspirations of inexperience, never would he have the patient perspicacity of this singular man. Verdurin continued talking to himself as if he had absolutely forgotten Prosper's presence. "Then, as this package did not come from the thief, it can only come from the other person, who was near the safe at the time of the robbery, but could not prevent it, and now feels remorse. The probability of two persons assisting at the robbery, a probability suggested by the scratch, is now converted into undeniable certainty. Ergo, I was right." Prosper, listening attentively, tried hard to comprehend this monologue, which he dared not interrupt. "Let us seek," went on the fat man, "this second person, whose conscience pricks him, and yet who dares not reveal anything." He read the letter over several times, scanning the sentences and weighing every word. "Evidently this letter was composed by a woman," he finally said. "Never would one man doing another man a service and sending him money use the word succor. A man would have said loan, money, or some other equivalent, but succor, never. No one but a woman ignorant of masculine susceptibilities would have naturally made use of this word to express the idea it represents. As to the sentence, 'There is one heart,' and so on, it could only have been written by a woman." "You are mistaken, monsieur," said Prosper. "No woman is mixed up in this affair." M. Verdurin paid no attention to this interruption. Perhaps he did not hear it. Perhaps he did not care to argue the matter. "Now let us see if we can discover whence the printed words were taken to compose this letter." He approached the window, and began to study the pasted words with all the scrupulous attention which an antiquarian would devote to an old, half-effaced manuscript. "Small type," he said, "very slender and clear. The paper is thin and glossy. Consequently, these words have not been cut from a newspaper, magazine, or even a novel. I have seen type like this. I recognize it at once. Didot often uses it, so does Madame de Tours." He stopped with his mouth open and eyes fixed, appealing laboriously to his memory. Suddenly he struck his forehead exultantly. "Now I have it!" he cried. "Now I have it! Why did I not see it at once? These words have all been cut from a prayer book. We will look, at least, and then we shall be certain." He moistened one of the words pasted on the paper with his tongue, and when it was sufficiently softened he detached it with a pin. On the other side of this word was printed a Latin word, Deus. "Aha!" he said, with a little laugh of satisfaction. "I knew it. Father Tabaret would be pleased to see this. But what has become of the mutilated prayer book? Can it have been burned?" "No, because a heavy bound book is not easily burned. It is thrown in some corner." Monsieur Verduret was interrupted by the porter, who returned with the messenger from the Rue Pigalle. "Ah, here you are," he said encouragingly. Then he showed the envelope of the letter, and said, "Do you remember bringing this letter here this morning?" "Perfectly, monsieur. I took particular notice of the direction. We don't often see anything like it." "Who told you to bring it? A gentleman or a lady?" "Neither, monsieur. It was a porter." This reply made the porter laugh very much, but not a muscle of Monsieur Verduret's face moved. "A porter. Well, do you know this colleague of yours?" "I never even saw him before." "How does he look?" "He was neither tall nor short. He wore a green vest and his medal." "Your description is so vague that it would suit every porter in the city. But did your colleague tell you who sent the letter?" "No, monsieur. He only put 10 sous in my hand, and said, 'Here, carry this to No. 39 Rue Chaptal.' A coachman on the boulevard handed it to me." 10 sous! I warrant you he had made more than that by it." This answer seemed to disconcert Monsieur Verduret. So many precautions taken in sending the letter disturbed him and disarranged his plans. "Do you think you would recognize the porter again?" "Yes, monsieur, if I saw him." "How much do you gain a day as a porter?" "I can't tell exactly. But my corner is a good stand, and I am busy doing errands nearly all day. I suppose I make from 8 to 10 francs." "Very well. I will give you 10 francs a day if you will walk about the streets and look for the porter who brought this letter. Every evening, at 8 o'clock, come to the Archangel, on the Quai St. Michel, give me a report of your search, and receive your pay. Ask for Monsieur Verduret. If you find the man, I will give you 50 francs. Do you accept?" "I rather think I will, monsieur." "Then don't lose a minute. Start off." Although ignorant of Monsieur Verduret's plans, Prosper began to comprehend the sense of his investigations. His fate depended upon their success, and yet he almost forgot this fact in his admiration of this singular man; for his energy, his bantering coolness when he wished to discover anything, the surety of his deductions, the fertility of his expedients, and the rapidity of his movements were astonishing. "Monsieur," said Prosper, when the porter had left the room, "do you still think you see a woman's hand in this affair?" "More than ever. And a pious woman, too, and a woman who has 2 prayer books, since she could cut up one to write to you." "And you hope to find the mutilated book?" "I do, thanks to the opportunity I have of making an immediate search, which I will set about at once." Saying this, he sat down and rapidly scratched off a few lines on a slip of paper, which he folded up and put in his vest pocket. "Are you ready to go to M. Fauvel's? Yes? Come on, then. We have certainly earned our breakfast to day." CHAPter 8 of file number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. When Raoul de Lagorce spoke of M. Fauvel's extraordinary dejection, he had not exaggerated. Since the fatal day when, upon his denunciation, his cashier had been arrested, the banker, this active, energetic man of business, had been a prey to the most gloomy melancholy, and absolutely refused to take any interest in his affairs, seldom entering the banking house. He who had always been so domestic never came near his family except at meals, when he would swallow a few mouthfuls and hastily leave the room. Shut up in his study, he would deny himself to visitors. His anxious countenance, his indifference to everybody and everything, his constant reveries and fits of abstraction, betrayed the preoccupation of some fixed idea, or the tyrannical empire of some hidden sorrow. The day of Prosper's release, about 3 o'clock, Monsieur Fauvelle was, as usual, seated in his study, with his elbows resting on the table and his face buried in his hands, when his office boy rushed in, and with a frightened look said: "Monsieur, the former cashier, Monsieur Berthomy, is here with one of his relatives. He says he must see you on business." The banker at these words started up as if he had been shot. "Prosper!" he cried in a voice choked by anger. "What! Does he dare?" Then, remembering that he ought to control himself before his servant, he waited a few moments, and then said, in a tone of forced calmness: "Ask them to walk in." If Monsieur Verdurin had counted upon witnessing a strange and affecting sight, he was not disappointed. Nothing could be more terrible than the attitude of these two men as they stood confronting each other. The banker's face was almost purple with suppressed anger, and he looked as if about to be struck by apoplexy. Prosper was as pale and motionless as a corpse. Silent and immovable, they stood glaring at each other with mortal hatred. Monsieur Verdurin curiously watched these two enemies with the indifference and coolness of a philosopher, who, in the most violent outbursts of human passion, merely sees subjects for meditation and study. Finally, the silence becoming more and more threatening, he decided to break it by speaking to the banker. "I suppose you know, monsieur, that my young relative has just been released from prison?" "Yes," replied Monsieur Fauvelle, making an effort to control himself. "Yes, for want of sufficient proof." "Exactly so, monsieur, and this want of proof, as stated in the decision of not proven, ruins the prospects of my relative, and compels him to leave here at once for America." Monsieur Fauvelle's features relaxed as if he had been relieved of some fearful agony. "Ah, he is going away," he said. "He is going abroad." There was no mistaking the resentful, almost insulting intonation of the words, "going away." Monsieur Verdurin took no notice of Monsieur Fauvelle's manner. "It appears to me," he continued, in an easy tone, "that Prosper's determination is a wise one. I merely wished him, before leaving Paris, to come and pay his respects to his former chief." The banker smiled bitterly. "Monsieur Berthomy might have spared us both this painful meeting. I have nothing to say to him, and of course he can have nothing to tell me." This was a formal dismissal; and Monsieur Verdurin, understanding it thus, bowed to Monsieur Fauvelle, and left the room accompanied by Prosper, who had not opened his lips. They had reached the street before Prosper recovered the use of his tongue. "I hope you are satisfied, monsieur," he said in a gloomy tone. "You exacted this painful step, and I could only acquiesce. Have I gained anything by adding this humiliation to the others which I have suffered?" "You have not, but I have," replied Monsieur Verdurin. "I could find no way of gaining access to Monsieur Fauvelle save through you, and now I have found out what I wanted to know. I am convinced that Monsieur Fauvelle had nothing to do with the robbery." "Oh, monsieur," objected Prosper, "innocence can be feigned." "Certainly, but not to this extent. And this is not all. I wished to find out if Monsieur Fauvelle would be accessible to certain suspicions. I am now confident that he is." Prosper and his companion had stopped to talk more at their ease near the corner of the Rue Lafitte, in the middle of a large space which had lately been cleared by pulling down an old house. Monsieur Verdurin seemed to be anxious, and was constantly looking around as if he expected some one. He soon uttered an exclamation of satisfaction. At the other end of the vacant space he saw Cavaillon, who was bareheaded and running. He was so excited that he did not even stop to shake hands with Prosper, but darted up to Monsieur Verdurin and said: "They have gone, monsieur." "How long since?" "They went about a quarter of an hour ago." "The deuce they did! Then we have not an instant to lose." He handed Cavaillon the note he had written some hours before at Prosper's house. "Here, send him this, and then return at once to your desk. You might be missed. It was very imprudent in you to come out without your hat." Cavaillon ran off as quickly as he had come. Prosper was stupefied. "What!" he exclaimed. "You know Cavaillon?" "So it seems," answered Monsieur Verdurin with a smile. "But we have no time to talk. Come on, hurry." "Where are we going now?" "You will soon know. Walk fast." And he set the example by striding rapidly toward the Rue Lafayette. As they went along he continued talking more to himself than to Prosper. "Ah," said he, "it is not by putting both feet in one shoe that one wins a race. The track once found, we should never rest an instant. When the savage discovers the footprints of an enemy, he follows it persistently, knowing that falling rain or a gust of wind may efface the footprints at any moment. It is the same with us. The most trifling incident may destroy the traces we are following up." Monsieur Verduret suddenly stopped before a door bearing the number 81. "We are going in here," he said to Prosper. "Come." They went up the steps and stopped on the second floor, before a door over which was a large sign, "Fashionable Dressmaker." A handsome bell rope hung on the wall, but Monsieur Verduret did not touch it. He tapped with the ends of his fingers in a peculiar way, and the door instantly opened, as if some one had been watching for his signal on the other side. The door was opened by a neatly dressed woman of about 40. She quietly ushered Monsieur Verduret and Prosper into a neat dining room with several doors opening into it. This woman bowed humbly to Monsieur Verduret, as if he were some superior being. He scarcely noticed her salutation, but questioned her with a look. His look said, "Well?" She bowed affirmatively. "Yes." "In there?" asked Monsieur Verduret in a low tone, pointing to one of the doors. "No," said the woman in the same tone. "Over there, in the little parlor." Monsieur Verduret opened the door pointed out, and pushed Prosper into the little parlor, whispering, as he did so, "Go in, and keep your presence of mind." But this injunction was useless. The instant he cast his eyes around the room into which he had so unceremoniously been pushed without any warning, Prosper exclaimed in a startled voice, "Madeleine!" It was indeed Monsieur Fauvel's niece, looking more beautiful than ever. Hers was that calm, dignified beauty which imposes admiration and respect. Standing in the middle of the room, near a table covered with silks and satins, she was arranging a skirt of red velvet embroidered in gold, probably the dress she was to wear as maid of honor to Catherine de Medici. At sight of Prosper, all the blood rushed to her face, and her beautiful eyes half closed as if she were about to faint. She clung to the table to prevent herself from falling. Prosper well knew that Madeleine was not one of those cold-hearted women whom nothing could disturb, and who feel sensations, but never a true sentiment. Of a tender, dreamy nature, she betrayed in the minute details of her life the most exquisite delicacy. But she was also proud, and incapable of in any way violating her conscience. When duty spoke, she obeyed. She recovered from her momentary weakness, and the soft expression of her eyes changed to one of haughty resentment. In an offended tone she said, "What has emboldened you, monsieur, to be watching my movements? Who gave you permission to follow me, to enter this house?" Prosper was certainly innocent. He would have given worlds to explain what had just happened, but he was powerless, and could only remain silent. "You promised me, upon your honor, monsieur," continued Madeleine, "that you would never again seek my presence. Is this the way you keep your word?" "I did promise, mademoiselle, but—" He stopped. "Oh, speak!" "So many things have happened since that terrible day, that I think I am excusable in forgetting, for 1 hour, an oath torn from me in a moment of blind weakness. It is to chance, at least to another will than my own, that I am indebted for the happiness of once more finding myself near you. Alas! The instant I saw you my heart bounded with joy. I did not think, no, I could not think, that you would prove more pitiless than strangers have been, that you would cast me off when I am so miserable and heartbroken." Had not Prosper been so agitated he could have read in the eyes of Madeleine, those beautiful eyes which had so long been the arbiters of his destiny, the signs of a great inward struggle. It was, however, in a firm voice that she replied, "You know me well enough, Prosper, to be sure that no blow can strike you without reaching me at the same time. You suffer, I suffer with you. I pity you as a sister would pity a beloved brother. A sister," said Prosper, bitterly. "Yes, that was the word you used the day you banished me from your presence. A sister. Then why, during 3 years, did you delude me with vain hopes? Was I a brother to you, the day we went to Notre Dame de Fourvière? That day when at the foot of the altar we swore to love each other for ever and ever, and you fastened around my neck a holy relic and said, 'Wear this always, for my sake, never part from it, and it will bring you good fortune?'" Madeleine attempted to interrupt him by a supplicating gesture. He would not heed it, but continued with increased bitterness. "1 month after that happy day, a year ago, you gave me back my promise, told me to consider myself free from any engagement, and never to come near you again. If I could have discovered in what way I had offended you. But no, you refused to explain. You drove me away, and, to obey you, I told every one that I had left you of my own accord. You told me that an invincible obstacle had arisen between us, and I believed you, fool that I was. The obstacle was your own heart, Madeleine. I have always worn the medal, but it has not brought me happiness or good fortune." As white and motionless as a statue, Madeleine stood with bowed head before this storm of passionate reproach. "I told you to forget me," she murmured. "Forget!" exclaimed Prosper, excitedly. "Forget! Can I forget? Is it in my power to stop, by an effort of will, the circulation of my blood? Ah, you have never loved. To forget, as to stop the beatings of the heart, there is but one means: death." This word, uttered with the fixed determination of a desperate, reckless man, caused Madeleine to shudder. "Miserable man!" she exclaimed. "Yes, miserable man, and 1,000 times more miserable than you can imagine. You can never understand the tortures I have suffered, when for a year I would awake every morning and say to myself, 'It is all over. She has ceased to love me.' This great sorrow stared me in the face day and night in spite of all my efforts to dispel it. And you speak of forgetfulness. I sought it at the bottom of poisoned cups, but found it not. I tried to extinguish this memory of the past, that tears my heart to shreds like a devouring flame, in vain. When the body succumbed, the pitiless heart kept watch. With this corroding torture making life a burden, do you wonder that I should seek rest which can only be obtained by suicide? I forbid you to utter that word. You forget, Madeleine, that you have no right to forbid me, unless you love me. Love would make you all powerful, and me obedient." With an imperious gesture Madeleine interrupted him, as if she wished to speak, and perhaps to explain all, to exculpate herself. But a sudden thought stopped her. She clasped her hands despairingly, and cried, "My God! This suffering is beyond endurance." Prosper seemed to misconstrue her words. "Your pity comes too late," he said. "There is no happiness in store for one like myself, who has had a glimpse of divine felicity, had the cup of bliss held to his lips, and then dashed to the ground. There is nothing left to attach me to life. You have destroyed my holiest beliefs. I came forth from prison disgraced by my enemies. What is to become of me? Vainly do I question the future. For me there is no hope of happiness. I look around me to see nothing but abandonment, ignominy, and despair." "Prosper, my brother, my friend, if you only knew!" "I know but one thing, Madeleine, and that is, that you no longer love me, and that I love you more madly than ever. Oh, Madeleine, God only knows how I love you." He was silent. He hoped for an answer. None came. But suddenly the silence was broken by a stifled sob. It was Madeleine's maid, who, seated in a corner, was weeping bitterly. Madeleine had forgotten her presence. Prosper had been so surprised at finding Madeleine when he entered the room, that he kept his eyes fastened upon her face, and never once looked about him to see if any one else were present. He turned in surprise and looked at the weeping woman. He was not mistaken. This neatly dressed waiting-maid was Nina Gypsy. Prosper was so startled that he became perfectly dumb. He stood there with ashy lips and a chilly sensation creeping through his veins. The horror of the situation terrified him. He was there, between the two women who had ruled his fate, between Madeleine, the proud heiress who spurned his love, and Nina Gypsy, the poor girl whose devotion to himself he had so disdainfully rejected. And she had heard all. Poor Gypsy had witnessed the passionate avowal of her lover, had heard him swear that he could never love any woman but Madeleine, that if his love were not reciprocated he would kill himself, as he had nothing else to live for. Prosper could judge of her sufferings by his own, for she was wounded not only in the present but in the past. What must be her humiliation and anger on hearing the miserable part which Prosper, in his disappointed love, had imposed upon her. He was astonished that Gypsy, violence itself, remained silently weeping instead of rising and bitterly denouncing him. Meanwhile Madeleine had succeeded in recovering her usual calmness. Slowly, and almost unconsciously, she had put on her bonnet and shawl, which were lying on the sofa. Then she approached Prosper and said, "Why did you come here? We both have need of all the courage we can command. You are unhappy, Prosper. I am more than unhappy. I am most wretched. You have a right to complain. I have not the right to shed a tear. While my heart is slowly breaking, I must wear a smiling face. You can seek consolation in the bosom of a friend. I can have no confidant but God." Prosper tried to murmur a reply, but his pale lips refused to articulate. He was stifling. "I wish to tell you," continued Madeleine, "that I have forgotten nothing. But oh, let not this knowledge give you any hope. The future is blank for us, but if you love me, you will live. You will not, I know, add to my already heavy burden of sorrow the agony of mourning your death. For my sake, live. Live the life of a good man, and perhaps the day will come when I can justify myself in your eyes. And now, oh, my brother, my only friend, adieu, adieu." She pressed a kiss upon his brow and rushed from the room, followed by Nina Gypsy. Prosper was alone. He seemed to be awaking from a troubled dream. He tried to think over what had just happened, and asked himself if he were losing his mind, or whether he had really spoken to Madeleine and seen Gypsy. He was obliged to attribute all this to the mysterious power of the strange man whom he had seen for the first time that very morning. How did he gain this wonderful power of controlling events to suit his own purposes? He seemed to have anticipated everything, to know everything. He was acquainted with Gaboriau, he knew all Madeleine's movements, he had even made Gypsy become humble and submissive. Thinking all this, Prosper had reached such a degree of exasperation that when Monsieur Verdurin entered the little parlor, he strode toward him white with rage, and in a harsh, threatening voice said to him, "Who are you?" The stout man did not show any surprise at this burst of anger, but quietly answered, "A friend of your father's. Did you not know it?" "That is no answer, monsieur. I have been surprised into being influenced by a stranger, but now—" "Do you want my biography, what I have been, what I am, and what I may be? What difference does it make to you? I told you that I would save you. The main point is that I am saving you. Still I have the right to ask by what means you are saving me. What good will it do you to know what my plans are? In order to decide whether I will accept or reject them. But suppose I guarantee success?" "That is not sufficient, monsieur. I do not choose to be any longer deprived of my own free will, to be exposed without warning to trials like those I have undergone to day. A man of my age must know what he is doing." "A man of your age, Prosper, when he is blind, takes a guide, and does not undertake to point out the way to his leader." The half bantering, half commiserating tone of Monsieur Verdurin was not calculated to calm Prosper's irritation. "That being the case, monsieur," he cried, I will thank you for your past services, and decline them for the future, as I have no need of them. If I attempted to defend my honor and my life, it was because I hoped that Madeleine would be restored to me. I have been convinced to-day that all is at an end between us. I retire from the struggle, and care not what becomes of me now." Prosper was so decided that Monsieur Verdurin seemed alarmed. "You must be mad," he finally said. "No, unfortunately I am not. Madeleine has ceased to love me, and of what importance is anything else?" His heart-broken tone aroused Monsieur Verdurin's sympathy, and he said in a kind, soothing tone: "Then you suspect nothing? You did not fathom the meaning of what she said?" "You were listening?" cried Prosper, fiercely. "I certainly was." "Monsieur!" "Yes, it was a presumptuous thing to do, perhaps, but the end justified the means in this instance. I am glad I did listen, because it has enabled me to say to you, 'Take courage, Prosper. Mademoiselle Madeleine loves you. She has never ceased to love you.'" Like a dying man who eagerly listens to deceitful promises of recovery, although he feels himself sinking into the grave, did Prosper feel his sad heart cheered by Monsieur Verdurin's assertion. "Oh," he murmured, suddenly calmed, "if I only could hope!" "Rely upon me. I am not mistaken." Ah, I could see the torture endured by this generous girl while she struggled between her love and what she believed to be her duty. Were you not convinced of her love when she bade you farewell? She loves me, she is free, and yet she shuns me. No, she is not free. In breaking off her engagement with you, she was governed by some powerful, irrepressible event. She is sacrificing herself. For whom? We shall soon know, and the secret of her self-sacrifice will discover to us the secret of the plot against you." As Monsieur Verdurin spoke, Prosper felt all his resolutions of revolt slowly melting away, and their place taken by confidence and hope. "If what you say were true," he mournfully said. "Foolish young man, why do you persist in obstinately shutting your eyes to the proof I place before you? Can you not see that Mademoiselle Madeleine knows who the thief is?" "Yes, you need not look so shocked. She knows the thief, but no human power can tear it from her. She sacrifices you, but then she almost has the right, since she first sacrificed herself." Prosper was almost convinced; and it nearly broke his heart to leave this little parlor where he had seen Madeleine. "Alas!" he said, pressing Monsieur Verdurin's hand, "you must think me a ridiculous fool, but you don't know how I suffer." The man with the red whiskers sadly shook his head, and his voice sounded very unsteady as he replied, in a low tone: "What you suffer, I have suffered. Like you, I loved, not a pure, noble girl, yet a girl fair to look upon. For 3 years I was at her feet, a slave to her every whim, when one day she suddenly deserted me who adored her, to throw herself in the arms of a man who despised her. Then, like you, I wished to die. Neither threats nor entreaties could induce her to return to me. Passion never reasons, and she loved my rival." "And did you know this rival?" "I knew him." "And you did not seek revenge?" "No," replied Monsieur Verdurin, with a singular expression. "No, fate took charge of my vengeance." For a minute Prosper was silent, then he said: "I have finally decided, monsieur. My honor is a sacred trust for which I must account to my family. I am ready to follow you to the end of the world. Dispose of me as you judge proper." That same day Prosper, faithful to his promise, sold his furniture, and wrote a letter to his friends announcing his intended departure for San Francisco. In the evening he and Monsieur Verdurin installed themselves in the Archangel. Madame Alexandre gave Prosper her prettiest room, but it was very ugly compared with the coquettish little parlor on the Rue Chaptal. His state of mind did not permit him, however, to notice the difference between his former and present quarters. He lay on an old sofa, meditating upon the events of the day, and feeling a bitter satisfaction in his isolated condition. About 11 o'clock he thought he would raise the window, and let the cool air fan his burning brow. As he did so, a piece of paper was blown from among the folds of the window curtain, and lay at his feet on the floor. Prosper mechanically picked it up and looked at it. It was covered with writing, the handwriting of Nina Gypsy. He could not be mistaken about that. It was the fragment of a torn letter, and if half the sentences did not convey any clear meaning, they were sufficient to lead the mind into all sorts of conjectures. The fragment read as follows: "Of Monsieur Raoul I have been very plotted against him, of whom never warned Prosper, and then best friend, he hand of Mademoiselle Prosper never closed his eyes during that night." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of file number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Not far from the Palais Royal in the Rue Saint-Honoré is the sign of La Bonne Foi, a small establishment half café and half shop, extensively patronized by the people of the neighborhood. It was in the smoking room of this modest café that Prosper, the day after his release, awaited M. Verduret, who had promised to meet him at 4 o'clock. The clock struck 4. M. Verduret, who was punctuality itself, appeared. He was more red-faced and self-satisfied, if possible, than the day before. As soon as the servant had left the room to obey his orders, he said to Prosper: "Well, are our commissions executed?" "Yes, monsieur." "Have you seen the costumer?" "I gave him your letter, and everything you ordered will be sent to the Archangel to-morrow." "Very good. You have not lost time. Neither have I. I have good news for you. The Bonne Foi is almost deserted at 4 o'clock. The hour for coffee is past, and the hour for absinthe has not yet come. Monsieur Verduret and Prosper could talk at their ease without fear of being overheard by gossiping neighbors. Monsieur Verduret drew forth his memorandum book, the precious diary which, like the enchanted book in the fairy tale, had an answer for every question. "While awaiting our emissaries, whom I appointed to meet here, let us devote a little time to Monsieur de la Gorse." At this name Prosper did not protest, as he had done the night previous. Like those imperceptible insects which, having once penetrated the root of a tree, devour it in a single night, suspicion, when it invades our mind, soon develops itself and destroys our firmest beliefs. The visit of La Gorse and Gypsy's torn letter had filled Prosper with suspicions which had grown stronger and more settled as time passed. "Do you know, my dear friend," said Monsieur Verduret, "what part of France this devoted friend of yours comes from?" "He was born at Saint-Remy, which is also Madame Fauvel's native town." "Are you certain of that?" "Oh, perfectly so, monsieur. He has not only often told me so, but I have heard him tell Monsieur Fauvel. And he would talk to Madame Fauvel by the hour about his mother, who was cousin to Madame Fauvel, and dearly beloved by her." "Then you think there is no possible mistake or falsehood about this part of his story?" "None in the least, monsieur." "Well, things are assuming a queer look." And he began to whistle between his teeth, which, with Monsieur Verduret, was a sign of intense inward satisfaction. "What seems so, monsieur?" inquired Prosper. "What has just happened. What I have been tracing. Parbleu!" he exclaimed, imitating the manner of a showman at a fair. "Here is a lovely town, called Saint-Remy, 6,000 inhabitants, charming boulevards on the site of the old fortifications, handsome hotel, numerous fountains, large charcoal market, silk factories, famous hospital, and so on." Prosper was on thorns. "Please be so good, monsieur, as to explain what you—" "It also contains," continued Monsieur Verduret, "a Roman triumphal arch, which is of unparalleled beauty, and a Greek mausoleum. But no La Gorse. Saint-Remy is the native town of Nostradamus, but not of your friend." "Yet I have proofs." "Naturally. But proofs can be fabricated. Relatives can be improvised. Your evidence is open to suspicion. My proofs are undeniable, perfectly authenticated. While you were pining in prison, I was preparing my batteries and collecting munition to open fire. I wrote to Saint-Remy and received answers to my questions. Will you let me know what they were?" "Have patience," said Monsieur Verdurin, as he turned over the leaves of his memoranda. "Ah, here is number 1. Bow respectfully to it. 'Tis official." He then read: "Lagos. Very old family, originally from Mayenne, settled at Saint-Remy about a century ago." "I told you so," cried Prosper. "Pray allow me to finish," said Monsieur Verdurin. "The last of the Lagos, Jules René Henri, bearing without warrant the title of Count, married in 1829 Mademoiselle Rosalie Clarisse Fontanet of Tarascon. Died December, 1848, leaving no male heir, but left 2 daughters. The registers make no mention of any person in the district bearing the name of Lagos. Now what do you think of this information?" queried the fat man, with a triumphant smile. Prosper looked amazed. "But why did Monsieur Fauvelle treat Raoul as his nephew?" "Ah, you mean as his wife's nephew. Let us examine note number 2. It is not official, but it throws a valuable light upon the 20,000 livres income of your friend. Jules René Henri de Lagos, last of his name, died at Saint-Remy on the 29th of December, 1848, in a state of great poverty. He at one time was possessed of a moderate fortune, but invested it in a silkworm nursery and lost it all. He had no son, but left 2 daughters, one of whom is a teacher at Aix, and the other married a retail merchant at Orgon. His widow, who lives at Montagnette, is supported entirely by one of her relatives, the wife of a rich banker in Paris. No person of the name of Lagos lives in the district of Arles." "That is all," said Monsieur Verdurin. "Don't you think it enough?" "Really, monsieur, I don't know whether I am awake or dreaming." "You will be awake after a while. Now I wish to remark one thing. Some people may assert that the widow Lagos had a child born after her husband's death. This objection is destroyed by the age of your friend. Raoul is 24, and Monsieur de Lagos has not been dead 20 years." "But," said Prosper, thoughtfully, "who can Raoul be?" "I don't know. The fact is, I am more perplexed to find out who he is than to know whom he is not. There is one man who could give us all the information we seek, but he will take good care to keep his mouth shut." "You mean Monsieur de Clameret?" "Him, and no one else. I have always felt the most inexplicable aversion toward him. Ah, if we could only get his account in addition to what you already have. I have been furnished with a few notes concerning the Clameret family by your father, who knew them well. They are brief, but I expect more." "What did my father tell you?" "Nothing favorable, you may be sure. I will read you the synopsis of his information. Louis de Clameret was born at the Château de Clameret near Tarascon. He had an elder brother named Gaston, who, in consequence of an affray in which he had the misfortune to kill one man and badly wound another, was compelled to fly the country in 1842. Gaston was an honest, noble youth, universally beloved. Louis, on the contrary, was a wicked, despicable fellow, detested by all who knew him. Upon the death of his father, Louis came to Paris, and in less than 2 years had squandered not only his own patrimony, but also the share of his exiled brother. Ruined and harassed by debt, Louis entered the army, but behaved so disgracefully that he was dismissed. After leaving the army we lose sight of him. All we can discover is that he went to England, and thence to a German gambling resort, where he became notorious for his scandalous conduct. In 1865 we find him again at Paris. He was in great poverty, and his associates were among the most depraved classes. But he suddenly heard of the return of his brother Gaston to France. Gaston had made a fortune in Mexico. but being still a young man and accustomed to a very active life, he purchased near Orleron an iron mill, intending to spend the remainder of his life in working in it. 6 months ago he died in the arms of his brother Louis. His death provided our de Clamart an immense fortune, and the title of Marquis." "Then," said Prosper, "from all this I judge that Monsieur de Clamart was very poor when I met him for the first time at Monsieur Fauvel's?" "Evidently." "And about that time La Gorse arrived from the country?" "Precisely." "And about a month after his appearance Madeleine suddenly banished me?" "Well," exclaimed M. Verduret, "I am glad you are beginning to understand the state of affairs." He was interrupted by the entrance of a stranger. The newcomer was a dandified looking coachman, with elegant black whiskers, shining boots with fancy tops, buff breeches, and a yellow waistcoat with red and black stripes. After cautiously looking around the room, he walked straight up to the table where M. Verduret sat. "What is the news, Master Joseph Dubois?" said the stout man eagerly. "Ah, patron, don't speak of it," answered the servant. "Things are getting warm." Prosper concentrated all his attention upon this superb domestic. He thought he recognized his face. He had certainly somewhere seen that retreating forehead and those little restless black eyes, but where and when he could not remember. Meanwhile Master Joseph had taken a seat at a table adjoining the one occupied by M. Verduret and Prosper, and, having called for some absinthe, was preparing it by holding the water aloft and slowly dropping it in the glass. "Speak," said M. Verduret. "In the first place, patron, I must say that the position of valet and coachman to Monsieur de Clamart is not a bed of roses." "Go on, come to the point. You can complain to morrow." "Very good. Yesterday my master walked out at 2:00. I, of course, followed him. Do you know where he went? The thing was as good as a farce. He went to the Archangel to keep the appointment made by Nina Gypsy." "Well, make haste. They told him she was gone. Then?" "Then? Ah, he was not at all pleased, I can tell you. He hurried back to the hotel where the other, Monsieur de la Gorse, awaited him. And upon my soul, I have never heard so much swearing in my life. Monsieur Raoul asked him what had happened to put him in such a bad humor. 'Nothing,' replied my master, 'except that little devil has run off, and no one knows where she is. She has slipped through our fingers.' Then they both appeared to be vexed and uneasy. La Gorse asked if she knew anything serious. 'She knows nothing but what I told you,' replied Clamart. 'But this nothing, falling in the ear of a man with any suspicions, will be more than enough to work on.'" M. Verduret smiled like a man who had his reasons for appreciating at their just value de Clamarant's fears. "Well, your master is not without sense, after all. Don't you think he showed it by saying that?" "Yes, patron. Then La Gorse exclaimed, 'If it is as serious as that, we must get rid of this little serpent.' But my master shrugged his shoulders, and laughing loudly, said, 'You talk like an idiot. When one is annoyed by a woman of this sort, one must take measures to get rid of her administratively.' This idea seemed to amuse them both very much." "I can understand their being entertained by it," said M. Verduret. "It is an excellent idea. But the misfortune is, it is too late to carry it out. The nothing which made Clamart uneasy has already fallen into a knowing ear." With breathless curiosity Prosper listened to this report, every word of which seemed to throw light upon past events. Now he thought he understood the fragment of Gypsy's letter. He saw that this Raoul, in whom he had confided so deeply, was nothing more than a scoundrel. 1,000 little circumstances, unnoticed at the time, now recurred to his mind, and made him wonder how he could have been blind so long. Master Joseph Dubois continued his report. "Yesterday, after dinner, my master decked himself out like a bridegroom. I shaved him, curled his hair, and perfumed him with especial care, after which I drove him to the Rue de Provence, to call on Madame Fauvel." "What!" exclaimed Prosper. "After the insulting language he used the day of the robbery, did he dare to visit the house?" Yes, monsieur, he not only dared this, but he also stayed there until midnight, to my great discomfort, for I got as wet as a rat waiting for him." "How did he look when he came out?" asked Monsieur Verdurin. "Well, he certainly looked less pleased than when he went in. After putting away my carriage and rubbing down my horses, I went to see if he wanted anything. I found the door locked, and he swore at me like a trooper through the keyhole." And to assist the digestion of this insult, Master Joseph here gulped down a glass of absinthe. "Is that all?" questioned Monsieur Verdurin. "All that occurred yesterday, patron. But this morning my master rose late, still in a horribly bad humour. At noon Raoul arrived, also in a rage. They at once began to dispute, and such a row! Why, the most abandoned housebreakers and pickpockets would have blushed to hear such Billingsgate. At one time my master seized the other by the throat and shook him like a reed. But Raoul was too quick for him. He saved himself from strangulation by drawing out a sharp-pointed knife, the sight of which made my master drop him in a hurry, I can tell you." "But what did they say?" "Ah, there is the rub, patron," said Joseph, in a piteous tone. "The scamps spoke English, so I could not understand them. But I am sure they were disputing about money." "How do you know that?" "Because I learned at the Exposition that the word argent means money in every language in Europe; and this word they constantly used in their conversation." Monsieur Verdurin sat with knit brows, talking in an undertone to himself; and Prosper, who was watching him, wondered if he was trying to understand and construct the dispute by mere force of reflection. "When they had done fighting," continued Joseph, "the rascals began to talk in French again; but they only spoke of a fancy ball which is to be given by some banker. When Raoul was leaving, my master said, 'Since this thing is inevitable, and it must take place to day, you had better remain at home at Visinet this evening.' Raoul replied, 'Of course.'" Night was approaching, and the smoking room was gradually filling with men who called for absinthe or bitters, and youths who perched themselves up on high stools and smoked their pipes. "It's time to go," said Monsieur Verdurin. "Your master will want you, Joseph. Besides, here is some one come for me. I will see you to morrow." The newcomer was no other than Cavaillon, more troubled and frightened than ever. He looked uneasily around the room, as if he expected the whole police force to appear and carry him off to prison. He did not sit down at Monsieur Verdurin's table, but stealthily gave his hand to Prosper, and after assuring himself that no one was observing them, handed Monsieur Verdurin a package, saying, "She found this in a cupboard." It was a handsomely bound prayer book. Monsieur Verdurin rapidly turned over the leaves, and soon found the pages from which the words pasted on Prosper's letter had been cut. "I had moral proofs," he said, handing the book to Prosper; "but here is material proof sufficient in itself to save you." When Prosper looked at the book he turned pale as a ghost. He recognized this prayer book instantly. He had given it to Madeleine in exchange for the medal. He opened it, and on the fly leaf Madeleine had written, "Souvenir of Notre Dame de Fourvière, 17 January, 1866." "This book belongs to Madeleine!" he cried. Monsieur Verdurin did not reply, but walked toward a young man dressed like a brewer, who had just entered the room. He glanced at the note which this person handed to him, and hastened back to the table and said, in an agitated tone, "I think we have got them now." Throwing a 5-franc piece on the table, and without saying a word to Cavaillon, he seized Prosper's arm and hurried from the room. "What a fatality!" he said as he hastened along the street. "We may miss them. We shall certainly reach the St. Lazare station too late for the St. Germain train." "For heaven's sake, where are you going?" asked Prosper. "Never mind, we can talk after we start. Hurry!" Reaching Palais Royal Place, Monsieur Verdurin stopped before one of the hacks belonging to the railway station, and examined the horses at a glance. "How much for driving us to Visinet?" he asked of the driver. "I don't know the road very well that way." The name of Visinet was enough for Prosper. "I will point out the road," he interrupted quickly. "Well," said the driver, "at this time of night, in such dreadful weather, it ought to be 25 francs." And how much more for driving very rapidly?" "Bless my soul! Why, monsieur, I leave that to your generosity; but if you put it at 35 francs " "You shall have 100," interrupted M. Verdurin, "if you overtake a carriage which has half an hour's start of us." "Tonnerre de Brest!" cried the delighted driver. "Jump in, quick! We are losing time." And whipping up his lean horses, he galloped them down the Rue de Valois at lightning speed. CHAPter X. of File number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. Leaving the little station at Vézinay, we come upon two roads. One to the left, macadamized and kept in perfect repair, leads to the village, of which there are glimpses here and there through the trees. The other, newly laid out, and just covered with gravel, leads through the woods. Along the latter, which before the lapse of 5 years will be a busy street, are built a few houses, hideous in design and at some distance apart, rural summer retreats of city merchants, but unoccupied during the winter. It was at the junction of these two roads that Prosper stopped the hack. The driver had gained his 100 francs. The horses were completely worn out, but they had accomplished all that was expected of them. M. Verdurin could distinguish the lamps of a hack similar to the one he occupied, about 50 yards ahead of him. M. Verdurin jumped out, and handing the driver a bank note, said, "Here is what I promised you. Go to the first tavern you find on the right-hand side of the road as you enter the village. If we do not meet you there in an hour, you are at liberty to return to Paris." The driver was overwhelming in his thanks; but neither Prosper nor his friend heard them. They had already started up the new road. The weather, which had been inclement when they set out, was now fearful. The rain fell in torrents, and a furious wind howled dismally through the dense woods. The intense darkness was rendered more dreary by the occasional glimmer of the lamps at the distant station, which seemed about to be extinguished by every new gust of wind. M. Verdurin and Prosper had been running along the muddy road for about 5 minutes, when suddenly the latter stopped and said, "This is Raoul's house." Before the gate of an isolated house stood the hack which M. Verdurin had followed. Reclining on his seat, wrapped in a thick cloak, was the driver, who, in spite of the pouring rain, was already asleep, evidently waiting for the person whom he had brought to this house a few minutes ago. M. Verdurin pulled his cloak and said, in a low voice, "Wake up, my good man." The driver started, and mechanically gathering his reins, yawned out, "I am ready. Come on." But when, by the light of the carriage lamps, he saw two men in this lonely spot, he imagined that they wanted his purse and perhaps his life. "I am engaged," he cried out, as he cracked his whip in the air. "I am waiting here for some one." "I know that, you fool," replied M. Verdurin, "and only wish to ask you a question which you can gain 5 francs by answering. Did you not bring a middle-aged lady here?" This question, this promise of 5 francs, instead of reassuring the coachman, increased his alarm. "I have already told you that I am waiting for some one," he said, "and if you don't go away and leave me alone I will call for help." M. Verdurin drew back quickly. "Come away," he whispered to Prosper. "The cur will do as he says. And the alarm once given, farewell to our projects. We must find some other entrance than by this gate." They then went along the wall surrounding the garden, in search of a place where it was possible to climb up. This was difficult to discover, the wall being 12 feet high, and the night very dark. Fortunately, M. Verdurin was very agile, and having decided upon the spot to be scaled, he drew back a few feet, and making a sudden spring, seized one of the projecting stones above him, and drawing himself up by aid of his hands and feet, soon found himself on top of the wall. It was now Prosper's turn to climb up, but though much younger than his companion, he had not his agility and strength, and would never have succeeded if M. Verdurin had not pulled him up and then helped him down on the other side. Once in the garden, M. Verdurin looked about him to study the situation. The house occupied by M. de la Gorse was built in the middle of an immense garden. It was narrow, 2 stories high, and with garrets. Only one window in the second story was lighted. "As you have often been here," said Monsieur Verduret, "you must know all about the arrangement of the house. What room is that where we see the light?" "That is Raoul's bedchamber." "Very good. What rooms are on the first floor?" "The kitchen, pantry, billiard room, and dining room." "And on the floor above?" "2 drawing rooms separated by folding doors, and a library." "Where do the servants sleep?" "Raoul has none at present. He is waited on by a man and his wife who live at Vézinhet. They come in the morning and leave after dinner." Monsieur Verduret rubbed his hands gleefully. "That suits our plans exactly," he said. "There is nothing to prevent our hearing what Raoul has to say to this person who has come from Paris at 10 o'clock at night to see him. Let us go in." Prosper seemed averse to this, and said, "It is a serious thing for us to do, monsieur." "Bless my soul! What else did we come here for? Did you think it was a pleasure trip, merely to enjoy this lovely weather?" he said in a bantering tone. "But we might be discovered. Suppose we are. If the least noise betrays our presence, you have only to advance boldly as a friend come to visit a friend, and finding the door open, walked in." But unfortunately the heavy oak door was locked. Monsieur Verduret shook it in vain. "How foolish!" he said with vexation. "I ought to have brought my instruments with me. A common lock which could be opened with a nail, and I have not even a piece of wire." Thinking it useless to attempt the door, he tried successively every window on the ground floor. Alas! each blind was securely fastened on the inside. Monsieur Verduret was provoked. He prowled around the house like a fox around a hen coop, seeking an entrance, but finding none. Despairingly he came back to the spot in front of the house, whence he had the best view of the lighted window. "If I could only look in!" he cried. "Just to think that in there," and he pointed to the window, "is the solution of the mystery, and we are cut off from it by 30 or 40 feet of cursed blank wall." Prosper was more surprised than ever at his companion's strange behavior. He seemed perfectly at home in this garden. He ran about without any precaution, so that one would have supposed him accustomed to such expeditions, especially when he spoke of picking the lock of an occupied house, as if he were talking of opening a snuff box. He was utterly indifferent to the rain and sleet driven in his face by the gusts of wind as he splashed about in the mud trying to find some way of entrance. "I must get a peep into that window," he said, "and I will, cost what it may." Prosper seemed suddenly to remember something. "There is a ladder here!" he cried. "Why did you not tell me that before? Where is it?" "At the end of the garden, under the trees." They ran to the spot, and in a few minutes had the ladder standing against the wall. But to their chagrin they found the ladder 6 feet too short. 6 long feet of wall between the top of the ladder and the lighted window was a very discouraging sight to Prosper. He exclaimed, "We cannot reach it." "We can reach it!" cried Monsieur Verduret triumphantly. And he quickly placed himself a yard off from the house, and seizing the ladder, cautiously raised it, and rested the bottom round on his shoulders, at the same time holding the 2 uprights firmly and steadily with his hands. The obstacle was overcome. "Now mount," he said to his companion. Prosper did not hesitate. The enthusiasm of difficulties so skilfully conquered, and the hope of triumph, gave him a strength and agility which he had never imagined he possessed. He made a sudden spring, and seizing the lower rounds, quickly climbed up the ladder, which swayed and trembled beneath his weight. But he had scarcely looked in the lighted window when he uttered a cry which was drowned in the roaring tempest, and dropped like a log down on the wet grass, exclaiming, "The villain! The villain!" With wonderful promptness and vigor, Monsieur Verduret laid the ladder on the ground and ran toward Prosper, fearing he was dead or dangerously injured. "What did you see? Are you hurt?" he whispered. But Prosper had already risen. Although he had had a violent fall, he was unhurt. He was in a state when mind governs matter so absolutely that the body is insensible to pain. "I saw," he answered in a hoarse voice, I saw Madeleine, do you understand, Madeleine, in that room, alone with Raoul." Monsieur Verdurin was confounded. Was it possible that he, the infallible expert, had been mistaken in his deductions? He well knew that Monsieur de la Gorse's visitor was a woman, but his own conjectures, and the note which Madame Gipsy had sent to him at the tavern, had fully assured him that this woman was Madame Fauvelle. "You must be mistaken," he said to Prosper. "No, monsieur, no. Never could I mistake another for Madeleine. Ah, you who heard what she said to me yesterday, answer me, was I to expect such infamous treason as this? You said to me then, 'She loves you, she loves you.' Now do you think she loves me? Speak!" Monsieur Verdurin did not answer. He had first been stupefied by his mistake, and was now racking his brain to discover the cause of it, which was soon discerned by his penetrating mind. "This is the secret discovered by Nina," continued Prosper. "Madeleine, this pure and noble Madeleine, whom I believed to be as immaculate as an angel, is in love with this thief, who has even stolen the name he bears, and I, trusting fool that I was, made the scoundrel my best friend. I confided to him all my hopes and fears, and he was her lover. Of course they amused themselves by ridiculing my silly devotion and blind confidence." He stopped, overcome by his violent emotions. Wounded vanity is the worst of miseries. The certainty of having been so shamefully deceived and betrayed made Prosper almost insane with rage. "This is the last humiliation I shall submit to," he fiercely cried. "It shall not be said that I was coward enough to stand by and let an insult like this go unpunished." He started toward the house, but Monsieur Verdurin seized his arm and said, "What are you going to do?" "Have my revenge. I will break down the door. What do I care for the noise and scandal now that I have nothing to lose? I shall not attempt to creep into the house like a thief, but as a master, as one who has a right to enter, as a man who, having received an insult which can only be washed out with blood, comes to demand satisfaction." "You will do nothing of the sort, Prosper." "Who will prevent me?" "I will." "You! Do not hope that you will be able to deter me. I will appear before them, put them to the blush, kill them both, then put an end to my own wretched existence. That is what I intend to do, and nothing shall stop me." If Monsieur Verdurin had not held Prosper with a vice-like grip he would have escaped and carried out his threat. "If you make any noise, Prosper, or raise an alarm, all our hopes are ruined." "I have no hopes now. Raoul, put on his guard, will escape us, and you will remain dishonored forever. What difference is it to me?" "It makes a great difference to me. I have sworn to prove your innocence. A man of your age can easily find a wife, but can never restore lustre to a tarnished name. Let nothing interfere with the establishing of your innocence." Genuine passion is uninfluenced by surrounding circumstances. Monsieur Verdurin and Prosper stood foot deep in mud, wet to the skin, the rain pouring down on their heads, and yet seemed in no hurry to end their dispute. "I will be avenged," repeated Prosper, with the persistency of a fixed idea. "I will avenge myself." "Well, avenge yourself like a man, and not like a child," said Monsieur Verdurin angrily. "Monsieur!" "Yes, I repeat it, like a child. What will you do after you get into the house? Have you any arms? No. You rush upon Raoul, and a struggle ensues. While you two are fighting, Madeleine jumps in her carriage and drives off. What then? Which is the stronger, you or Raoul?" Overcome by the sense of his powerlessness, Prosper was silent. "And arms would be of no use," continued Monsieur Verdurin. "It is fortunate you have none with you, for it would be very foolish to shoot a man whom you can send to the galleys. What must I do? Wait. Vengeance is a delicious fruit that must ripen in order that we may fully enjoy it." Prosper was unsettled in his resolution. Monsieur Verdurin, seeing this, brought forth his last and strongest argument. "How do we know," he said, "that Mademoiselle Madeleine is here on her own account? Did we not come to the conclusion that she was sacrificing herself for the benefit of some one else? That superior will which compelled her to banish you may have constrained this step to night." "That which coincides with our secret wishes is always eagerly welcomed." This supposition, apparently improbable, struck Prosper as possibly true. "That might be the case," he murmured. "Who knows?" "I would soon know," said Monsieur Verduret, "if I could see them together in that room. Will you promise me, monsieur, to tell me the exact truth, all that you see and hear, no matter how painful it may be for me? I swear it upon my word of honor." Then, with a strength of which a few minutes before he would not have believed himself possessed, Prosper raised the ladder, placed the last round on his shoulders, and said to Monsieur Verduret, "Mount." Monsieur Verduret rapidly ascended the ladder without even shaking it, and had his head on a level with the window. Prosper had seen but too well. There was Madeleine at this hour of the night, alone with Raoul de Lagos in his room. Monsieur Verduret observed that she still wore her shawl and bonnet. She was standing in the middle of the room, talking with great animation. Her look and gestures betrayed indignant scorn. There was an expression of ill-disguised loathing upon her beautiful face. Raoul was seated by the fire, stirring up the coals with a pair of tongs. Every now and then he would shrug his shoulders, like a man resigned to everything he heard, and had no answer except, "I cannot help it. I can do nothing for you." Monsieur Verduret would willingly have given the diamond ring on his finger to be able to hear what was said. But the roaring wind completely drowned their voices. "They are evidently quarrelling," he thought, "but it is not a lovers' quarrel." Madeleine continued talking, and it was by closely watching the face of Lagos, clearly revealed by the lamp on the mantel, that Monsieur Verduret hoped to discover the meaning of the scene before him. At one moment Lagos would start and tremble in spite of his apparent indifference. The next he would strike at the fire with the tongs, as if giving vent to his rage at some reproach uttered by Madeleine. Finally, Madeleine changed her threats into entreaties, and clasping her hands almost fell at his knees. He turned away his head, and refused to answer save in monosyllables. Several times she turned to leave the room, but each time she returned, as if asking a favour, and unable to make up her mind to leave the house till she had obtained it. At last she seemed to have uttered something decisive, for Raoul quickly rose and opened a desk near the fireplace, from which he took a bundle of papers, and handed them to her. "Well," thought Monsieur Verduret, "this looks bad. Can it be a compromising correspondence, which the fair one wants to secure?" Madeleine took the papers, but was apparently still dissatisfied. She again entreated him to give her something else. Raoul refused, and then she threw the papers on the table. The papers seemed to puzzle Monsieur Verduret very much as he gazed at them through the window. "I am not blind," he said, "and I certainly am not mistaken. Those papers, red, green, and yellow, are pawnbrokers' tickets." Madeleine turned over the papers as if looking for some particular ones. She selected 3, which she put in her pocket, disdainfully pushing the others aside. She was evidently preparing to take her departure, for she said a few words to Raoul, who took up the lamp as if to escort her downstairs. There was nothing more for Monsieur Verduret to see. He carefully descended the ladder, muttering to himself, "Pawnbrokers' tickets. What infamous mystery lies at the bottom of all this?" The first thing he did was to remove the ladder. Raoul might take it into his head to look around the garden when he came to the door with Madeleine, and if he did so the ladder could scarcely fail to attract his attention. Monsieur Verduret and Prosper hastily laid it on the ground, regardless of the shrubs and vines they destroyed in doing so, and then concealed themselves among the trees, whence they could watch at once the front door and the outer gate. Madeleine and Raoul appeared in the doorway. Raoul set the lamp on the bottom step, and offered his hand to the girl; but she refused it with haughty contempt, which somewhat soothed Prosper's lacerated heart. This scornful behavior did not, however, seem to surprise or hurt Raoul. He simply answered by an ironical gesture which implied, "As you please." He followed her to the gate, which he opened and closed after her. Then he hurried back to the house, while Madeleine's carriage drove rapidly away. "Now, monsieur," said Prosper, "you must tell me what you saw. You promised me the truth, no matter how bitter it might be. Speak. I can bear it, be it what it may." "You will only have joy to bear, my friend. Within a month you will bitterly regret your suspicions of to night. You will blush to think that you ever imagined Mademoiselle Madeleine to be intimate with a man like Lagos." "But, monsieur, appearances—" "It is precisely against appearances that we must be on our guard. Always distrust them. A suspicion, false or just, is always based on something. But we must not stay here forever; and as Raoul has fastened the gate we shall have to climb back again." "But there is the ladder." "Let it stay where it is. As we cannot efface our footprints, he will think thieves have been trying to get into the house." They scaled the wall, and had not walked 50 steps when they heard the noise of a gate being unlocked. They stood aside and waited. A man soon passed by on his way to the station. "That is Raoul," said Monsieur Verdurin, "and Joseph will report to us that he has gone to tell Clamorant what has just taken place. If they are only kind enough to speak French." He walked along quietly for some time, trying to connect the broken chain of his deductions. "How in the deuce," he abruptly asked, "did this Lagos, who is devoted to gay society, come to choose a lonely country house to live in? I suppose it was because Monsieur Fauvel's villa is only 15 minutes' ride from here, on the Seine." "That accounts for his staying here in the summer, but in winter—" "Oh, in winter he has a room at the Hôtel du Louvre, and all the year round keeps an apartment in Paris." This did not enlighten Monsieur Verdurin much. He hurried his pace. "I hope our driver has not gone. We cannot take the train which is about to start, because Raoul would see us at the station." Although it was more than an hour since Monsieur Verdurin and Prosper left the hack at the branch road, they found it waiting for them in front of the tavern. The driver could not resist the desire to change his 5-franc piece. He had ordered dinner, and finding the wine very good, was calling for more, when he looked up and saw his employers. "Well, you are in a strange state!" he exclaimed. Prosper replied that they had gone to see a friend, and, losing their way, had fallen into a pit. As if there were pits in Vésinet forest! "Ah, that is the way you got covered with mud, is it?" exclaimed the driver, who, though apparently contented with this explanation, strongly suspected that his 2 customers had been engaged in some nefarious transaction. This opinion seemed to be entertained by every one present, for they looked at Prosper's muddy clothes, and then at each other in a knowing way. But Monsieur Verdurin stopped all comment by saying, "Come on." "All right, monsieur. Get in while I settle my bill. I will be there in a minute." The drive back was silent and seemed interminably long. Prosper at first tried to draw his strange companion into conversation, but, as he received nothing but monosyllables in reply, held his peace for the rest of the journey. He was again beginning to feel irritated at the absolute empire exercised over him by this man. Physical discomfort was added to his other troubles. He was stiff and numb; every bone in him ached with the cold. Although mental endurance may be unlimited, bodily strength must in the end give way. A violent effort is always followed by reaction. Lying back in a corner of the carriage, with his feet upon the front seat, Monsieur Verdurin seemed to be enjoying a nap. Yet he was never more wide awake. He was in a perplexed state of mind. This expedition, which he had been confident would resolve all his doubts, had only added mystery to mystery. His chain of evidence, which he thought so strongly linked, was completely broken. For him the facts remained the same, but circumstances had changed. He could not imagine what common motive, what moral or material complicity, what influences, could have existed to make the 4 actors in his drama, Madame Fauvel, Madeleine, Raoul, and Clamorant, seem to have the same object in view. He was seeking in his fertile mind, that encyclopedia of craft and subtlety, for some combination which would throw light on the problem before him. The midnight bells were ringing when they reached the Archangel, and for the first time Monsieur Verdurin remembered that he had not dined. Fortunately Madame Alexandre was still up, and in the twinkling of an eye had improvised a tempting supper. It was more than attention, more than respect that she showed her guest. Prosper observed that she gazed admiringly at Monsieur Verdurin all the while he was eating his supper. "You will not see me to-morrow," said Monsieur Verdurin to Prosper, when he had risen to leave the room. "But I will be here about this time to-morrow night. Perhaps I shall discover what I am seeking at Madame Jandidier's ball." Prosper was dumb with astonishment. What! Would Monsieur Verdurin think of appearing at a ball given by the wealthiest and most fashionable bankers in Paris? This accounted for his sending to the costumer. "Then you are invited to this ball?" The expressive eyes of Monsieur Verdurin danced with amusement. "Not yet," he said, "but I shall be." Oh, the inconsistency of the human mind! Prosper was tormented by the most serious preoccupations. He looked sadly around his chamber, and as he thought of Monsieur Verdurin's projected pleasure at the ball, exclaimed, "Ah, how fortunate he is! To-morrow he will have the privilege of seeing Madeleine." CHAPter 11 Part 1 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Part 1. The Rue Saint-Lazare was adorned by the palatial residences of the Jandidier brothers, two celebrated financiers, who, deprived of the prestige of immense wealth, would still be looked up to as remarkable men. Why cannot the same be said of all men? These two mansions, which were thought marvels at the time they were built, were entirely distinct from each other, but so planned that they could be turned into one immense house when so desired. When Messieurs Jandidier gave parties, they always had their movable partitions taken away, and thus obtained the most superb salon in Paris. Princely magnificence, lavish hospitality, and an elegant, graceful manner of receiving their guests, made these entertainments eagerly sought by the fashionable circles of the capital. On Saturday, the Rue Saint-Lazare was blocked up by a file of carriages, whose fair occupants were impatiently awaiting their turn to drive up to the door, through which they could catch the tantalizing strains of a waltz. It was a fancy ball, and nearly all of the costumes were superb, though some were more original than elegant. Among the latter was a clown. Everything was in perfect keeping: the insolent eye, coarse lips, high cheek-bones, and a beard so red that it seemed to emit flames in the reflection of the dazzling lights. He wore top boots, a dilapidated hat on the back of his head, and a shirt ruffle trimmed with torn lace. He carried in his left hand a canvas banner, upon which were painted 6 or 8 pictures, coarsely designed like those found in strolling fairs. In his right he waved a little switch, with which he would every now and then strike his banner like a quack retailing his wares. Quite a crowd surrounded this clown, hoping to hear some witty speeches and puns, but he kept near the door and remained silent. About 10:30 he quitted his post. Monsieur and Madame Fauvelle, followed by their niece Madeleine, had just entered. A compact group immediately formed near the door. During the last 10 days the affair of the Rue de Provence had been the universal topic of conversation, and friends and enemies were alike glad to seize this opportunity of approaching the banker, some to tender their sympathy, and others to offer equivocal condolence, which of all things is the most exasperating and insulting. Belonging to the battalion of grave, elderly men, Monsieur Fauvelle had not assumed a fancy costume, but merely threw over his shoulders a short silk domino. On his arm leaned Madame Fauvelle, née Valentine de la Verberie, bowing and gracefully greeting her numerous friends. She had once been remarkably beautiful, and to-night the effect of the soft wax lights in her very becoming dress half restored her youthful freshness and comeliness. No one would have supposed her to be 48 years old. She wore a dress of the later years of Louis XIV's reign, magnificent and severe, of embroidered satin and black velvet, without the adornment of a single jewel. She looked so graceful and elegant in this court dress and powdered hair, that some ill-natured gossip said it was a pity to see a real La Verberie, so well fitted to adorn a queen's drawing-room, as all her ancestors had done before her, thrown away upon a man whom she had only married for his money. But Madeleine was the object of universal admiration, so dazzlingly beautiful and queen-like did she appear in her costume of maid of honor, which seemed to have been especially invented to set forth her beautiful figure. Her loveliness expanded in the perfumed atmosphere and soft light of the ballroom. Never had her hair looked so black, her complexion so exquisite, or her large eyes so brilliant. Having greeted the hosts, Madeleine took her aunt's arm, while Monsieur Fauvelle wandered through the rooms in search of the card table, the usual refuge of bored men when they are enticed to the ballroom by their womankind. The ball was now at its height. 2 orchestras, led by Strauss and one of his lieutenants, filled the 2 mansions with intoxicating music. The motley crowd whirled in the waltz until there presented a curious confusion of velvets, satins, laces, and diamonds. Almost every head and bosom sparkled with jewels. The palest cheeks were rosy, heavy eyes now shone like stars, and the glistening shoulders of fair women were like drifted snow in an April sun. Forgotten by the crowd, the clown had taken refuge in the embrasure of a window, and seemed to be meditating upon the gay scene before him. At the same time he kept his eye upon a couple not far off. It was Madeleine dancing with a splendidly dressed doge. The doge was the Marquis de Clamart. He appeared to be radiant, rejuvenated, and well satisfied with the impression he was making upon his partner. At the end of the quadrille he leaned over and whispered compliments with the most unbounded admiration; and she seemed to listen, if not with pleasure, at least without repugnance. She now and then smiled, and coquettishly shrugged her shoulders. "Evidently," muttered the clown, "this noble scoundrel is paying court to the banker's niece. So I was right yesterday. But how can Mademoiselle Madeleine resign herself to so graciously receive his insipid flattery? Fortunately Prosper is not here now." He was interrupted by an elderly man wrapped in a Venetian mantle, who said to him, "You remember, Monsieur Verduret," this name was uttered half seriously, half banteringly, "what you promised me?" The clown bowed with great respect, but not the slightest shade of humility. "I remember," he replied. "But do not be imprudent, I beg you. Monsieur the Count need not be uneasy, he has my promise." "Very good, I know the value of it." The Count walked off; but during this short colloquy the quadrille had ended, and Monsieur de Clamart and Madeleine were lost to sight. "I shall find them near Madame Fauvelle," said the clown. And he at once started in search of the banker's wife. Incommoded by the stifling heat of the room, Madame Fauvelle had sought a little fresh air in the grand picture gallery, which, thanks to the talisman called gold, was now transformed into a fairy-like garden, filled with orange trees, japonicas, laurel, and many rare exotics. The clown saw her seated near a grove, not far from the door of the card-room. Upon her right was Madeleine, and near her stood Raoul de Lagorce, dressed in a costume of Henry III. "I must confess," muttered the clown from his post of observation, "that the young scamp is a very handsome man." Madeleine appeared very sad. She had plucked a japonica from a tree near by, and was mechanically pulling it to pieces as she sat with her eyes downcast. Raoul and Madame Fauvelle were engaged in earnest conversation. Their faces were composed, but the gestures of one and the trembling of the other betrayed a serious discussion. In the card room sat the Doge, Monsieur de Clamart, so placed as to have a full view of Madame Fauvelle and Madeleine, although himself concealed by an angle of the room. "It is the continuation of yesterday's scene," thought the clown. "If I could only get behind the oleander tree, I might hear what they are saying." He pushed his way through the crowd, and just as he had reached the desired spot, Madeleine arose, and, taking the arm of a bejewelled Persian, walked away. At the same moment Raoul went into the card room, and whispered a few words to de Clamart. "There they go," muttered the clown. "The 2 scoundrels certainly hold these poor women in their power. and they are determined to make them suffer before releasing them. What can be the secret of their power?" His attention was attracted by a commotion in the picture gallery. It was caused by the announcement of a wonderful minuet to be danced in the ballroom, the arrival of the Countess de Commarin as Aurora, and the presence of the Princess Korasoff, with her superb emeralds, which were reported to be the finest in the world. In an instant the gallery became almost deserted. Only a few forlorn-looking people remained, mostly sulky husbands whose wives were dancing with other women's husbands, and some melancholy youths looking awkward and unhappy in their gay fancy dresses. The clown thought it a favourable opportunity for carrying out his project. He abruptly left his corner, flourishing his switch and beating his banner, and crossing the gallery seated himself in a chair between Madame Fauvelle and the door. As soon as the people had collected in a circle around him, he commenced to cough in an affected manner, like a stump orator about to make a speech. Then he struck a comical attitude, standing up with his body twisted sideways, and his hat on one ear, and with great buffoonery and volubility made the following remarks: "Ladies and gentlemen, this very morning I obtained a license from the authorities of this town. And what for? Why, gentlemen, for the purpose of exhibiting to you a spectacle which has already won the admiration of the 4 quarters of the globe, and several universities besides. Inside of this booth, ladies, is about to commence the representation of a most remarkable drama, acted for the first time at Pekin, and translated into several languages by our most celebrated authors. Gentlemen, you can take your seats. The lamps are lighted, and the actors are changing their dress." Here he stopped speaking, and imitated to perfection the feats which mountebanks play upon horns and kettle-drums. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," he resumed, "you wish to know what I am doing outside, if the piece is to be performed under the tent. The fact is, gentlemen, that I wish to give you a foretaste of the agitations, sensations, emotions, palpitations, and other entertainments which you may enjoy by paying the small sum of 10 sous. You see this superb picture? It represents 8 of the most thrilling scenes in the drama. Ah, I see you begin to shudder already. And yet this is nothing compared to the play itself. This splendid picture gives you no more idea of the acting than a drop of water gives an idea of the sea, or a spark of fire of the sun. My picture, gentlemen, is merely to give you a foretaste of what is in the tent, as the steam oozing from a restaurant gives you a taste, or rather a smell, of what is within." "Do you know this clown?" asked an enormous Turk of a melancholy Punch. "No, but he can imitate a trumpet splendidly." "Oh, very well indeed. But what is he driving at?" The clown was endeavouring to attract the attention of Madame Fauvelle, who, since Raoul and Madeleine had left her, sat by herself in a mournful reverie. He succeeded in his object. The showman's shrill voice brought the banker's wife back to a sense of reality. She started, and looked quickly about her, as if suddenly awakened from a troubled dream. "Now, ladies, we are in China. The first picture on my canvas here, in the left corner," here he touched the top daub, "represents the celebrated mandarin, Lai Fo, in the bosom of his family. This pretty woman leaning over him is his wife, and these children playing on the carpet are the bonds of love between this happy pair. Do you not inhale the odour of sanctity and happiness emanating from this speaking picture, gentlemen? Madame Lai Fo is the most virtuous of women, adoring her husband, and idolizing her children. Being virtuous, she is happy, for the wise Confucius says, 'The ways of virtue are more pleasant than the ways of vice.'" Madame Fauvelle had left her seat, and approached nearer to the clown. "Do you see anything on the banner like what he is describing?" asked the melancholy Punch of his neighbour. "No, not a thing. Do you?" The fact is, that the daubs of paint on the canvas represented one thing as well as another, and the clown could call them whatever he pleased. "Picture number 2," he cried, after a flourish of music. "This old lady seated before a mirror, tearing out her hair, especially the grey ones, you have seen before, Do you recognize her? No, you do not. She is the fair mandarine of the first picture. I see the tears in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, you have cause to weep, for she is no longer virtuous, and her happiness has departed with her virtue. Alas, it is a sad tale. One fatal day she met on the streets of Pekin a young ruffian, fiendish, but beautiful as an angel, and she loved him. The unfortunate woman loved him." The last words were uttered in the most tragic tone as he raised his clasped hands to heaven. During this tirade he had whirled around, so that he found himself facing the banker's wife, whose countenance he closely watched while he was speaking. "You are surprised, gentlemen," he continued. "I am not. The great Bilboquet has proved to us that the heart never grows old, and that the most vigorous wallflowers flourish on old ruins. This unhappy woman is nearly 50 years old, 50 years old, and in love with a youth. Hence this heart-rending scene, which should serve as a warning to us all." "Really," grumbled a cook, dressed in white satin, who had passed the evening in carrying around bills of fare which no one read, "I thought he was going to amuse us." "But," continued the clown, "you must go inside of the booth to witness the effects of the mandarine's folly. At times a ray of reason penetrates her diseased brain, and then the sight of her anguish would soften a heart of stone. Enter, and for the small sum of 10 sous you shall hear sobs such as the Odéon never echoed in its halcyon days. The unhappy woman has waked up to the absurdity and inanity of her blind passion. She confesses to herself that she is madly pursuing a phantom. She knows but too well that he, in the vigour and beauty of youth, cannot love a faded old woman like herself, who vainly makes pitiable efforts to retain the last remains of her once entrancing beauty. She feels that the sweet words he once whispered in her charmed ear were deceitful falsehoods. She knows that the day is near when she will be left alone, with nothing save his mantle in her hand." As the clown addressed this voluble description to the crowd before him, he narrowly watched the countenance of the banker's wife. But nothing he had said seemed to affect her. She leaned back in her arm-chair perfectly calm, and occasionally smiled at the tragic manner of the showman. "Good heavens!" muttered the clown uneasily. "Can I be on the wrong track?" He saw that his circle of listeners was increased by the presence of the Doge, M. de Clamart. "The third picture," he said after a roll of drums, "depicts the old mandarine after she has dismissed that most annoying of guests, remorse, from her bosom. She promises herself that interest shall supply the place of love in chaining the too seductive youth to her side. It is with this object that she invests him with false honours and dignity, and introduces him to the chief mandarins of the capital of the Celestial Empire. Then, since so handsome a youth must cut a fine figure in society, and as a fine figure cannot be cut without money, the lady must needs to sacrifice all of her possessions for his sake. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, diamonds, and pearls, all are surrendered. The monster carries all these jewels to the pawnbrokers on Tincy Street, and then has the cruelty to refuse her the tickets, so that she may have a chance of redeeming her treasures." The clown thought that at last he had hit the mark. Madame Fauvelle began to betray signs of agitation. Once she made an attempt to rise from the chair, but it seemed as if her strength failed her, and she sank back, forced to listen to the end. "Finally, ladies and gentlemen," continued the clown, "the richly stored jewel cases became empty. The day came when the mandarine had nothing more to give. It was then that the young scoundrel conceived the project of carrying off the jasper button, belonging to the mandarine Lifo, a splendid jewel of incalculable value, which, being the badge of his dignity, was kept in a granite chest, and guarded by 3 soldiers night and day. Ah! The mandarine resisted a long time. She knew the innocent soldiers would be accused and crucified, as is the custom in Pekin, and this thought restrained her. But her lover besought her so tenderly that she finally yielded to his entreaties, and the jasper button was stolen. The fourth picture represents the guilty couple stealthily creeping down the private stairway. See their frightened look! See!" He abruptly stopped. 3 or 4 of his auditors rushed to the assistance of Madame Fauvelle, who seemed about to faint; and at the same time he felt his arm roughly seized by some one behind him. He turned around and faced de Clamart and Lagorce, both of whom were pale with anger. "What do you want, gentlemen?" he inquired politely. "To speak to you," they both answered. "I am at your service." And he followed them to the end of the picture gallery, near a window opening on a balcony. Here they were unobserved except by the man in the Venetian cloak, whom the clown had so respectfully addressed as "Monsieur the Count." The minuet having ended, the orchestras were resting, and the crowd began to rapidly fill the gallery. The sudden faintness of Madame Fauvelle had passed off unnoticed save by a few, who attributed it to the heat of the room. Monsieur Fauvelle had been sent for; but when he came hurrying in, and found his wife composedly talking to Madeleine, his alarm was dissipated, and he returned to the card tables. Not having as much control over his temper as Raoul, Monsieur de Clamart angrily said: "In the first place, monsieur, I would like to know who you are." The clown, determined to answer as if he thought the question were a jest, replied in the bantering tone of a buffoon: "You want my passport, do you, my Lord Doge? I left it in the hands of the city authorities. It contains my name, age, profession, domicile, and every detail." With an angry gesture, Monsieur de Clamart interrupted him. "You have just committed a gross insult." "I, my Lord Doge?" "Yes, you. What do you mean by telling this abominable story in this house?" "Abominable? You may call it abominable, but I, who have composed it, have a different opinion of it." "Enough, monsieur. You will at least have the courage to acknowledge that your performance was a vile insinuation against Madame Fauvelle." The clown stood with his head thrown back and mouth wide open, as if astounded at what he heard. But any one who knew him would have seen his bright eyes sparkling with malicious satisfaction. "Bless my heart!" he cried, as if speaking to himself. "This is the strangest thing I ever heard of. How can my drama of the Mandarine Lifo have any reference to Madame Fauvelle, whom I don't know from Adam or Eve? I can't think how the resemblance, but no, that is impossible." "Do you pretend," said Monsieur de Clamart, "to be ignorant of Monsieur Fauvelle's misfortune?" The clown looked very innocent, and asked: "What misfortune?" "The robbery of which Monsieur Fauvelle was the victim. It has been in every one's mouth, and you must have heard of it." "Ah, yes, yes, I remember. His cashier ran off with 350,000 francs. Pardieu! It is a thing that almost daily happens. But as to discovering any connection between this robbery and my play, that is another matter." Monsieur de Clamart made no reply. A nudge from Lagorce had calmed him as if by enchantment. He looked quietly at the clown, and seemed to regret having uttered the significant words forced from him by angry excitement. "Very well," he finally said, in his usual haughty tone, "I must have been mistaken. I accept your explanation." But the clown, hitherto so humble and silly looking, seemed to take offence at the word, and assuming a defiant attitude, said: "I have not made, nor do I intend making, any explanation." "Monsieur," began de Clamart. "Allow me to finish, if you please. If, unintentionally, I have offended the wife of a man whom I highly esteem, it is his business to seek redress, and not yours. Perhaps you will tell me he is too old to demand satisfaction. If so, let him send one of his sons. I saw one of them in the ball room to night. Let him come. You asked me who I am. In return I ask you who are you? You who undertake to act as Madame Fauvelle's champion? Are you her relative, friend, or ally? What right have you to insult her by pretending to discover an allusion to her in a play invented for amusement?" There was nothing to be said in reply to this. Monsieur de Clamart sought a means of escape. "I am a friend of Monsieur Fauvelle," he said, "and this title gives me the right to be as jealous of his reputation as if it were my own. If this is not a sufficient reason for my interference, I must inform you that his family will shortly be mine. I regard myself as his nephew." "Ah!" "Next week, monsieur, my marriage with Madeleine will be publicly announced." This news was so unexpected, so startling, that for a moment the clown was dumb, and now his surprise was genuine. But he soon recovered himself, and bowing with deference, said with covert irony, "Permit me to offer my congratulations, monsieur. Besides being the belle to night, Mademoiselle Madeleine is worth, I hear, $500,000. Raoul de Lagorce had anxiously been watching the people near them to see if they overheard this conversation. "We have had enough of this gossip," he said in a disdainful tone. "I will only say one thing more, Master Clown, and that is that your tongue is too long." "Perhaps it is, my pretty youth, perhaps it is; but my arm is still longer." De Clamart here interrupted them by saying, "It is impossible for one to seek an explanation from a man who conceals his identity under the guise of a fool." "You are at liberty, my lord Doge, to ask the master of the house who I am, if you dare." "You are!" cried Clamart. "You are!" A warning look from Raoul checked the forge master from using an epithet which would have led to an affray, or at least a scandalous scene. The clown stood by with a sardonic smile, and after a moment's silence stared Monsieur de Clamart steadily in the face, and in measured tones said, "I was the best friend, monsieur, that your brother Gaston ever had. I was his adviser and the confidant of his last wishes." These few words fell like a clap of thunder upon de Clamart. He turned deadly pale, and started back with his hands stretched out before him, as if shrinking from a phantom. He tried to answer, to protest against this assertion, but the words froze on his lips. His fright was pitiable. "Come, let us go," said Lagorce, who was perfectly cool. And he dragged Clamart away, half supporting him, for he staggered like a drunken man, and clung to every object he passed, to prevent falling. "Oh!" exclaimed the clown in 3 different tones. "Oh! Oh!" End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11, Part 2. He himself was almost as much astonished as the forge master, and remained rooted to the spot, watching the latter as he slowly left the room. It was with no decided object in view that he had ventured to use the last mysteriously threatening words, but he had been inspired to do so by his wonderful instinct, which with him was like the scent of a bloodhound. "What can this mean?" he murmured. "Why was he so frightened? What terrible memory have I awakened in his base soul? I need not boast of my penetration, or the subtlety of my plans. There is a great master who, without any effort, in an instant, destroys all my chimeras. He is called Chance." His mind had wandered far from the present scene when he was brought back to his situation by someone touching him on the shoulder. It was the man in the Venetian cloak. "Are you satisfied, M. Verdurin?" he inquired. "Yes and no, Monsieur the Count. No, because I have not completely achieved the object I had in view when I asked you for an invitation here to night. Yes, because these 2 rascals behaved in a manner which dispels all doubt." "And yet you complain." "I do not complain, Monsieur the Count. On the contrary, I bless chance, or rather Providence, which has just revealed to me the existence of a secret that I did not before even suspect." 5 or 6 people approached the count, and he went off with them after giving the clown a friendly nod. The latter instantly threw aside his banner, and started in pursuit of Madame Fauvelle. He found her sitting on a sofa in the large salon, engaged in an animated conversation with Madeleine. Of course they are talking over the scene. But what has become of Lagorce and de Clamorant? He soon saw them wandering among the groups scattered about the room, and eagerly asking questions. I will bet my head these honourable gentlemen are trying to find out who I am. Keep it up, my friends. Ask everybody in the room. I wish you success. They soon gave it up, but were so preoccupied and anxious to be alone in order to reflect and deliberate, that without waiting for supper, they took leave of Madame Fauvelle and her niece, saying they were going home. The clown saw them go up to the dressing-room for their cloaks, and in a few minutes leave the house. I have nothing more to do here, he murmured. I might as well go too. He completely covered his dress with a domino and started for home, thinking the cold frosty air would cool his confused brain. He lit a cigar, and walking up the Rue Saint-Lazare, crossed the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette, and struck into the Faubourg Montmartre. A man suddenly started out from some place of concealment, and rushed upon him with a dagger. Fortunately the clown had a cat-like instinct, which enabled him to protect himself against immediate danger, and detect any which threatened. He saw, or rather divined, the man crouching in the dark shadow of a house, and had the presence of mind to strike an attitude which enabled him to ward off the assassin by spreading out his arms before him. This movement certainly saved his life, for he received in his arm a furious stab, which would have instantly killed him had it penetrated his breast. Anger more than pain made him cry out, "Ah, you villain!" And recoiling a few feet, he put himself on the defensive. But the precaution was useless. Seeing his blow miss, the assassin did not return to the attack, but made rapidly off. "That was certainly Lagorce," said the clown, "and de Clamorant must be somewhere near. While I walked around one side of the church, they must have gone the other and lain in wait for me." His wound began to pain him. He stood under a gas lamp to examine it. It did not appear to be dangerous, but the arm was cut through to the bone. He tore his handkerchief into 4 bands, and tied his arm up with the dexterity of a surgeon. "I must be on the track of some great crime, since these fellows are resolved upon murder. When such cunning rogues are only in danger of the police court, they do not gratuitously risk the chance of being tried for murder." He thought by enduring a great deal of pain he might still use his arm. So he started in pursuit of his enemy, taking care to keep in the middle of the road and avoid all dark corners. Although he saw no one, he was convinced that he was being pursued. He was not mistaken. When he reached the Boulevard Montmartre, he crossed the street, and as he did so, distinguished 2 shadows which he recognized. They crossed the same street a little higher up. "I have to deal with desperate men," he muttered. "They do not even take the pains to conceal their pursuit of me. They seem to be accustomed to this kind of adventure, and the carriage trick which fooled Montferlot would never succeed with them. Besides, my light hat is a perfect beacon to lead them on in the night." He continued his way up the boulevard, and without turning his head, was sure that his enemies were 30 feet behind him. "I must get rid of them somehow," he said to himself. "I can neither return home nor to the Archangel with these devils at my heels. They are following me to find out where I live and who I am. If they discover that the clown is Monsieur Verduret, and that Monsieur Verduret is Monsieur Lecoq, my plans will be ruined. They will escape abroad with the money, and I shall be left to console myself with a wounded arm. A pleasant ending to all my exertions." The idea of Raoul and Clamorant escaping him so exasperated him that for an instant he thought of having them arrested at once. This was easy, for he only had to rush upon them, scream for help, and they would all 3 be arrested, carried to the watch-house, and consigned to the commissary of police. The police often resort to this ingenious and simple means of arresting a malefactor for whom they are on the lookout, and whom they cannot seize without a warrant. The next day there is a general explanation, and the parties, if innocent, are dismissed. The clown had sufficient proof to sustain him in the arrest of Lagorce. He could show the letter and the mutilated prayer book, he could reveal the existence of the pawnbroker's tickets in the house at Vézinay, he could display his wounded arm. he could force Raoul to confess how and why he had assumed the name of Lagos, and what his motive was in passing himself off for a relative of Monsieur Fauvelle. On the other hand, in acting thus hastily, he was ensuring the safety of the principal plotter, de Clamart. What proofs had he against him? Not one. He had strong suspicions, but no well-grounded charge to produce against him. On reflection, the clown decided that he would act alone, as he had thus far done, and that alone and unaided he would discover the truth of all his suspicions. Having reached this decision, the first step to be taken was to put his followers on the wrong scent. He walked rapidly up the Rue Sebastopol, and reaching the square of the Arts et Métiers, he abruptly stopped, and asked some insignificant questions of two constables who were standing talking together. The manoeuvre had the result he expected. Raoul and Clamart stood perfectly still about 20 steps off, not daring to advance. 20 steps. That was as much start as the clown wanted. While talking with the constables, he had pulled the bell of the door before which they were standing, and its hollow sound apprised him that the door was open. He bowed, and entered the house. A minute later the constables had passed on, and Lagos and Clamart in their turn rang the bell. When the concierge appeared, they asked who it was that had just gone in disguised as a clown. They were told that no such person had entered, and that none of the lodgers had gone out disguised that night. "However," added the concierge, "I am not very sure, for this house has a back door which opens on the Rue Saint Denis." "We are tricked," interrupted Lagos, "and will never know who the clown is." "Unless we learn it too soon for our own good," said Clamart musingly. While Lagos and Clamart were anxiously trying to devise some means of discovering the clown's identity, Verduret hurried up the back street, and reached the Archangel as the clock struck 3. Prosper, who was watching from his window, saw him in the distance, and ran down to open the door for him. "What have you learned?" he said. "What did you find out? Did you see Madeleine? Were Raoul and Clamart at the ball?" But Monsieur Verduret was not in the habit of discussing private affairs where he might be overheard. "First of all, let us go into your room and get some water to wash this cut, which burns like fire. Heavens! Are you wounded?" "Yes, it is a little souvenir of your friend Raoul. Ah, I will soon teach him the danger of chopping up a man's arm." Prosper was surprised at the look of merciless rage on his friend's face as he calmly washed and dressed his arm. "Now, Prosper, we will talk as much as you please. Our enemies are on the alert, and we must crush them instantly or not at all. I have made a mistake. I have been on the wrong track. It is an accident liable to happen to any man, no matter how intelligent he may be. I took the effect for the cause. The day I was convinced that culpable relations existed between Raoul and Madame Fauvelle, I thought I held the end of the thread that must lead us to the truth. I should have been more mistrustful. This solution was too simple, too natural. Do you suppose Madame Fauvelle to be innocent? Certainly not. But her guilt is not such as I first supposed. I imagined that, infatuated with a seductive young adventurer, Madame Fauvelle had first bestowed upon him the name of one of her relatives, and then introduced him as her nephew. This was an adroit stratagem to gain him admission to her husband's house. She began by giving him all the money she could dispose of. Later she let him take her jewels to the pawnbrokers. When she had nothing more to give, she allowed him to steal the money from her husband's safe. That is what I first thought." "And in this way everything was explained?" "No, this did not explain everything, as I well knew at the time, and should, consequently, have studied my characters more thoroughly. How is Clamarant's position to be accounted for, if my first idea was the correct one?" "Clamart is Lagos's accomplice, of course." "Ah, there is the mistake. I, for a long time, believed Lagos to be the principal person, when in fact he is nothing. Yesterday, in a dispute between them, the forge master said to his dear friend, 'And above all things, my friend, I would advise you not to resist me, for if you do I will crush you to atoms.' That explains all. The elegant Lagos is not the lover of Madame Fauville, but the tool of Clammerant. Besides, did our first suppositions account for the resigned obedience of Madeleine? It is Clammerant and not Lagos whom Madeleine obeys." Prosper began to remonstrate. M. Verdurin shrugged his shoulders. To convince Prosper he had only to utter one word, to tell him that 3 hours ago Clammerant had announced his intended marriage with Madeleine, but he did not. "Clammerant," he continued, "Clammerant alone has Madame Fauville in his power. Now the question is, what is the secret of this terrible influence he has gained over her? I have positive proof that they have not met since their early youth until 15 months ago; and as Madame Fauville's reputation has always been above the reach of slander, we must seek in the past for the cause of her resigned obedience to his will." "We can never discover it," said Prosper, mournfully. "We can discover it as soon as we know Clammerant's past life. Ah, to night he turned as white as a sheet when I mentioned his brother Gaston's name. And then I remembered that Gaston died suddenly while his brother Louis was making him a visit." "Do you think he was murdered?" "I think the men who tried to assassinate me would do anything. The robbery, my friend, has now become a secondary detail. It is easily explained, and if that were all to be accounted for, I would say to you, my task is done. Let us go ask the judge of instruction for a warrant of arrest." Prosper started up with sparkling eyes. "Ah, you know? Is it possible?" "Yes, I know who gave the key, and I know who told the secret word." "The key might have been M. Fauville's, but the word—" "The word you were foolish enough to give. You have forgotten, I suppose. But fortunately Gypsy remembered. You know that, 2 days before the robbery, you took Lagos and 2 other friends to sup with Madame Gypsy. Nina was sad and reproached you for not being more devoted to her." "Yes, I remember that." "But do you remember what you replied to her?" "No, I do not," said Prosper, after thinking a moment. "Well, I will tell you. Nina, you are unjust in reproaching me with not thinking constantly of you, for at this very moment your dear name guards M. Fauville's safe." The truth suddenly burst upon Prosper like a thunderclap. He wrung his hands despairingly, and cried, "Yes, oh yes, I remember now." "Then you can easily understand the rest. One of the scoundrels went to Madame Fauville and compelled her to give up her husband's key, then at a venture placed the movable buttons on the name of Gypsy, opened the safe, and took the 350,000 francs. And Madame Fauville must have been terribly frightened before she yielded. The day after the robbery the poor woman was near dying, and it was she who at the greatest risk sent you the 10,000 francs." "But which was the thief, Raoul or Clammerant? What enables them to thus tyrannize over Madame Fauville? And how does Madeleine come to be mixed up in the affair?" "These questions, my dear Prosper, I cannot yet answer. Therefore I postpone seeing the judge. I only ask you to wait 10 days; and if I cannot in that time discover the solution of this mystery, I will return and go with you to report to M. Patrician all that we know." "Are you going to leave the city?" "In an hour I shall be on the road to Beaucaire. It was from that neighborhood that Clammerant came, as well Madame Fauville, who was a Mademoiselle de la Verberie before marriage." "Yes, I knew both families." "I must go there to study them. Neither Raoul nor Clammerant can escape during my absence. The police are watching them. But you, Prosper, must be prudent. Promise me to remain a prisoner here during my trip." All that M. Verdurin asked, Prosper willingly promised. But he did not wish to be left in complete ignorance of his projects for the future, or of his motives in the past. "Will you not tell me, monsieur, who you are, and what reasons you had for coming to my rescue?" The extraordinary man smiled sadly, and said, "I tell in the presence of Nina on the day before your marriage with Madeleine." Once left to his own reflections, Prosper began to appreciate the powerful assistance rendered by his friend. Recalling the field of investigation gone over by his mysterious protector, he was amazed at its extent. How many facts had been discovered in a week, and with what precision, although he had pretended to be on the wrong track! Verdurin had grouped his evidence, and reached a result which Prosper felt he never could have hoped to attain by his own exertions. He was conscious that he possessed neither Verdurin's penetration nor his subtlety. He did not possess this art of compelling obedience, of creating friends at every step, and the science of making men and circumstances unite in the attainment of a common result. He began to regret the absence of this friend who had risen up in the hour of adversity. He missed the sometimes rough but always kindly voice which had encouraged and consoled him. He felt woefully lost and helpless, not daring to act or think for himself, more timid than a child when deserted by his nurse. He had the good sense to follow the recommendations of his mentor. He remained shut up in the Archangel, not even appearing at the windows. Twice he had news of M. Verdurin. The first time he received a letter in which his friend said he had seen his father and had had a long talk with him. Afterward, Dubois, M. de Clamorant's valet, came to tell him that his patron reported everything as progressing finely. On the 9th day of his voluntary seclusion, Prosper began to feel restless, and at 10 o'clock at night set forth to take a walk, thinking the fresh air would relieve the headache which had kept him awake the previous night. Madame Alexandre, who seemed to have some knowledge of M. Verdurin's affairs, begged Prosper to remain at home. "What can I risk by taking a walk at this time in a quiet part of the city?" he asked. "I can certainly stroll as far as the Jardin des Plantes without meeting any one." Unfortunately he did not strictly follow this programme; for, having reached the Orleans railway station, he went into a café near by and called for a glass of ale. As he sat sipping his glass he picked up a daily paper, the Sun, and under the head of Fashionable Gossip, signed Jacques Durand, read the following: "We understand that the niece of one of our most prominent bankers, M. André Fauvel, will be shortly married to M. le Marquis Louis de Clamorant. The engagement has been announced." This news, coming upon him so unexpectedly, proved to Prosper the justness of M. Verdurin's calculations. Alas, why did not this certainty inspire him with absolute faith? Why did it not give him courage to wait, the strength of mind to refrain from acting on his own responsibility? Frenzied by distress of mind, he already saw Madeleine indissolubly united to this villain, and thinking that M. Verdurin would perhaps arrive too late to be of use, determined at all risks to throw an obstacle in the way of the marriage. He called for pen and paper, and, forgetting that no situation can excuse the mean cowardice of an anonymous letter, wrote in a disguised hand the following lines to M. Fauvel: "Dear Sir, you consigned your cashier to prison. You acted prudently, since you were convinced of his dishonesty and faithlessness. But even if he stole 350,000 francs from your safe, does it follow that he also stole Madame Fauvel's diamonds, and pawned them at the Mont de Piété where they now are? Warned as you are, if I were you, I would not be the subject of public scandal. I would watch my wife, and would be distrustful of handsome cousins. Moreover, I would, before signing the marriage contract of Mademoiselle Madeleine, inquire at the Prefecture of Police, and obtain some information concerning the noble Marquis de Clamorant. A friend." Prosper hastened off to post his letter. Fearing that it would not reach M. Fauvel in time, he walked up to the Rue Cardinal Lemoine, and put it in the main letter box, so as to be certain of its speedy delivery. Until now he had not doubted the propriety of his action. But now, when too late, when he heard the sound of his letter falling into the box, 1,000 scruples filled his mind. Was it not wrong to act thus hurriedly? Would not this letter interfere with M. Verdurin's plans? Upon reaching the hotel his doubts were changed into bitter regrets. Joseph Dubois was waiting for him. He had received a dispatch from his patron, saying that his business was finished, and that he would return the next evening at 9 o'clock. Prosper was wretched. He would have given all he had to recover the anonymous letter. And he had cause for regret, At that very hour, Monsieur Verdurin was taking his seat in the cars at Tarascon, meditating upon the most advantageous plan to be adopted in pursuance of his discoveries. For he had discovered everything, and now must bring matters to a crisis. Adding to what he already knew, the story of an old nurse of Mademoiselle de la Verberie, the affidavit of an old servant who had always lived in the Clamorant family, and the depositions of the Vésinet husband and wife who attended Monsieur Lagorce at his country house, the latter having been sent to him by Dubois, Fanferlot, with a good deal of information obtained from the Prefecture of Police, he had worked up a complete case, and could now act upon a chain of evidence without a missing link. As he had predicted, he had been compelled to search in the distant past for the first causes of the crime of which Prosper had been the victim. The following is the drama as he wrote it out for the benefit of the judge of instruction, knowing that it would contain grounds for an indictment against the malefactors. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, Part 1. The Drama. About 2 leagues from Tarascon, on the left bank of the Rhone, not far from the wonderful gardens of Monsieur Audibert, stood the château of Clamorant, a weather-stained, neglected, but massive structure. Here lived in 1841 the old Marquis de Clamorant and his 2 sons Gaston and Louis. The Marquis was an eccentric old man. He belonged to the race of nobles now almost extinct, whose watches stopped in 1789 and who kept time with the past century. More attached to his illusions than to his life, the old Marquis insisted upon considering all the stirring events which had happened since the first Revolution as a series of deplorable practical jokes. Emigrating with the Comte d'Artois, he did not return to France until 1815 with the Allies. He should have been thankful to Heaven for the recovery of a portion of his immense family estates, a comparatively small portion, to be sure, but full enough to support him comfortably. He said, however, that he did not think the few paltry acres were worth thanking God for. At first he tried every means to obtain an appointment at court. But seeing all his efforts fail, he resolved to retire to his château, which he did, after cursing and pitying his king, whom he had worshipped. He soon became accustomed to the free and indolent life of a country gentleman. Possessing 15,000 francs a year, he spent 25 or 30,000, borrowing from every source, saying that a genuine restoration would soon take place, and that then he would regain possession of all his properties. Following his example, his younger son lived extravagantly. Louis was always in pursuit of adventure, and idled away his time in drinking and gambling. The elder son, Gaston, anxious to participate in the stirring events of the time, prepared himself for action by quietly working, studying, and reading certain papers and pamphlets surreptitiously received, the very mention of which was considered a hanging matter by his father. Altogether the old Marquis was the happiest of mortals, living well, drinking high, hunting much, tolerated by the peasants, and execrated by the gentlemen of the neighbourhood, who regarded him with contempt and raillery. Time never hung heavy on his hands, except in midsummer when the valley of the Rhone was intensely hot, and even then he had infallible means of amusement, always new, though ever the same. He detested, above all, his neighbour, the Countess de la Verberie. The Countess de la Verberie, the bête noire of the Marquis, as he ungallantly termed her, was a tall, dry woman, angular in appearance and character, cold and arrogant toward her equals, and domineering over her inferiors. Like her noble neighbor, she too had emigrated, and her husband was afterward killed at Lutzen, but unfortunately not in the French ranks. In 1815 the Countess came back to France. But while the Marquis de Clamorant returned to comparative ease, she could obtain nothing from royal munificence but the small estate and château of La Verberie. It is true that the château of La Verberie would have contented most people, but the Countess never ceased to complain of her unmerited poverty, as she called it. The pretty château was more modest in appearance than the manor of the Clamorant, but it was equally comfortable and much better regulated by its proud mistress. It was built in the middle of a beautiful park, one of the wonders of that part of the country. It reached from the Beaucaire road to the riverbank, a marvel of beauty, with its superb old oaks, yoke elms, and lovely groves, its meadow, and clear stream of water winding in among the trees. The Countess had but one child, a lovely girl of 18 named Valentine. Fair, slender, and graceful, with large soft eyes, beautiful enough to make the stone saints of the village church thrill in their niches when she knelt piously at their feet. The renown of her great beauty, carried on the rapid waters of the Rhone, was spread far and wide. Often the bargemen and the robust wagoners driving their powerful horses along the road would stop to gaze with admiration upon Valentine seated under some grand old tree on the banks of the river, absorbed in her book. At a distance, her white dress and flowing tresses made her seem a mysterious spirit from another world, these honest people said. They thought it a good omen when they caught a glimpse of her as they passed up the river. All along between Arles and Valence she was spoken of as the lovely fairy of La Verberie. If M. de Clamorand detested the Countess, Madame de La Verberie execrated the Marquis. If he nicknamed her the Witch, she never called him anything but the old gander. And yet they should have agreed, for at heart they cherished the same opinions, with different ways of viewing them. He considered himself a philosopher, scoffed at everything, and had an excellent digestion. She nursed her rancour and grew yellow and thin from rage and envy. Nevertheless, they might have spent many pleasant evenings together, for after all they were neighbours. From Clamorand could be seen Valentine's greyhound running about the park of La Verberie. From La Verberie glimpses were had of the lights in the dining-room windows of Clamorand. And as regularly as these lights appeared, every evening, the Countess would say in a spiteful tone, "Ah, now their orgies are about to commence." The two châteaux were only separated by the fast-flowing Rhone, which at this spot was rather narrow. But between the two families existed a hatred deeper and more difficult to avert than the course of the Rhone. What was the cause of this hatred? The Countess, no less than the Marquis, would have found it difficult to tell. It was said that under the reign of Henri IV or Louis XIII, La Verberie betrayed the affections of a fair daughter of the Clamorand. This misdeed led to a duel and bloodshed. This groundwork of facts had been highly embellished by fiction. Handed down from generation to generation, it had now become a long tragic history of robbery, murder, and rapine, which precluded any intercourse between the two families. The usual result followed, as it always does in real life, and often in romances, which, however exaggerated they may be, generally preserve a reflection of the truth which inspires them. Gaston met Valentine at an entertainment. He fell in love with her at first sight. Valentine saw Gaston, and from that moment his image filled her heart. But so many obstacles separated them. For over a year they both religiously guarded their secret, buried like a treasure in the inmost recesses of their hearts. And this year of charming, dangerous reveries decided their fate. To the sweetness of the first impression succeeded a more tender sentiment. Then came love, each having endowed the other with superhuman qualities and ideal perfections. Deep, sincere passion can only expand in solitude. In the impure air of a city it fades and dies, like the hardy plants which lose their color and perfume when transplanted to hothouses. Gaston and Valentine had only seen each other once, but seeing was to love. And as the time passed, their love grew stronger, until at last the fatality which had presided over their first meeting brought them once more together. They both happened to be spending the day with the old Duchess d'Arlange, who had returned to the neighborhood to sell her property. They spoke to each other, and like old friends, surprised to find that they both entertained the same thoughts and echoed the same memories. Again they were separated for months. But soon, as if by accident, they happened to be at a certain hour on the banks of the Rhone, and would sit and gaze across at each other. Finally, one mild May evening, when Madame de la Verberie had gone to Beaucaire, Gaston ventured into the park and appeared before Valentine. She was not surprised or indignant. Genuine innocence displays none of the startled modesty assumed by conventional innocence. It never occurred to Valentine that she ought to bid Gaston to leave her. She leaned upon his arm and strolled up and down the grand old avenue of oaks. They did not say they loved each other, they felt it; but they did say that their love was hopeless. They well knew that the inveterate family feud could never be overcome, and that it would be folly to attempt it. They swore never, never to forget each other, and tearfully resolved never to meet again. Never, not even once more. Alas! Valentine was not without excuse. With a timid, loving heart, her expansive affection was repressed and chilled by a harsh mother. Never had there been one of those long private talks between the Countess de la Verberie and Valentine, which enabled a good mother to read her daughter's heart like an open book. Madame de la Verberie saw nothing but her daughter's beauty. She was wont to rub her hands and say, "Next winter I will borrow enough money to take the child to Paris, and I am much mistaken if her beauty does not win her a rich husband who will release me from poverty." She called this loving her daughter. The second meeting was not the last. Gaston dared not trust to a boatman, so he was obliged to walk a league in order to cross the bridge. Then he thought it would be shorter to swim the river; but he could not swim well, and to cross the Rhone where it ran so rapidly was rash for the most skilful swimmers. One evening, however, Valentine was startled by seeing him rise out of the water at her feet. She made him promise never to attempt this exploit again. He repeated the feat and the promise the next evening, and every successive evening. As Valentine always imagined he was being drowned in the furious current, they agreed upon a signal. At the moment of starting, Gaston would put a light in his window at Clamart, and in 15 minutes he would be at his idol's feet. What were the projects and hopes of the lovers? Alas, they projected nothing. They hoped for nothing. Blindly, thoughtlessly, almost fearlessly, they abandoned themselves to the dangerous happiness of a daily rendezvous. Regardless of the storm that must ere long burst over their devoted heads, they revelled in their present bliss. Is not every sincere passion thus? Passion subsists upon itself and in itself; and the very things which ought to extinguish it, absence and obstacles, only make it burn more fiercely. It is exclusive and undisturbed; reflects neither of the past nor of the future; excepting the present, it sees and cares for nothing. Moreover, Valentine and Gaston believed every one ignorant of their secret. They had always been so cautious; they had kept such strict watch. They had flattered themselves that their conduct had been a masterpiece of dissimulation and prudence. Valentine had fixed upon the hour when she was certain her mother would not miss her. Gaston had never confided to anyone, not even to his brother Louis. They never breathed each other's name. They denied themselves a last sweet word, a last kiss, when they felt it would be more safe. Poor blind lovers! As if anything could be concealed from the idle curiosity of country gossips, from the slanderous and ever watchful enemies who are incessantly on the lookout for some new bit of tittle-tattle, good or bad, which they improve upon and eagerly spread far and near. They believed their secret well kept, whereas it had long since been made public. The story of their love, the particulars of their rendezvous, were topics of conversation throughout the neighborhood. Sometimes, at dusk, they would see a bark gliding along the water near the shore, and would say to each other, "It is a belated fisherman returning home." They were mistaken. The boat contained malicious spies, who delighted in having discovered them, and hastened to report with 1,000 false additions the result of their expedition. One dreary November evening Gaston was awakened to the true state of affairs. The Rhone was so swollen by heavy rains that an inundation was daily expected. To attempt to swim across this impetuous torrent would be tempting God. Therefore Gaston went to Tarascon, intending to cross the bridge there, and walk along the bank to the usual place of meeting at La Verberie. Valentine expected him at 11 o'clock. Whenever Gaston went to Tarascon he dined with a relative living there; but on this occasion a strange fatality led him to accompany a friend to the hotel of the Three Emperors. After dinner they went not to the Café Simon, their usual resort, but to the little café in the market-place where the fairs were held. The small dining hall was filled with young men. Gaston and his friend called for a bottle of beer and began to play billiards. After they had been playing a short time, Gaston's attention was attracted by peals of laughter from a party at the other end of the room. From this moment, preoccupied by this continued laughter of which he was evidently the subject, he knocked the balls carelessly in every direction. His conduct surprised his friend, who said to him, "What is the matter? You are missing the simplest shots." "It is nothing." The game went on a while longer, when Gaston suddenly turned white as a sheet, and throwing down his cue, strode toward the table which was occupied by 5 young men playing dominoes and drinking wine. He addressed the eldest of the group, a handsome man of 26, with fierce-looking eyes and a heavy black moustache, named Jules Lazet. "Repeat, if you dare," he said in a voice trembling with passion, "the remark you just now made." "I certainly will repeat it," said Lazet, calmly. "I said, and I say it again, that a nobleman's daughter is no better than a mechanic's daughter; that virtue does not always accompany a titled name. You mentioned a particular name." Lazet rose from his chair as if he knew his answer would exasperate Gaston, and that from words they would come to blows. "I did," he said with an insolent smile. "I mentioned the name of the pretty little fairy of La Verberie." All the coffee drinkers, and even 2 traveling agents who were dining in the café, rose and surrounded the 2 young men. The provoking looks, the murmurs, or rather shouts, which welcomed him as he walked up to Lazet, proved to Gaston that he was surrounded by enemies. The wickedness and evil tongue of the old marquis were bearing their fruit. Rancor ferments quickly and fiercely among the people of Provence. Gaston de Clameron was not a man to yield, even if his foes were 100 instead of 15 or 20. "No one but a coward," he said in a clear, ringing voice, which the pervading silence rendered almost startling, "no one but a contemptible coward would be infamous enough to calumniate a young girl who has neither father nor brother to defend her honor." "If she has no father or brother," sneered Lazet, "she has her lovers, and that suffices." The insulting words, "her lovers," enraged Gaston beyond control. He slapped Lazet violently in the face. Every one in the café simultaneously uttered a cry of terror. Lazet's violence of character, his herculean strength and undaunted courage were well known. He sprang across the table between them and seized Gaston by the throat. Then arose a scene of excitement and confusion. Clameron's friend, attempting to assist him, was knocked down with billiard cues, and kicked under a table. Equally strong and agile, Gaston and Lazet struggled for some minutes without either gaining an advantage. Lazet, as loyal as he was courageous, would not accept assistance from his friends. He continually called out, "Keep away! Let me fight it out alone!" But the others were too excited to remain inactive spectators of the scene. "A quilt!" cried one of them. "A quilt to make the marquis jump!" 5 or 6 young men now rushed upon Gaston and separated him from Lazet. Some tried to throw him down, others to trip him up. He defended himself with the energy of despair, exhibiting in his furious struggles a strength of which he himself had not been conscious. He struck right and left, as he showered fierce epithets upon his adversaries for being 12 against 1. He was endeavoring to get around the billiard table so as to be near the door, and had almost succeeded when an exultant cry arose. "Here is the quilt! The quilt!" they cried. "Put him in the quilt, the pretty fairy's lover!" Gaston heard these cries. He saw himself overcome, and suffering an ignoble outrage at the hands of these enraged men. By a dexterous movement he extricated himself from the grasp of the 3 who were holding him, and felled a 4th to the ground. His arms were free, but all his enemies returned to the charge. Then he seemed to lose his head, and seizing a knife which lay on the table where the traveling agents had been dining, he plunged it into the breast of the first man who rushed upon him. This unfortunate man was Jules Lazet. He dropped to the ground. There was a second of silent stupor. Then 4 or 5 of the young men rushed forward to raise Lazet. The landlady ran about wringing her hands and screaming with fright. Some of the assailants rushed into the street shouting, "Murder! Murder!" The others once more turned upon Gaston with cries of "Vengeance! Kill him!" He saw that he was lost. His enemies had seized the first objects they could lay their hands upon, and he received several wounds. He jumped upon the billiard table, and making a rapid spring, dashed through the large glass window of the café. He was fearfully cut by the broken glass and splinters, but he was free. Gaston had escaped, but he was not yet saved. Astonished and disconcerted at his desperate feat, the crowd for a moment were stupefied. But recovering their presence of mind, they started in pursuit of him. The weather was bad, the ground wet and muddy, and heavy black clouds were rolling westward. But the night was not dark. Gaston ran on from tree to tree, making frequent turnings, every moment on the point of being seized and surrounded, and asking himself what course he should take. Finally, he determined, if possible, to regain Clamorant. With incredible rapidity, he darted diagonally across the fair ground, in the direction of the levee which protected the valley of Tarascon from inundations. Unfortunately, upon reaching this levee, planted with magnificent trees which made it one of the most charming walks of Provence, Gaston forgot that the entrance was closed by a gate with 3 steps, such as are always placed before walks intended for foot passengers, and rushed against it with such violence that he was thrown back and badly bruised. He quickly sprang up, but his pursuers were upon him. This time he could expect no mercy. The infuriated men at his heels yelled that fearful cry which in the evil days of lawless bloodshed had often echoed in that valley, "In the Rhone with him! In the Rhone with the Marquis!" His reason had abandoned him. He no longer knew what he did. His forehead was cut, and the blood trickled from the wound into his eyes and blinded him. He must escape or die in the attempt. He had tightly clasped the bloody knife with which he had stabbed Lazet. He struck his nearest foe. The man fell to the ground with a heavy groan. A second blow gained him a moment's respite, which gave him time to open the gate and rush along the levee. 2 men were kneeling over their wounded companion, and 5 others resumed the pursuit. But Gaston flew fast, for the horror of his situation tripled his energy. Excitement deadened the pain of his wounds. With elbows held tight to his sides, and holding his breath, he went along at such a speed that he soon distanced his pursuers. The noise of their feet became gradually more indistinct, and finally ceased. Gaston ran on for a mile, across fields and over hedges. Fences and ditches were leaped without effort, and when he knew he was safe from capture, he sank down at the foot of a tree to rest. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, Part 2. This terrible scene had taken place with inconceivable rapidity. Only 40 minutes had elapsed since Gaston and his friend had entered the café. But during this short time how much had happened! These 40 minutes had given more cause for sorrow and remorse than the whole of his previous life put together. Entering this tavern, with head erect and a happy heart, enjoying present existence, and looking forward to a yet better future, he left it ruined. For he was a murderer. Henceforth he would be under a ban, an outcast. He had killed a man, and still convulsively held the murderous instrument. He cast it from him with horror. He tried to account for the dreadful circumstances which had just taken place, as if it were of any importance to a man lying at the bottom of an abyss to know which stone had slipped, and precipitated him from the summit. Still, if he alone had been ruined. But Valentine was dragged down with him. She was disgraced yet more than himself. Her reputation was gone. and it was his want of self-command which had cast to the winds this honor, confided to his keeping, and which he held far dearer than his own. But he could not remain here bewailing his misfortune. The police must soon be on his track. They would certainly go to the Château of Clamart to seek him; and before leaving home, perhaps forever, he wished to say good-bye to his father, and once more press Valentine to his heart. He started to walk, but with great pain, for the reaction had come, and his nerves and muscles, so violently strained, had now begun to relax. The intense heat caused by his struggling and fast running was replaced by a cold perspiration, aching limbs, and chattering teeth. His hip and shoulder pained him almost beyond endurance. The cut on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but the coagulated blood around his eyes blinded him. After a painful walk he reached his door at 10 o'clock. The old valet who admitted him started back terrified. "Good heavens, monsieur! What is the matter?" "Silence!" said Gaston in the brief compressed tone always inspired by imminent danger. "Silence! Where is my father?" "Monsieur the Marquis is in his room with Monsieur Louis. He has had a sudden attack of the gout, and cannot put his foot on the ground. But you, monsieur—" Gaston did not stop to listen further. He hurried to his father's room. The old Marquis, who was playing backgammon with Louis, dropped his dice box with a cry of horror when he looked up and saw his eldest son standing before him covered with blood. "What is the matter? What have you been doing, Gaston?" "I have come to embrace you for the last time, father, and to ask for assistance to escape abroad." "Do you wish to fly the country?" "I must fly, father, and instantly. I am pursued. The police may be here at any moment. I have killed 2 men." The Marquis was so shocked that he forgot the gout and attempted to rise. A violent twinge made him drop back in his chair. "Where? When?" he gasped. "At Tarascon, in a café, an hour ago. 15 men attacked me, and I seized a knife to defend myself." "The old tricks of '93," said the Marquis. "Did they insult you, Gaston? What was the cause of the attack?" "They insulted in my presence the name of a noble young girl." "And you punished the rascals? Jarnibleu! You did well. Who ever heard of a gentleman allowing insolent puppies to speak disrespectfully of a lady of quality in his presence? But who was the lady you defended?" "Mademoiselle Valentine de la Verberie." "What?" cried the Marquis. "What? The daughter of that old witch? Those accursed de la Verberie have always brought misfortune upon us." He certainly abominated the countess; but his respect for her noble blood was greater than his resentment toward her individually, and he added, "Nevertheless, Gaston, you did your duty." Meanwhile the curiosity of Saint Jean, the Marquis's old valet, made him venture to open the door and ask, "Did Monsieur the Marquis ring?" "No, you rascal," answered Monsieur de Clamart. "You know very well I did not. But now you are here, be useful. Quickly, bring some clothes for Monsieur Gaston, some fresh linen, and some warm water. Hasten and dress his wounds." These orders were promptly executed, and Gaston found he was not so badly hurt as he had thought. With the exception of a deep stab in his left shoulder, his wounds were not serious. After receiving all the attentions which his condition required, Gaston felt like a new man, ready to brave any peril. His eyes sparkled with renewed energy and excitement. The Marquis made a sign to the servants to leave the room. "Do you still think you ought to leave France?" he asked Gaston. "Yes, father." "My brother ought not to hesitate," interposed Louis. "He will be arrested here, thrown into prison, vivified in court, and who knows?" "We all know well enough that he will be convicted," grumbled the old Marquis. "These are the benefits of the immortal Revolution, as it is called. Ah, in my day we 3 would have taken our swords, jumped on our horses, and dashing into Tarascon, would soon have. But those good old days are past. To day we have to run away." "There is no time to lose," observed Louis. "True," said the marquis. "But to fly, to go abroad, one must have money, and I have none by me to give him. Father! No, I have none. Ah, what a prodigal old fool I have been! If I only had 100 louis!" Then he told Louis to open the secretary and hand him the money box. The box contained only 920 francs in gold. 920 francs!" cried the marquis. "It will never do for the eldest son of our house to fly the country with this paltry sum." He sat lost in reflection. Suddenly his brow cleared, and he told Louis to open a secret drawer in the secretary, and bring him a small casket. Then the marquis took from his neck a black ribbon to which was suspended the key of the casket. His sons observed with what deep emotion he unlocked it, and slowly took out a necklace, a large cross, several rings, and other pieces of jewelry. His countenance assumed a solemn expression. "Gaston, my dear son," he said, "at a time like this, your life may depend upon bought assistance. Money is power." "I am young, father, and I have courage." "Listen to me. The jewels belonged to the marquise, your sainted mother, a noble holy woman who is now in heaven watching over us. These jewels have never left me. During my days of misery and want, when I was compelled to earn a livelihood by teaching music in London, I piously treasured them. I never thought of selling them; and to mortgage them in the hour of direst need would have seemed to me a sacrilege. But now you must take them, my son, and sell them for 20,000 livres." "No, father, no, I cannot take them." "You must, Gaston. If your mother were on earth, she would tell you to take them, as I do now. I command you to take and use them. The salvation, the honor, of the heir of the house of Clamorant must not be imperilled for want of a little gold." With tearful eyes Gaston sank on his knees, and, carrying his father's hand to his lips, said, "Thanks, father, thanks. In my heedless, ungrateful presumption I have hitherto misjudged you. I did not know your noble character. Forgive me. I accept. Yes, I accept these jewels worn by my dear mother; but I take them as a sacred deposit, confided to my honor, and for which I will some day account to you." In their emotion the marquis and Gaston forgot the threatened danger; but Louis was not touched by the affecting scene. "Time presses," he said; "you had better hasten." "He is right," cried the marquis. "Go, Gaston, go, my son; and God protect the heir of the Clamorant." Gaston slowly got up, and said with an embarrassed air, "Before leaving you, my father, I must fulfil a sacred duty. I have not told you everything. I love Valentine, the young girl whose honor I defended this evening." "Oh!" cried the marquis, thunderstruck. "Oh, oh!" "And I entreat you, father, to ask Madame de la Verberie for the hand of her daughter. Valentine will gladly join me abroad and share my exile." Gaston stopped, frightened at the effect of his words. The old marquis had become crimson, or rather purple, as if struck by apoplexy. "Preposterous!" he gasped. "Impossible! Perfect folly!" "I love her, father, and have promised her never to marry another." "Then always remain a bachelor." "I shall marry her!" cried Gaston, excitedly. "I shall marry her because I have sworn I would, and I will not be so base as to desert her." "Nonsense!" "I tell you Mademoiselle de la Verberie must and shall be my wife. It is too late for me to draw back. Even if I no longer loved her, I would still marry her, because she has given herself to me. Because can't you understand? What was said at the café to night was true. I have but one way of repairing the wrong I have done Valentine: by marrying her." Gaston's confession, forced from him by circumstances, produced a very different impression from that which he had expected. The enraged marquis instantly became cool, and his mind seemed relieved of an immense weight. A wicked joy sparkled in his eyes as he replied,
Aha! She yielded to your entreaties, did she? Jarnibleu, I am delighted. I congratulate you, Gaston. They say she is a pretty little fool." "Monsieur," interrupted Gaston, indignantly, "I have told you that I love her, and have promised to marry her. You seem to forget." "Ta, ta, ta!" cried the marquis. "Your scruples are absurd. You know full well that her great grandfather led our great grandmother astray. Now we are quits. I am delighted at the retaliation, for the old witch's sake. I swear by the memory of my mother that Valentine shall be my wife." "Do you dare assume that tone toward me?" cried the exasperated marquis. "Never, understand me clearly, never will I give my consent. You know how dear to me is the honour of our house. Well, I would rather see you tried for murder, and even chained to the galleys, than married to this worthless jade." This last word was too much for Gaston. "Then your wish shall be gratified, monsieur. I will remain here and be arrested. I care not what becomes of me. What is life to me without the hope of Valentine? Take back these jewels. They are useless now." A terrible scene would have taken place between the father and son, had they not been interrupted by a domestic who rushed into the room, and excitedly cried, "The gendarmes! Here are the gendarmes!" At this news the old marquis started up, and seemed to forget his gout, which had yielded to more violent emotions. "Gendarmes!" he cried. "In my house at Clamart? They shall pay dear for their insolence. You will help me, will you not, my men?" "Yes, yes," answered the servants. "Down with the gendarmes! Down with them!" Fortunately Louis, during all this excitement, preserved his presence of mind. "To resist would be folly," he said. "Even if we repulsed the gendarmes to night, they would return to morrow with reinforcements." "Louis is right," said the marquis, bitterly. "Might is right, as they said in '93. The gendarmes are all powerful. Do they not even have the impertinence to come up to me while I am hunting and ask to see my shooting license? I, a Clamart, show a license!" "Where are they?" asked Louis of the servants. "At the outer gate," answered La Verdure, one of the grooms. "Does not monsieur hear the noise they are making with their sabres?" "Then Gaston must escape over the garden wall." "It is guarded, monsieur," said La Verdure, "and the little gate in the park besides. There seems to be a regiment of them; they are even stationed along the park walls." This was only too true. The rumour of Lazet's death had spread like wildfire through the town of Tarascon, and everybody was in a state of excitement. Not only mounted gendarmes, but a platoon of hussars from the garrison had been sent in pursuit of the murderer. At least 20 young men of Tarascon were volunteer guides to the armed force. "Then," said the marquis, "we are surrounded." "Not a single chance for escape," groaned Saint Jean. "We shall see about that, Jarnibleu," cried the marquis. "Ah, we are not the strongest, but we can be the most adroit. Attention! Louis, my son, you and La Verdure go down to the stable and mount the fastest horses; then as quietly as possible station yourselves, you, Louis, at the park gate, and you, La Verdure, at the outer gate. Let each of you others post yourselves at a door. Upon the signal I shall give by firing a pistol, let every door be instantly opened, while Louis and Verdure dash through the gates and make the gendarmes pursue them." "I will make them fly," said La Verdure. "Listen. During this time, Gaston, aided by Saint Jean, will scale the park wall, and hasten along the river to the cabin of Pilorel, the fisherman. He is an old sailor of the Republic and devoted to our house. He will take Gaston in his boat; and when they are once on the Rhone, there is nothing to be feared, save the wrath of God. Now go, all of you! Fly!" Left alone with his son, the old man slipped the jewels into a silk purse, and handing them once more to Gaston, said, as he stretched out his arms toward him, "Come here, my son, and let me embrace you, and bestow my blessing.
Gaston hesitated.
"Come," insisted the old man, in broken tones. "I must embrace you for the last time. I may never see you again. Save yourself, save your name, Gaston, and then you know how I love you, my son. Take back the jewels. Come."
For an instant the father and son clung to each other, overpowered by emotion. But the continued noise at the gates now reached their ears.
"We must part," said Monsieur de Clamart. "Go."
And taking from his desk a little pair of pistols, he handed them to his son, and added with averted eyes,
"You must not be captured alive, Gaston."
Gaston did not immediately descend to the park. He yearned to see Valentine, and give her one last kiss before leaving France, and determined to persuade Pilorel to stop the boat as they went by the park of La Verberie. He hastened to his room, placed the signal in the window so Valentine might know he was coming, and waited for an answering light. "Come, Monsieur Gaston," entreated old Saint Jean, who could not understand this strange conduct.
"For God's sake, make haste! Your life is at stake."
At last he came running down the stairs, and had just reached the vestibule when a pistol shot, the signal given by the marquis, was heard. The loud swinging open of the large gate, the rattling of the sabres of the gendarmes, the furious galloping of many horses, and a chorus of loud shouts and angry oaths were next heard. Leaning against the window, his brow beaded with cold perspiration, the Marquis of Clamorant breathlessly awaited the issue of this expedient, upon which depended the life of his eldest son. His measures were excellent, and deserved success. As he had ordered, Louis and La Verdure dashed out through the gate, one to the right, the other to the left, each one pursued by a dozen mounted men. Their horses flew like arrows, and kept far ahead of the pursuers. Gaston would have been saved, but for the interference of fate. But was it fate, or was it malice? Suddenly Louis's horse stumbled and fell to the ground with his rider. The gendarme rode up, and at once recognized the second son of Monsieur de Clamorant. "This is not the assassin!" they cried. "Let us hurry back, else he will escape." They returned just in time to see, by the uncertain light of the moon peeping from behind a cloud, Gaston climbing the garden wall. "There is our man!" exclaimed the corporal. "Keep your eyes open, and gallop after him." They spurred their horses, and hastened to the spot where Gaston had jumped from the wall. On a wooded piece of ground, even if it be hilly, an agile man, if he preserves his presence of mind, can escape a number of horsemen. The ground on this side of the park was favourable to Gaston. He found himself in an immense madder field, and, as it is well known, as this valuable root must remain in the ground 3 years, the furrows are necessarily ploughed very deep. Horses cannot even walk over its uneven surface; indeed, they can scarcely stand steadily upon it. This circumstance brought the gendarmes to a dead halt. 4 rash hussars ventured in the field, but they and their beasts were soon rolling between the hillocks. Jumping from ridge to ridge, Gaston soon reached a large field, freshly ploughed and planted with young chestnuts. As his chances of escape increased, the excitement grew more intense. The pursuers urged each other on, and called out to head him off every time they saw Gaston run from one clump of trees to another. Being familiar with the country, young de Clamorant was confident of eluding his pursuers. He knew that the next field was a thistle field, and was separated from the chestnut by a long, deep ditch. He resolved to jump into this ditch, run along the bottom, and climb out at the farther end, while they were looking for him among the trees. But he had forgotten the swelling of the river. Upon reaching the ditch, he found it full of water. Discouraged, but not disconcerted, he was about to jump across, when 3 horsemen appeared on the opposite side. They were gendarmes who had ridden around the madder field and chestnut trees, knowing they could easily catch him on the level ground of the thistle field. At the sight of these 3 men, Gaston stood perplexed. He should certainly be captured if he attempted to run through the field, at the end of which he could see the cabin of Pilorel, the ferryman. To retrace his steps would be surrendering to the hussars. At a little distance on his right was a forest, but he was separated from it by a road upon which he heard the sound of approaching horses. He would certainly be caught there. Foes in front of him, foes behind him, foes on the right of him. What was on his left? On his left was the surging, foaming river. What hope was left? The circle of which he was the centre was fast narrowing. Must he then fall back upon suicide? Here, in an open field, tracked by police like a wild beast, must he blow his brains out? What a death for a de Clamart! No, he would seize the one chance of salvation left him, a forlorn, desperate, perilous chance, but still a chance, the river. Holding a pistol in either hand, he ran and leaped upon the edge of a little promontory projecting 3 yards into the Rhone. This cape of refuge was formed by the immense trunk of a fallen tree. The tree swayed and cracked fearfully under Gaston's weight, as he stood on the extreme end and looked around upon his pursuers. There were 15 of them, some on the right, some on the left, all uttering cries of joy. "Do you surrender?" called out the corporal. Gaston did not answer. He was weighing his chances. He was above the park of La Verberie. Would he be able to swim there, granting he was not swept away and drowned the instant he plunged into the angry torrent before him? He pictured Valentine at this very moment, watching, waiting, and praying for him on the other shore. "For the last time I command you to surrender!" cried the corporal. The unfortunate man did not hear. He was deafened by the waters which were roaring and rushing around him. In a supreme moment like this, with his foot upon the threshold of another world, a man sees his past life rise before him, and seldom does he find cause for self-approval. Although death stared him in the face, Gaston calmly considered which would be the best spot to plunge into, and commended his soul to God. "He will stand there until we go after him," said a gendarme, "so we might as well advance." Gaston had finished his prayer. He flung his pistols in the direction of the gendarme. He was ready. He made the sign of the cross, then, with outstretched arms, dashed head foremost into the Rhone. The violence of his spring detached the few remaining roots of the old tree. It oscillated a moment, whirled over, and then drifted away. The spectators uttered a cry of horror and pity. Anger seemed to have deserted them in their turn. "That is an end of him," muttered one of the gendarmes. "It is useless for one to fight against the Rhone. His body will be picked up at Arles to-morrow." The hussars seemed really remorseful at the tragic fate of this brave, handsome young man, whom a moment before they had pursued with so much bitter zeal. They admired his spirited resistance, his courage, and especially his resignation, his resolution to die. True French soldiers, their sympathies were now all upon the side of the vanquished, and every man of them would have done all in his power to assist in saving the drowning man and aiding his escape. "An ugly piece of work," grumbled the old quartermaster who had command of the hussars. "Bast!" exclaimed the philosophic corporal, "the Rhone is no worse than the Court of Assizes. The result would be the same. Right about, men! March! The thing that troubles me is the idea of that poor old man waiting to hear his son's fate. I would not be the one to tell him what has happened. March!" Chapter 13. Of File Number 113 by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Valentine knew that fatal evening that Gaston would have to walk to Tarascon to cross the bridge over the Rhone which connected Tarascon with Beaucaire, and did not expect to see him until 11 o'clock, the hour which they had fixed upon the previous evening. But happening to look up at the windows of Clamart, she saw lights hurrying to and fro in an unusual manner, even in rooms that she knew to be unoccupied. A presentiment of impending misfortune chilled her blood and stopped the beatings of her heart. A secret and imperious voice within told her that something extraordinary was going on at the château of Clamart. What was it? She could not imagine, but she knew, she felt, that some dreadful misfortune had happened. With her eyes fastened upon the dark mass of stone looming in the distance, She watched the going and coming of the lights, as if their movements would give her a clue to what was taking place within those walls. She raised her window and tried to listen, fancying she could hear an unusual sound, even at such a distance. Alas, she heard nothing but the rushing roar of the angry river. Her anxiety grew more insufferable every moment, and she felt as if she would faint were this torturing suspense to last much longer, when the well-known, beloved signal appeared suddenly in Gaston's window, and told her that her lover was about to swim across the Rhone. She could scarcely believe her eyes. She must be under the influence of a dream. Her amazement prevented her answering the signal until it had been repeated 3 times. Then, more dead than alive, with trembling limbs she hastened along the park to the river bank. Never had she seen the Rhone so furious. Since Gaston was risking his life in order to see her, she could no longer doubt that something fearful had occurred at Clamart. She fell on her knees, and with clasped hands and her wild eyes fixed upon the dark waters, besought the pitiless waves to yield up her dear Gaston. Every dark object which she could distinguish floating in the middle of the torrent assumed the shape of a human form. At one time she thought she heard, above the roaring of the water, the terrible agonized cry of a drowning man. She watched and prayed, but her lover came not. Still she waited. While the gendarmes and hussars slowly and silently returned to the château of Clamart, Gaston experienced one of those miracles which would seem incredible were they not confirmed by the most convincing proof. When he first plunged into the river, he rolled over 5 or 6 times, and was then drawn toward the bottom. In a swollen river the current is unequal, being much stronger in some places than in others, hence the great danger. Gaston knew it, and guarded against it. Instead of wasting his strength in vain struggles, he held his breath and kept still. About 25 yards from the spot where he had plunged in, he made a violent spring which brought him to the surface. Rapidly drifting by him was the old tree. For an instant he was entangled in the mass of weeds and debris which clung to its roots and followed in its wake. An eddy set him free. The tree and its clinging weeds swept on. It was the last familiar friend gone. Gaston dared not attempt to reach the opposite shore. He would have to land where the waves dashed him. With great presence of mind he put forth all his strength and dexterity to slowly take an oblique course, knowing well that there was no hope for him if the current took him crosswise. This fearful current is as capricious as a woman, which accounts for the strange effects of inundations. Sometimes it rushes to the right, sometimes to the left, sparing one ashore and ravaging the other. Gaston was familiar with every turn of the river. He knew that just below Clamart was an abrupt turning, and relied upon the eddy formed thereby to sweep him in the direction of La Verberie. His hopes were not deceived. An oblique current suddenly swept him toward the right shore, and if he had not been on his guard would have sunk him. But the eddy did not reach as far as Gaston supposed, and he was still some distance from the shore, when with the rapidity of lightning he was swept by the park of La Verberie. As he floated by he caught a glimpse of a white shadow among the trees. Valentine still waited for him. He was gradually approaching the bank as he reached the end of La Verberie, and attempted to land. Feeling a foothold, he stood up twice, and each time was thrown down by the violence of the waves. He escaped being swept away by seizing some willow branches, and, clinging to them, raised himself and climbed up the steep bank. He was safe at last. Without taking time to breathe he darted in the direction of the park. He came just in time. Overcome by the intensity of her emotions, Valentine had fainted, and lay apparently lifeless on the damp river bank. Gaston's entreaties aroused her from her stupor. "Gaston," she cried in a tone that revealed all the love she felt for him, "is it indeed you? Then God heard my prayers, and had pity upon us." "No, Valentine," he murmured, "God has had no pity." The sad tones of Gaston's voice convinced her that her presentiment of evil was true. "What new misfortune strikes us now?" she cried. "Why have you thus risked your life, a life far dearer to me than my own? What has happened?" This is what has happened, Valentine. Our love affair is the jest of the country around. Our secret is a secret no longer." She shrank back, and burying her face in her hands, moaned piteously. "This," said Gaston, forgetting everything but his present misery, "this is the result of the blind enmity of our families. Our noble and pure love, which ought to be a glory in the eyes of God and man, has to be concealed, and when discovered becomes a reproach as though it were some evil deed." "Then all is known, all is discovered," murmured Valentine. "Oh, Gaston, Gaston!" While struggling for his life against furious men and angry elements, Gaston had preserved his self-possession. But the heart-broken tone of his beloved Valentine overcame him. He swung his arms above his head, and exclaimed: "Yes, they know it! And oh, why could I not crush the villains for daring to utter your adored name? Ah, why did I only kill 2 of the scoundrels?" "Have you killed some one, Gaston?" Valentine's tone of horror gave Gaston a ray of reason. "Yes," he replied, with bitterness, "I have killed 2 men. It was for that I have crossed the Rhone. I could not have my father's name disgraced by being tried and convicted for murder. I have been tracked like a wild beast by mounted police. I have escaped them, and now I am flying my country." Valentine struggled to preserve her composure under this last unexpected blow. "Where do you hope to find an asylum?" she asked. "I know not. Where am I to go? What will become of me, God only knows. I only know that I am going to some strange land, to assume a false name and a disguise. I shall seek some lawless country which offers a refuge to murderers." Gaston waited for an answer to this speech. None came, and he resumed with vehemence: "And before disappearing, Valentine, I wished to see you, because now, when I am abandoned by every one else, I have relied upon you, and had faith in your love. A tie unites us, my darling, stronger and more indissoluble than all earthly ties, the tie of love. I love you more than life itself, my Valentine. Before God, you are my wife. I am yours, and you are mine, for ever and ever. Would you let me fly alone, Valentine? To the pain and toil of exile, to the sharp regrets of a ruined life, could you, add the torture of separation? Gaston, I implore you." "Ah, I knew it!" he interrupted, mistaking the sense of her exclamation. "I knew you would not let me go off alone. I knew your sympathetic heart would long to share the burden of my miseries. This moment effaces the wretched suffering I have endured. Let us go. Having our happiness to defend, having you to protect, I fear nothing. I can brave all, conquer all. Come, my Valentine, we will escape or die together. This is the long dreamed of happiness. The glorious future of love and liberty open before us." He had worked himself into a state of delirious excitement. He seized Valentine around the waist and tried to draw her toward the gate. As Gaston's exaltation increased, Valentine became more composed and almost stolid in her forced calmness. Gently, but with a quiet firmness, she withdrew herself from his embrace, and said sadly but resolutely: "What you wish is impossible, Gaston." This cold, inexplicable resistance confounded her lover. "Impossible? Why, Valentine!" "You know me well enough, Gaston, to be convinced that sharing the greatest hardships with you would be to me the height of happiness. But above the tones of your voice, to which I fain would yield, above the voice of my own heart, which urges me to follow the one being upon whom all its affections are centred, there is another voice, a powerful, imperious voice, which bids me stay, the voice of duty." "What? Would you think of remaining here after the horrible affair of to night, after the scandal that will be spread to morrow?" "What do you mean? That I am lost, dishonoured? Am I any more so to day than I was yesterday? Do you think that the jeers and scoffs of the world could make me suffer more than do the pangs of my guilty conscience? I have long since passed judgment upon myself, Gaston, and although the sound of your voice, and the touch of your hand, would make me forget all save the bliss of your love, no sooner were you away than I would weep tears of shame and remorse." Gaston listened, immovable, stupefied. He seemed to see a new Valentine standing before him, an entirely different woman from the one whose tender soul he thought he knew so well. "Your mother, what will she say?" he asked. "It is my duty to her that keeps me here. Do you wish me to prove an unnatural daughter, and desert a poor lonely friendless old woman, who has nothing but me to cling to? Could I abandon her to follow a lover? But our enemies will inform her of everything, Valentine, and think how she will make you suffer. No matter. The dictates of conscience must be obeyed. Ah, why can I not, at the price of my life, spare her the agony of hearing that her only daughter, her Valentine, has disgraced her name? She may be hard, cruel, pitiless toward me, but have I not deserved it? Oh, my only friend, we have been reveling in a dream too beautiful to last. I have long dreaded this awakening. Like two weak, credulous fools, we imagined that happiness could exist beyond the pale of duty. Sooner or later stolen joys must be dearly paid for. After the sweet comes the bitter. We must bow our heads and drink the cup to the dregs." This cold reasoning, this sad resignation, was more than the fiery nature of Gaston could bear. "You shall not talk thus!" he cried. "Can you not feel that the bare idea of your suffering humiliation drives me mad? Alas! I see nothing but disgrace, the most fearful disgrace, staring me in the face." "What do you mean, Valentine?" "I have not told you, Gaston. I am—" Here she stopped, hesitated, and then added, "Nothing. I am a fool." Had Gaston been less excited, he would have suspected some new misfortune beneath this reticence of Valentine; but his mind was too full of one idea, that of possessing her. "All hope is not lost," he continued. "My father is kind hearted, and was touched by my love and despair. I am sure that my letters, added to the intercession of my brother Louis, will induce him to ask Madame de la Verberie for your hand." This proposition seemed to frighten Valentine. "Heaven forbid that the marquis should take this rash step." "Why, Valentine?" "Because my mother would reject his offer. Because, I must confess it now, she has sworn I shall marry none but a rich man. And your father is not rich, Gaston, so you will have very little." "Good heavens!" cried Gaston with disgust. "Is it to such an unnatural mother that you sacrifice me?" "She is my mother, that is sufficient. I have not the right to judge her. My duty is to remain with her, and remain I shall." Valentine's manner showed such determined resolution that Gaston saw that further prayers would be in vain. "Alas!" he cried, as he wrung his hands with despair, "you do not love me. You have never loved me." "Gaston, Gaston! You do not think what you say. Have you no mercy?" "If you loved me," he cried, "you could never, at this moment of separation, have the cruel courage to coldly reason and calculate. Ah, far different is my love for you. Without you the world is void. To lose you is to die. What have I to live for? Let the Rhone take back this worthless life, so miraculously saved. It is now a burden to me." And he rushed toward the river, determined to bury his sorrow beneath its waves. Valentine seized his arm and held him back. "Is this the way to show your love for me?" she asked. Gaston was absolutely discouraged. "What is the use of living?" he said dejectedly. "What is left to me now?" "God is left to us, Gaston, and in His hands lies our future." As a shipwrecked man seizes a rotten plank in his desperation, so Gaston eagerly caught at the word "future" as a beacon in the gloomy darkness surrounding him. "Your commands shall be obeyed," he cried with enthusiasm. "Away with weakness! Yes, I will live, and struggle, and triumph." Madame de la Verberie wants gold. Well, she shall have it. In 3 years I will be rich, or I shall be dead." With clasped hands Valentine thanked Heaven for this sudden determination, which was more than she had dared hope for. "But," said Gaston, "before going away I wish to confide to you a sacred deposit." He drew from his pocket the purse of jewels, and handing them to Valentine, added, "These jewels belonged to my poor mother. You, my angel, are alone worthy of wearing them. I thought of you when I accepted them from my father. I felt that you, as my affianced wife, were the proper person to have them. Valentine refused to accept them. Take them, my darling, as a pledge of my return. If I do not come back within 3 years, you may know that I am dead, and then you must keep them as a souvenir of him who so much loved you." She burst into tears and took the purse. "And now," said Gaston, "I have a last request to make. Everybody believes me dead, but I cannot let my poor old father labour under this impression. Swear to me that you will go yourself to morrow morning, and tell him that I am still alive." "I will tell him myself," she said. Gaston felt that he must now tear himself away before his courage failed him. Each moment he was more loath to leave the only being who bound him to this world. He enveloped Valentine in a last fond embrace, and started up. "What is your plan of escape?" she asked. "I shall go to Marseilles and hide in a friend's house until I can procure a passage to America." "You must have assistance. I will secure you a guide in whom I have unbounded confidence, old Manul the ferryman, who lives near us. He owns the boat which he plies on the Rhone." The lovers passed through the little park gate, of which Gaston had the key, and soon reached the boatman's cabin. He was asleep in an easy chair by the fire. When Valentine stood before him with Gaston, the old man jumped up, and kept rubbing his eyes, thinking it must be a dream. "Père Manul," said Valentine, "Monsieur Gaston is compelled to fly the country. He wants to be rowed out to sea so that he can secretly embark. Can you take him in your boat as far as the mouth of the Rhone?" "It is impossible," said the old man, shaking his head. "I would not dare venture on the river in its present state." "But, Père Manul, it would be of immense service to me. Would you not venture for my sake?" "For your sake? Certainly I would, Mademoiselle Valentine. I will do anything to gratify you. I am ready to start." He looked at Gaston, and seeing his clothes wet and covered with mud, said to him, "Allow me to offer you my dead son's clothes, monsieur. They will serve as a disguise. Come this way." In a few minutes Père Manul returned with Gaston, whom no one would have recognized in his sailor dress. Valentine went with him to the place where the boat was moored. While the old man was unfastening it, the disconsolate lovers tearfully embraced each other for the last time. "In 3 years, my own Valentine. Promise to wait 3 years for me. If alive, I will see you then." "Adieu, mademoiselle," interrupted the boatman. "And you, monsieur, hold fast and keep steady." Then with a vigorous stroke of the boat hook he sent the bark into the middle of the stream. 3 days later, thanks to the assistance of Père Manul, Gaston was concealed on the 3-masted American vessel Tom Jones, which was to start the next day for Valparaiso. Chapter 14.